I guess he's stuck up somewhere. We are trying to reach him, but that is what we are waiting for. We'll wait few minutes and then I think we can go ahead. I guess he's stuck up somewhere. We are trying to reach him, but that is what we are waiting for. We'll wait few minutes and then I think we can go ahead. I guess he's stuck up somewhere. We are trying to reach him, but that is what we are waiting for. We'll wait 2 minutes and then I think we can go ahead. I guess he's stuck up somewhere. We are trying to reach him, but that is what we are waiting for. We'll wait 2 minutes and then I think we can go ahead. Yeah, but I think my voice, I don't know why it is recording. Just a second.
Yeah, he's joining. Okay, I just got a call, so within a few minutes he'll be here.
So, sir, we are having Professor Ramakrishna sir with us. He is our HOD and Dean in charge academics, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir has joined.
I'm sorry, I thought that program will commence at 9. That is what I was told, and today I didn't check this.
No issue, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Good
Yes, sir.
morning,
You're
sir.
audible.
Yeah,
Good
please
morning.
Okay, sir.
start the program. Yeah, please start the program.
Yes, Dr. Manju.
Yes, sir. So, sir, Professor Nareen Mehra, he's there?
Yes, yes.
Dr. Philip?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Mehra, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Dr. Tiwari, good morning. I don't know where.
Yeah, Doctor, good morning. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. In fact, I had the impression that program will commence at 9. So I was prepared for that, but no. Anyway, so I'm extremely sorry for the mess up.
Perfectly. आपका जरा कैमरा आप ठीक करिए, जरा आपका चेहरा सारा नहीं आ रहा. हाँ, अब ठीक आ रहा है.
चेहरा उतना ही है जितना दिख रहा था.
हाँ, नहीं तो सारा ही आ जाए ना.
जी, चलिए. Yeah. Manju, please start.
Anji sir. A very good morning to all of you who have joined with us for commemorating International Day of Immunology at Central University of Punjab. It's a new permanent campus at Buddha Bhatinda in Punjab. I welcome our distinguished chief guest, Honorary Professor N.K. Mehra ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir. We have with us Professor Ramakrishna Vuzirika, our Dean in Charge Academics, senior professors and colleagues. So with this warm welcome note, I would like to get into little context and purpose of today's event before we get into the details of the event. At Central University of Punjab today, under the edges of Indian Immunological Society, we are marking International Day of Immunology. And the focus of today's entire event will be centered on coronavirus disease, what we know about it and what we don't. The International Day of Immunology per se was initiated by European Federation of Immunological Societies and International Union of Immunological Society back in 2005, with the purpose to basically induce general awareness about this very important area, health area, immunology in context of health and diseases. And we are very much into it now. Never have we witnessed, the quantum of discussions which are going around, the immune system, the immune boosters, the immunology, the pandemic we are going through right now. So that is a great sign in a way that our general public is actually talking and basically having scientific questions for the experts to answer. Furthermore, with the purpose of this day to enlighten us and the people around us to learn and unlearn the facts and figures based on the scientific evidence. So with this, another aspect of this day is like in our audience, there are a lot of young school and college and masters, science aspirants out there. And I think in the present scenario, it's a time for them to reflect on this important area of science, immunology, our immune system. So with this little background, I think we'll get into the inauguration session. Before that, a little bit about today's program. So basically, today we'll be having a series of events with the three enlightening talks around the very topic of coronavirus disease per se. We will be having an international COVID-19 centered quiz. And then we have poster making competition from the school students and an idea hunt competition with the support and encouragement from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Rajendra P. Tiwari ji. He is always there for such endeavors from the academic fraternity in the university. And apart from definitely Indian Immunological Society is a great support. From last couple of years, we have been organizing this in our university. Alongside, you can see the logo for YAI, that is Young Academy of India, and we'll be talking about later during the talk. So I should be really mentioning about the three important invited talks we'll be having today. And what you see are the three, stalwarts of immunology at our national platform, and basically they are representing their phase of this area of research and study at a global platform. And it's really a privilege for me to have, in a chronological order, actually somebody like Honorary Emeritus Scientist ICMR Professor N.K. Mehra ji, who actually is associated with Indian Immunological Society right from the beginning. in different capacities. And then we also have as our second speaker, Professor Sunil Arora from PGI Chandigarh, and he's the present president of Indian Immunological Society and has really taken this organization to greater heights and added a lot of dynamism to it. Then we have Dr. Amit Awasthi from Transitional Health Science and the Technology Institute. And he is somebody who has put himself actively into the lab research and is really involved into real-time laboratory research surrounding around COVID, and has really developed virtual platforms, preclinical and clinical, that have become the base of the many of the present indigenous vaccines which we are using. So I think it will be a treat for all of us to listen to all these great speakers. Dr. Awasthi again is associated with Indian Immunological Society. He's the Secretary General and really a very dynamic young researcher who is there to motivate his colleagues in and around. So with this, we get into the inaugural session with the due permission from our Honorable VC Sir. So I request our Dean in charge academics and Head of Department Biochemistry to please introduce the honorary stature of Professor N.K. Mehra. Yeah, please, sir.
So good morning to all. Good morning to all participants for this event on International Immunology Day that we are organizing under the leadership of Professor R.P. Tiwari ji, our Honorable Vice Chancellor. So this Immunology Day, it is important to speak about a few words about immunology in general. So immunology is an integral part of biology, and every biologist knows how important it is. And for biochemistry, we all study immunology as part of the biochemistry. So today, immunology has attained or is of more significance than any other day because of this COVID pandemic that we are going through. So it is important for us to understand what happens at the immune level for us to come up with better therapy for COVID-19, and more important is for vaccination. Again, immunology plays a huge part in vaccination, like what happens, which vaccine is better, and how our bodies react to these vaccines, and how we can deal with different kinds of vaccines. So immunology is very important from that viewpoint. So I would like to briefly introduce our chief guest for this event, Professor Narendra K. Mehra. So he is honorary emeritus scientist of ICMR, and he was former dean and national chair of at AIIMS, New Delhi. And he's a pioneer and expert in transplant immunology and clinical immunogenetics. He's a member of several national science academies, and he's an expert in this particular area of immunology. So we are really fortunate to have him to be part of this event. With this brief introduction, I will hand over to Dr. Manju.
Thank you very much, sir. I will take the privilege to further extend a few feathers in the cap of Professor Narendra K. Mehra ji. He basically initiated this very field of transplant immunology and immunogenetics in India at a time when the field was really in its initial stages, infancy, and he is the founder head of Department of Transplant Immunology and Immunogenetics at AIIMS. And what really impressed me was that he initiated Asian Indian donor marrow facility, which became the base for the solid organ and bone marrow transplantation in India per se. So that is a very, very commendable job. And he is bestowed with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Centenary Award, an award in 100 years, which ICMR, bestows to somebody. So that is a great achievement, sir. He has almost every award our country can give to a scientist with achievements. And he is an elected council member of International Union of Immunological Societies and one of the founder members in FIMSA. And as I told you, he is associated with Indian Immunological Society right from its inception. And he is a very active, avid science writer and communicator. We could really see during this pandemic time, a lot of articles have been put in newspapers and being circulated, on the social media and among some groups where immunologists are really, having very constructive and fruitful discussions on context, in the area of immunology in context of the present scenario of COVID pandemic. So with this, I would request.
Dr. Manju, I have a small request. So VC sir would like to go somewhere. So he would like to say a few words and then we will have a chief guest speech. Is that
Okay.
fine? With all of your permission, sir, Professor Narendra Mehra, sir.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Oh, oh.
Over to you, sir.
Sure, sir.
VC sir. Yes.
So, Professor Mehra, I'm sorry again, I have some other engagement. Of course, you are also not free. Today you may be having a lot of activities to perform. First of all, I'm thankful to Manju and Felix for organizing this very important event and also for roping in scientists to the caliber of Professor Mehra, Professor Sunil Arora ji and Dr. Amit Awasthi for throwing light on this very important issue with which the entire humanity at the global context is engulfed with, and also for providing chance to our young teachers as well as research scholars and students to listen to these legendary scientists and develop some new ideas about in this area, and also sort of chalk out future strategies as to how Central University of Punjab can contribute in this very important area of science, which is directly linked with the well-being, health and well-being of the human beings. We all know that we are suffering from this for the last now more than a year. We thought that the first upsurge of corona pandemic, after that things will subside and will restore normal life, but that unfortunately has not happened. And now we have the several variants of coronavirus, and and the worst. India is one of the worst hit countries. I don't know. I don't want to enter into the area of how much we prepared ourselves to see this. But what I'd like to say is that even the second of such may not be the end of the story. The way things are moving, and there may be, several other upsurges and several new variants. So on this very important day of immunology, International Day of Immunology, all scientists who are directly involved with this area of research and who would like to pursue this as a career, the budding scientists, they should join hand together and check out a strategy as to how to face this and new variants. And what should we do? As Manju said, that we should learn, then unlearn, and then relearn. Then that only, relearning, now with these several new variants and second of such, we are relearning. And then again, after this, so, these are the variants that we have and how to contain them, and we get rid of them, we develop a vaccine which can really take care of all variants of not only coronavirus, but all, other viruses that we come in future. Health has been in the core of Indian civilization. In the neighboring state, Haryana, we have a university at Hisar named Guru Jambeswar University. And, Guru Jambeswar established a sect called Bisnoi. Bis means 20 and Noi means 9. 29 doctrines Guru Jambeswar gave to the humanity. And out of these 29 doctrines, 8 were concerning it as to how to preserve the biodiversity. And 7 were as to how to maintain sound health and develop a sound immune system. And this was in the 15th century. And prior to that also, right from the start of human civilization, we have several doctrines in various scriptures. And then the sound health system that was developed, not only for developing immune system, but also as to once, the person is infected by some disease or some ailment is required. So this was in the highest level. And our dietary system was so rich as to take care of all types of seasonal variations and all types of, viruses and other things that really disturb the immune system. So that was, our health system, including the philosophy of maintaining good health was based on, prevention is better than cure, and develop a system, human system, which cannot be affected by any sort of variations in the climatic variations or the upsurge of new virus. But we have departed from our usual, the life values, value system, and the entire philosophy of human discourse with the nature. And maybe now we are facing the wrath of nature, and this is all, the result of how, in the most cruel manner, we have interacted with nature. We have tried to exploit the nature, and we have polluted almost everything which is responsible for sustainable growth of biota, including human beings on this earth. We know all that our entire, biosphere is polluted, lithosphere is polluted, hydrosphere, as well as atmosphere. And these are the basic, requirements if we maintain these things healthy as possible. But, with the advancement, it's not possible. So we have to have a system where we lay emphasis on sustainable development, and at the same time be ready to prepare ourselves, preparedness and anticipation as to how the things will move, how the world will emerge, and how the various ecosystem, various components of ecosystem will behave. So a sort of, disruptive technology and design thinking is needed to evolve a strategy to save the humanity from such type of natural, man-made, and artificial disasters. And, and it is in this context that this event, which is organized by Manju, Felix, and there is a program on 29th as well, is important to make our young brains that we train in Central University of Punjab aware with all these, the seriousness of all these issues, and how important it is to pick up, to enter into the research in this very area to save the humanity at large. So my compliments to Felix, Manju, and of course, under the able guidance of Professor Ramakrishna Basudika ji. And I'm thankful to Professor Mehra, Professor Sunil Arora, and Dr. Avasthi for sparing their valuable time for Central University of Punjab and making us part of this celebration, which is really a learning experience. And and this, let us resolve today that the health will be uppermost in our minds. And this immunology, the importance of this will not be remembered only today, but every all 365 days of the year. And because our end where everybody's effort is to enhance the longevity of human civilization on this blue planet. So my compliments to everyone again. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for these illuminating words. So I would just like to mention, sir, before we get on to really like Professor Mehraji, we have with us Professor Sunil Arora ji. He has already joined. Also, we have with us Professor Selva Pandian. He is from Jamia Hamdard University. And sir, a warm welcome at our university. Then we have with us some senior professors of the university, Professor Vinod Kumar Gargji, and my fellow colleagues. So thank you so much, VC sir, and we'll now invite Professor N.K. Mehraji for his words on the day.
Thank you very much, Manju, for giving me this opportunity to talk to you people. Actually, I'm so very glad that the Day of Immunology is being celebrated in your university. This is the university that I visited several times in the past, during your early days when Dr. Jairup Singh was trying to establish it, and Jairup being a friend of mine for several years. So I used to visit your university, and I've been in a very small way involved in selection of the faculty at that time and even planning of the buildings and all that. So I'm so very happy that the Day of Immunology is being celebrated there. The Day of Immunology was actually, started by the International Union of Immunological Societies, what we call IOIS, and our friend there from Germany, Stephen Kaufman. I remember Stephen was so very keen that we should celebrate this Day of Immunology all over the world. And that was happening in 2004. And by 2005, the IOIS adopted it. And they said, well, I think it is required. And I think since that time, DOI has become a movement around the world. And there are more than 100 societies which comprise IOIS, and they all celebrate it. And I think in this context, the Indian Immunology Society has played a very vital role. Particularly under the leadership of Dr. Sunil Arora and his executive. And we have a very dynamic secretary, Dr. Amit Awasthi. What they're doing is that they are actually picking up smaller cities and smaller towns. They're going to universities like you so that the message of immunology can go to the young scientists. The message of immunology can go to the school children as well, so that they learn the whole gamut and the role that this subject has a very wide canvas, both in medicine and biology. And today with Corona being there, everybody is talking of host immunity. I'm so very happy that there are drinks formed with the immune boosting drinks, immune boosting food. So the common man has now learned about the importance of immunology as a health subject. So I think it is very important that universities like you, which are very dynamic universities, and I have seen the plan as the universities, the central universities are being made, that I think there is a need for you to have a separate department or maybe center for immunology, establish all those diagnostic tools that we need. And today, the need for those has become so very evident there. So I think these are very important issues. Today, immunology is no longer a backroom science. Earlier people used to call it the backroom science. Okay, it is being done in certain small ways in all the departments over there. But I think today more than ever, the need has been felt to create separate departments, separate centers, and you could even start degree courses over there. I'm so very happy that a young person like Manju Jain has taken it up as a challenge and burning this candle there. This is really remarkable. I would like to congratulate them, and I'm so very happy that she has picked up people like Sunil Arora to talk about the COVID-19. Sunil is a very important scientist in immunology that we have in India. Very remarkable, and they're what I call the Jodi of Sunil and Amit. they have really taken the Indian Immunology Society to greater heights. As I said, what I like the most is that for the Day of Immunology, they're not just going to big cities like Delhi and Mumbai and all that. They're picking up small centers, and that is what is required. We need to really go to every nook and corner of India. And with these words, I don't want to really stand between you and the quiz that you already have lined up. I think this is a very important dynamic program that you have made during the day, including the post session. I see that you have a quiz, you have an idea hunt and enlightening talks. These are all very good. I feel so pleased. I have been associated with this society right from day one. 1972 was the time when I was a student myself, and immunology was just known as only a small subject of lymphocytes, a small lymphocyte, medium lymphocyte. And today, the knowledge that we have learned about this subject and its direct impact in disease diagnosis and therapeutics is really remarkable. Thank you very much, Manju, and I really congratulate you and your team for organizing this very important event in Central University of Punjab. And I'm sure that the young scientists, we want more and more students from the schools to join. And I would ask the organizers to please make an effort that, to get these kind of speakers, to get this kind of program is not easy. And I'm sure you people have worked very, very hard. And now that people can join from their homes, please keep calling them. Let more and more people should join. I want more and more school children should join. And they should learn about immunology, this subject, the career that they can take up in times to come. With these words, I really want to thank you all. I see that Sunil Arora is already there, and you're going to hear from him in a short while. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And on the note that you mentioned that Professor Sunil Arora and Dr. Amit Awasthi, really the dynamism of the society has really surpassed its boundaries. And I, on this platform today, wish, like our Honorable VC sir is there, our Dean in charge academics and HOD is there. I would really like sometime, like every year you have this Immunocon. So I really want sometime Central University of Punjab, organizing this big conference. So we are just gearing up with this present time, and hopefully sometime in near future we will come up with that proposal. Thank you so much, sir, with this, and we will move on to the next part of the event.
Sunil, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I think if Manju can allow me to say a couple of...
Oh, please, sir. My pleasure, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Manju. In fact, Dr. Mehra has really started the program very nicely, because we always feel privileged whenever he is around. He is a father figure with us, and he's a guiding source to us. And I'm very grateful that he said some good words about our, executive committee, me and Amit. We are trying to do our level best, and actually the time is very difficult, because since we have this COVID, we couldn't really carry on with many programs which we used to do in the society as workshops, and the annual conferences are waiting, and all these meetings are waiting, because whatever we can do in person when the people meet together, it's a different aura, that creates a lot of collaboration and personal touch. But we are all missing that, and it's an unprecedented time, but still we are trying to do something. And we are very grateful to all our seniors, especially Professor Mehra, who is guiding us. And Manju, it's very great that you have come up with, this is one of the first programs in India, because this year again we are having close to 30 programs which will be conducted on 29th of April. but you are the one who is the first one because you preponed your date, and that brings you at the start of the program. So I'm happy that you are involving school and college students and their teachers. So as Dr. Mehra said, this is very important that we take the immunology to the grassroots. We create interest because immunology now has become so important subject that you pick up any branch of medicine and immunology is applicable and it has answers. Like in cancer therapy, infectious diseases already was there. So there are autoimmune diseases. There are so many other things we can do with immunology. So and today when we have the COVID pandemic going on, it has become all the more important. So I really want to thank you, Manju, for taking up and spearheading. And it's very nice to have Professor Mehra. And I'm grateful to Professor Tiwari, VC sir, for saying good words about immunology and Immunology Society. So we want to take forward. Dr. Mehra, be around and keep blessing us. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Manju.
Thank you so much, sir. And it is very much true that Indian Immunological Society, the annual meetings is really giving a great platform for people like us. And I need to share this. I developed some of my initial collaborations, and now they are resulting into some fruitful projects through this platform itself. Thank you so much, sir, for this. Yeah, with this, I think we should be moving ahead, taking care of the time. So next, the first event of today's symposium on corona disease is the COVID-centered quiz competition, which will be moderated by Dr. Felix Bass. He is Associate Professor, Head Department of Botany. So you must be wondering, like, Department of Botany, but let me tell you, he's a very, very vibrant faculty in our university. He's a marine biologist in his area of research, and is a winner of Ministry of Education Teaching Innovator Award, and is hugely involved into SWAM platform. He went on to the expedition scientist to Indian Antarctic mission during the time, sometime in 2016, when I had just joined this university. He is a great science communicator and works and talks on thinking modality of scientific temperament, and he's a great environmentalist, I should say. Emphasizing on the sustainable environment and the way we can achieve this on health and nutrition. And because of this great facet of his personality, he's a member of National COVID-19 Task Force by INSA. And I again would like to emphasize that as a science communicator, he has generated a huge platform in the name of Young Academy of India, where he is putting different people, with different research interests, scientific interests together. And with this, another thing, he's trespassing the language barrier. And he has this monthly, if I'm correct, curiosity talk on his dedicated, YouTube subscription. And he's making young science and non-science students, school students, college students to get into the translational thing and making it reach to the common man in our country and globally, I should say. So with this, I would hand over the platform to Dr. Felix, and I would like him to talk about the Young Academy of India a bit and get into the exciting quiz round we are waiting for. Yes, Dr. Felix.
Felix, your mic is you are mute. Felix, you are mute.
Okay. I was yes, thank you, sir. I was asking Dr. Manju to go to the next slide to sum up the statistics of today's register. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, please, Dr. Felix, you can actually take up this.
Okay, so yeah, so today we have, good morning everybody. Thanks, Dr. Manju, Professor Tiwari. I'm really humbled to have hear your words, as well as Professor Mehra and Professor Arora. Fantastic morning that I spent with all of you, enlightening ideas and enlightening talks. Of course, we are all waiting to hear your main talk, Professor Mehra, as well as the other two luminaries. Today we had in this quiz competition, as well as other two competition, that is a poster making an idea hunt. Total number of registered participants are 1,086 from various countries, including USA, Bahrain, Germany, Afghanistan, Egypt, Nepal, Singapore, and we made it completely open, and even international participants were allowed, because we want to showcase what we are doing for the community. So the community, as we know, the whole world is our playground, and thanks for the support from the Indian Immunological Society. And as we can see, the highest educational qualification, we asked this question with the event registration. Most of them already have masters, and presumably they are either working or doing the PhD. And 29.9% have only bachelors, probably they're doing the masters. And 13.3 are school students. I'm really happy that a lot of school students are part of it. We could have expanded it till further. And PhD is 13.2% of the participants had PhD. By the way, that the viewers in the Zoom are very less, it doesn't matter, because a large number of viewers, almost everyone, 1,086 plus, many more are watching our YouTube channel in Central University of Punjab's official channel. And a large number of participants, as we can see, a large number from the Uttar Pradesh and Punjab and Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, entire state, we have got the representations. Now, yeah, you can exit the slide show. Yeah, and thanks for giving this platform. And yeah, I'm really happy. Let me present my screen now. There is some issue. I don't understand what the problem, but I don't see an option to share my screen. Let's see, whiteboard, not whiteboard. Content from YouTube. The only option is PowerPoint as the virtual background. All right. So as we can see that this program is, the fourth major event that the University of Punjab, Central University of Punjab is organizing in the recent time for the last 2 months. On 28th Feb, we started with the science quiz competition. We got more than 1,000 participants in it. And then on 12th March, we had this Azadi, the celebration of the 75th Independence Day, 75 weeks to the 75th Independence Day. We got more than 2,000 enrolls. And on 22nd April, we had this International Mother Earth quiz. Recently, we conducted this, and this is the next program. So, by the way, these quizzes are not just a competition. That is what I would like to emphasize here. these are basically a gamified infotainment and a fun-filled learning experience, and of course, as part of our commitment towards, the continuing education as well as a community outreach. So, one reason for this quiz is that, it's a medium of, to spread the awareness as well as to sensitize the community. Because we believe, Central University, we believe that education is the best weapon for changing the world and the most critical investment that anyone can make, but the catch is that education becomes a lot more powerful when we apply it in our daily life, and that is why the quiz competition, all these quiz competitions, we emphasize, we handpick this quiz to unlearn and relearn, like our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Professor Tiwari sir has said. We need to emphasize on disconfirming evidence rather than confirming what we already ingrained deep in our mindset. So we pick up the questions to unlearn, especially disconfirming concepts and did you know kind of stuff, and myth busters. So that is our main focus on these competitions. So the Young Academy, in which we started last year during the COVID-19 period, it's now a community of more than 20,000 members, one of the actively growing community in India, and most of our members are young students as well as young faculties. So this, I'm really happy that a lot of students, the volunteers, are supporting this kind of outreach activities by spreading the word, as well as actively involved with this translation related activities of the science communication videos. So the Young Academy, recently it has been featured in the India Bioscience, that it's one of the key program of the Academy is Mentex, that is mentor, mentee, exchange and exploration. It's completely free and open. And the call is right now open, the spring 2021 call. If you're a student, please apply for this call. It's completely free. And as you can see it, this one is free, open, virtual and transdisciplinary. This is for 2 months, completely free, internship with an established science leader. It could be anyone. All these are going to be the leaders or mentors are going to be inducted as a fellows of our Young Academy. So if you want to become a fellow, you have to commit on mentoring the student for 2 months. That is the only condition. No entry fee, nothing. And Dr. Manju is our fellow also, and everybody is welcome to become the fellow of the Academy. So that is what we call it as mentor program, Mentex mentor program. So if you're a professional, it doesn't matter whatever it be your profession. So it is completely transdisciplinary also. So in case you're a dancer, for example, or a science journalist, you're welcome to be part of our Mentex team as a mentor. Not for the students, but if you're an established professional in any field, you're welcome to be part of the mentor team. It's completely free. I would like to emphasize on that point. So as part of the YAI, we are also doing this Curiosity. Curiosity is monthly science show, released on every first of every month and translated to Indian languages by the Young Academy volunteers. So it's a monthly digest of the research papers, both science and humanities. So it's an admix, not just the science, but it's also combined with the humanities. And COVID-19 updates, including the latest treatment and vaccine-related stories that we feature, and also observances, including the astronomy-related observances, what to be expected in the next month, and also upcoming opportunities for the students and young faculties, including the upcoming grant and PhD positions. I mean, we cover everything, the scholarships, foreign scholarships as well. So please have a look on our, the Curiosity program that is being translated to almost all Indian languages too. By the way, this is the picture from the yesterday and today morning, actually. This is a super moon, right? The pink super moon. So all these kind of events are being featured in the Curiosity. Now coming to today's quiz, we are waiting for the today's quiz event, right? So coming to the instructions of this quiz, we are starting in a few minutes. So before that, I would like to sum up the main points to be considered for. So the quiz is conducted to menti.com website. So mind that if you're watching this video through the YouTube, you can just finish watching this instructions. Then you need to switch to a separate, browser window, a separate website called menti.com. So many people do this mistake. They answer it on the YouTube channel. No, answering or A, B, C, D, clicking on the YouTube channel will not fetch you any points. Mind that it's not through the YouTube. You have to go to the website called menti.com, but hold it. I will ask you when to go, okay? So when you go to this website, menti.com, it will ask you to enter a nickname. The important thing is that you should not enter the nickname. It should be your real name, full name, you know. So nicknames are not accepted and will not be considered for the award. So use your real full name, exactly same name as in you used for registration of this event. Okay, so it has to be your full name. And very important thing about the quiz is that it has got timed questions. You know, your response time will be measured by the software even in microseconds. So the faster you respond, the more points that you're going to get. So, you know, if you think that, okay, I will look up in the YouTube or I will look up in the Google for the answer and then, you know, answering, no, that is not a viable solution because, you know, it will not actually fetch you points, right? So you're going to be the loser in that line. So please don't do that, right? The question have got timed questions. So the response time will be measured. Only 15 seconds I'll be giving for the answering. So it is really important that you have to answer faster. So the faster response time will be measured. And of course, wrong or no answer, there is no negative marking. So no answer or wrong answer will get only 0 points. Okay, is that clear? So yeah, it's not through the YouTube. I would like to emphasize this point. If you're watching through the YouTube, I can see a large number of people right now on the YouTube channel. Don't do that. I mean, chat box entries will not be taken. You have to go to the menti.com website. So the faster you answer, the higher scores that you are going to get. Okay, so looking up the answers in the internet before answering is not a good idea. And after every 5 questions, there will be a leaderboard declaring who tops the competition with exact points. And at the end of the last question, so the winner will be declared automatically. So that is how the quiz is being conducted, right? And once the question is completed, that is the quiz, the entire quiz is completed, the 30 questions are over, all participants should once again watch the program live. That is in the Central University of Punjab's official YouTube channel. You have to come back here because the program doesn't stop with the quiz competition. We have exciting talks and idea hunt and poster making competition, right? So the whole program will be concluding by before lunchtime. Okay, so please bear with us. And attendance will be taken, and only those who completely watch these sessions are eligible for the participation certificate. If you think that I can get over by participating in the quiz, no, you are not eligible for the participation certificate. So you have to come back here, you have to complete that watching, okay, of these videos, right? So there will be attendance, we will be monitoring the attendance as well. So now quiz is going to start in next 6 minutes. So I'm starting the countdown. You have to go to the following website using any standard browser, right? Using your computer or your mobile device. It's up to you. Whichever you would like to choose, you can choose it. Menti.com, menti.com. Go right now. Please open a browser and go to this website, menti.com. And when you go there, it will ask you to enter a code. And the code to enter is 5338430301. Yeah. So I will read once again. 53384301. That is a code to enter if you go to the menti.com. So I repeat, if you're watching this through YouTube, in the YouTube chat box, if you enter the right answer, that will not be considered, right? So if you are in the YouTube, you should actually open another browser window, menti.com. You can use any standard browser for it. And you have to enter the code 53384301. And of course, the website will ask you to enter a nickname, and don't add any nickname. It has to be your real name, the name that you used for registering the quiz competition, okay? So the quiz is going to start in next 4 minutes. Please go to the menti.com and enter the code 53384301. The buffer time is to enable all the participants to go to the, to the menti.com. There's a large number of people still in the YouTube. So no problem, you can still continue in the YouTube, but you have to go to the menti.com in a separate browser window. So I repeat, please go to menti.com, okay, and enter the code 53384301. It's okay. So as we can see, there are a large number of participants now, and we are still waiting for a few more participants to come. So if you're watching this through the YouTube, it's time for you to leave the YouTube and go to a website called menti.com, menti.com. And the website will ask you to enter the code. It's 53384301. I would like to repeat, if you're watching through YouTube, YouTube chat box will not give you any point, and YouTube is also not clickable, okay? So you have to go to this website and then enter the code number. 53384301. I'm just waiting for a few more minutes so that other participants can join before the show starts, okay? So before the quiz starts, I would like to reiterate that COVID-19, as we know, friends, it's a new disease, right? It's a novel coronavirus, and we don't know much about the disease. So rather than saying that, egoistically saying that we know everything, the science is amazing. No, scientists are still learning about the disease. So it's time for us to be humble and accept the fact that we don't know really what is happening with this disease. And many of the questions that we get in the Young Academy as well as during the curiosity. One example is it vaccine safe for pregnant and lactating women? We don't know the answer because vaccine trials are not conducted on the pregnant and lactating women. So we are still, there are a lot of things to learn about this disease. So rather than saying that the science is amazing, science knows everything, we have to accept what we don't know. Okay, so the questions are all unambiguous, and what we know till date, we are going to ask it, right? And it's going to be not going to be extremely challenging. It's going to be just a normal quiz. Okay, so as I told you earlier, the emphasis on today's quiz is on unlearning and relearning several myths. We have to bust it about the COVID-19, and there are several did you know stuffs in today's quiz competition. So yeah, without wasting much time, let us start the program. So last 1 minute, I'm just waiting for the last 1 minute for a few more. I can see that the number of participants are increasing, so we'll have to wait for 1 minute more for before we start the quiz competition. I'm saying this last time, go to menti.com, menti.com. If you are watching to the YouTube, this is not the right platform. You have to go to the menti.com. That is a website. You have to open in the standard web browser. It will ask you to enter the code. The code is 53384301. That is 53384301. And of course, the Menti will ask you to enter your nickname. You should enter your full name, the real name. Okay, no nicknames are allowed. All right, friends, let us start the show with our first question of the day. So behold, and we are going to start. And I would like to say that faster you answer, the more score that you are going to get. Okay, so let us start the show with our first question, which is about the route of transmission. Answer fast to get more points. Main route of the transmission of the novel coronavirus: surfaces, food, air, physical contact. Physical contact is incorrect. Most of you answered it right. Air is the right answer. This is the most important point in the COVID-19 epidemiology, because COVID-19 is an airborne disease and mostly spread by respiratory droplets. And that is the reason why we are asking everybody to wear masks, especially layered mask, 2 or 3 layered mask, double masking, and also why we are asking everyone to go for social or physical distancing. So it's not the physical contact, but it's basically the airborne disease. Okay, so earlier we used to emphasize on the washing the hands. Of course, washing hands should be part of the hygiene, but the main importance is on the air. So because it's an airborne disease. Next question. Question number 2 of 30. The word vaccine comes from a root word that originally meant what? Virus, vacation, cow, Edward Jenner. Yes, most of you got it right. Cow, correct. It's vacca. Vacca is a Latin word for cow, because when Edward Jenner discovered this vaccination, he used of course, the cowpox, right, for the smallpox disease. So cowpox is comparatively less lethal, and it's very similar. The cowpox virus is very similar to the smallpox virus. So cow is, vaccine. The word is basically coming from vacca, which is cow, because of the cowpox for the smallpox. Now coming to the next is third question of 30. The genome of the novel coronavirus, single-stranded RNA, double-stranded RNA, single-stranded DNA, or double-stranded DNA? Single-stranded RNA is the right answer, and most of you got it right. And friends, as you know, it is positive sense single-strand RNA with approximately 30,000 nucleotides in it. Next question. The fourth question. Use of face mask can cause carbon dioxide poisoning, that is hypercapnia. True or false? False is the right answer. Most of you got it right. Yes, it's one of the very well-known fake news that the mask can cause hypercapnia or hypoxia, oxygen level going down. No, it doesn't. There are actually surgeons in the operation theaters. They actually wear the mask for hours and hours continuously, and nothing is happening. It doesn't happen that way. So it is one of the anti-maskers propaganda. It does, it's incorrect. And now let us go to the fifth question of the day. Yeah, at the end of this round, the fifth question has some issue. It doesn't matter. At the end of this round, let us see that who leads the round till now. It is Riddhi Mana. Riddhi, good job. And next is Buddhu Tejaswini with 3,737 points. And then Jay Krishnan VM is on the third level of this quiz. So Riddhi is leading this till now. Okay, so there is an issue with the fifth question. It doesn't matter. Now we are at the sixth question of the day. Covaxin is an example of what? RNA vaccine, synthetic peptide vaccine, whole inactivated vaccine, recombinant vector vaccine. Whole inactivated vaccine is the right answer, and most of you got it right. And this is the oldest vaccine technology used first by Edward Jenner. So you take the whole vaccine and then you inactivate it by heat treatment or chemical treatments. Yes. So this is a whole inactivated vaccine. Next question. Seventh question. Covishield is an example of what? RNA vaccine, synthetic peptide vaccine, whole inactivated vaccine, recombinant vector vaccine. Yes, most of you got it right. It's a recombinant vector vaccine. The real name of the Covishield is, the original name had been Chadox and COV2. The Chadox, that AD stands for adenovirus. So it is an adenoviral vector expressing the COV2, that is the novel coronavirus variant 2 spike protein. So it's basically the live adenovirus. Of course, it's harmless, expressing the spike protein. So that is why it's a recombinant vector vaccine. Now, eighth question. Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines are examples of what? RNA vaccine, synthetic peptide vaccine, whole inactivated vaccine, recombinant vector vaccine. RNA vaccine is right, and all of you, most of you got it right. Yes, it's the latest vaccine technology, and it's an RNA coding for the spike proteins. Both of these vaccine manufacturers it's an RNA based vaccine. Like the problem with RNA vaccine is you need cold chain transportation. Extremely low temperature is required, so you need a very high infrastructure for this kind of vaccines. Coming to the 9th question. Covishield is manufactured in India by what? Which company? Bharat Biotech, National Institute of Virology, Serum Institute of India, Vaccine Research and Development Wing of Biocon Pharmaceuticals. Yes, most of you got it right. Serum Institute of India. There is an institute in Pune. They are the one which are currently manufacturing the Covishield in India. So coming to the 10th question. Antibiotics can help against COVID-19. True or false? So it's basically false. Most of you said that it's true, but it doesn't, because antibiotics are for the bacterial infections. It doesn't work for the viral diseases. Of course, you can use it for secondary infection, but for COVID-19, to treat the main COVID-19, there is no point in trying the antibiotics. So antibiotics doesn't help at all. So at the end of the 10th round, we will see the leaderboard who leads the show. So as we can see, Jay Krishnan VM is the top, followed by Sukriti Maiti and Himani Pand. Good job, all of you, and let us see, these people can maintain their lead. By the way, it's not really a competition, it's more like learning new things, okay, as I was emphasizing earlier. Now coming to the 11th question here. Novel coronavirus is an enveloped virus. True or false? Yes, most of you got it right. It's true. Novel coronavirus is indeed an enveloped virus, and that is right. That is the reason why the alcohol-based sanitizer are effective. To inactivate the virus, because it can actually dissolve the outer membrane. So outer membrane is not really visible when you do a scanning electron microscopy. That is why the spike proteins are shown, right? But it is indeed an enveloped virus, just like any other members of coronavirus family. 12th question. Women on menstrual period should not take vaccines. True or false? False. Yes, most of you got it right, because this is a very prevailing myth. Recent times, you can see in social media like WhatsApp and Facebook, you can see this kind of fake news, right? Vaccine is of course safe for ladies on period, so no problem with this vaccine, right? The government has already made it clear, and still people spread this kind of fake news and gossips and rumors. Please refrain from doing that. Next. 13th question. Water or swimming does not transmit novel coronavirus. True or false? Yeah, most of you got it wrong. It is true indeed, because SARS-CoV-2 is not a waterborne disease like cholera. It is an airborne disease. I told you earlier as well. So swimming or water, drinking contaminated water, no, it doesn't actually transmit. It's basically airborne disease that the science knows very well. Now coming to the 14th question. Most people who get COVID-19 recovers from it. True or false? Correct. Most of you got it right. True. Yes. Recovery rate is more than 98%. So yeah, most of us, whoever is getting COVID-19, recovers from it without any complications. But mind that there are serious complications on the rest of the 2% of the population. So that is why COVID-19, you cannot call it as a less serious. It's a serious disease. But fortunately, most of us recovers from it. So even the 2% itself is a huge number, you see, in India. 15th question. Infrared thermal scanners pointing to the forehead are dangerous and can cause a cancer. True or false?
True.
Yes, so it's false, and yes, most of you got it right. It's a very well-known fake news. Infrared is there in the daylight. If you get out of your home, the daylight infrared is so much more intense than the intensity of infrared in the thermal scanner. So it's absolutely harmless. So no problem using that. It's a fake news. Now at the end of this round, let's see the chart. VM is still topping the chart, as we can see. And Kumar Srivastava. So they are. So could you please mute? All of you, please mute. I can see some disturbance. Please mute. Now coming to the 16th question of the day. Vaccines are 100% effective in preventing COVID-19 infections. True or false?
False.
Most of you answered it false. And yes, the answer is false, because no available vaccine has 100% efficiency, you see. And after vaccination, we still need to wear mask and maintain 2-meter physical distancing. It's really important. So vaccines are not 100% effective. And having taken a vaccine doesn't mean that you can go out in the public without wearing mask. Okay. Please stop, all of you, please stop. Whoever is in the Zoom, please do not annotate, or please do not speak out the answer. Okay, so I can see some of you are doing this. Please refrain from doing that. Please don't play with the Zoom controls. My request to you all. Seventeenth question. A mask is needed when? It's mostly important in during which of the following situations? Relaxing at the beach, sleeping, supermarket, running outdoors. So supermarket is the right answer, and most of you got it right. So mask is of course more important in the closed public spaces like supermarket or convenience store or grocery shop or public transportation. So mask is not recommended. Even WHO and CDC are not recommending mask while performing strenuous exercise like running, because we sweat a lot and that is not good. So running outdoor, as per the CDC and WHO, the guideline says that mask is not necessary unless you're running in public spaces. But for supermarket, definitely one has to wear the mask. 18th question. Entry receptor of coronavirus in human body, which is a receptor molecule in which COVID attaches. MAC-K12, TOR corona, ACE2, GPCR 12X 2019. ACE2 is the right answer, and most of you got it right. So it is angiotensin converting enzyme 2. It has got ramifications in hypertension as well, and that is why ACE2 is one of the common inhibitant for cardiovascular drugs, as well as drugs used to control the hypertension. So ACE2 is the right answer, in which the spike protein binds to. 19th question. CT value in RT-PCR stands for what? CT value. Critical threshold, cycle translation, critical translation. Critical threshold is incorrect answer. The right answer is cycle threshold. And as you know, the cycle threshold can tell you about the viral load, infectivity, and disease severity to a certain extent. So that is why this one is a very, very important, the thing. Gurpreet, please stop doing this, playing with the Zoom control. Gurpreet, please stop it. I will remove you from today's presentation. I don't know who is Gurpreet. Please stop playing with the Zoom controls. Please don't interrupt this program, okay? Who is Zoom? Gurpreet, please. Dr. Manju, please remove this participant, Gurpreet. Right, 19th question is over. Now, question number 20th, right? So question number 20th is something to do with the COVID-19 vaccine. COVID-19 vaccines are dangerous and can cause autism. True or false? Yes, most of you got it right. False. Chance of dying from rare blood clot from the vaccine is much less than chance of dying from lightning strike. So that is the reason that it's absolutely safe to go for vaccine, right? There are a lot of propaganda and fake news in social media saying that vaccines are unsafe, which is incorrect. At the end of this round, let us go back to see the leaderboard, who leads the race. Harikrishnan VM is still topping the chart, closely followed by Himani Pant and Abhijit Nayak. Very good. Now let us go to the next question of the day, 21st question. Healthy, well-fit people are immune to COVID-19. True or false? False is the right answer. Yes, it's another very well-known fake news. By the way, nobody is invincible from this novel coronavirus, friends. Even the super fit cyclists and Olympic athletes have been tested positive, and they have lost their lives too. So exercise or the nutrition will not help you to prevent the COVID-19 infection. So it is most important thing is wearing mask and maintaining the physical distancing. That these two things alone, plus of course get a shot of vaccine. These three things are the one which will really help you to prevent the serious COVID-19 infection. Now coming to 22nd question of the day. It's better to use N95 mask rather than cotton mask in high risk situation. True or false? Most of you answered it true. That's correct. Because in high risk situations like in hospital visit or public transportation, yes, N95 is so much better than the fabric mask, the cotton fabric mask. So that is that's the answer. And now let us go to the 23rd question. Dead bodies can transmit viral particles. So those people who died from COVID-19, their dead bodies can transmit viral particle. True or false? Yeah, most of you said true, which is not the right answer. The right answer is false. The reason is that virus is an airborne, disease. The COVID-19 is airborne and transmitted by the live people. The dead bodies cannot transmit this virus. So, the dead bodies, the unnecessary, the stigma associated with people who die with COVID-19 doesn't actually serve the purpose. So the most important thing is that to wear the mask and observe the physical distancing with the live people. That is how to, the main stuff to contain the spread of COVID-19 in society. Coming to 24th question. Speaking silently, that is whispering, can help to minimize COVID-19 transmission. True or false? So most of you answered false. It is incorrect. That it's truth. A large number of studies evidencing that the statement is right. That speaking, because it's an airborne disease, it's spread by the droplet particle, and the droplet particles are a lot higher when you speak at a louder voice. So minimizing the loudness of your voice is indeed a very good approach to contain the COVID-19 transmission. So if you are in public spaces, mind that to speak in a very low voice. So that is, that might help. A large number of studies support this argument. Coming to 25th question. Men are more prone to severe COVID-19 than women. True or false? Again, most of you answered incorrect. It's actually a true statement. Men are a lot more prone for getting infected with the COVID-19, plus substantially more likelier to die, especially bald men. Another very good, lots of studies have revealed this association, very strong association with bald men. So especially if you're bald, you should take extra, cautions not to get the COVID-19 infection. Yes. So men are substantially more likely than the women to get this disease. So let's go back to the leaderboard at the end of this round. It's a very close fight. We can see that the competition is neck to neck between Jay Krishnan VM, Himani Pant and Abhijit Nayak with 20,987 points. Jay Krishnan is at the top, then 20,798 points. Himani is close second, then 20,354 points. Abhijit Nayak is third. Now 26th question of the day. Mosquitoes and house flies can transmit COVID-19. True or false? Yes, most of you got it right. False. The statement is false. Mosquitoes and houseflies cannot transmit COVID-19 because I told you COVID-19 is an airborne infection. Animals cannot transmit the disease, so that is why it is a false statement. At the end of this round again, we have left with only 4 questions. So who tops the list? So as we can see that it's really neck to neck. Jay Krishnan, Himani, and Abhijit are still on, the leads are being maintained. Now coming to the 27th question. Animals, including cats and dogs, can be infected with COVID-19. True or false? True, yes, most of you got it right. It is true indeed, because there are several documented cases of human to pet animal transmission of COVID-19. But, we still don't know that whether we can catch the disease from the infected animal. So, in strict sense, it's not a zoonotic disease, right? Had it been zoonotic, we will catch the disease from the pet animals. So it's not really clear. But yes, it's clear that from human can be transmitted to our pet animals. At the end of 27 questions, we can see that it's anti-penultimate round. Who tops the chart? Only 3 more questions to go. So as we can see, the lead is maintained. Jay Krishnan, Himani, and Abhijit. Then Sandhya Menon and Ria Jana are the 4th and 5th positions of today's quiz competition. Now coming to our 28th question. As per Minister of Health, Government of India, ideal duration between 2 Covishield vaccines, 2 to 4 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, 8 to 12 days. So most of you answered 4 to 6 weeks. No, it has been revised. 6 to 8 weeks is the revised guideline, which was published a few weeks back by Ministry of Health, and Government of India guideline is 6 to 8 weeks. But as per the World Health Organization, CDC, the guideline is, 8 to 12 weeks. Of course, the 4th answer, I deliberately didn't put weeks because otherwise it will be highly confusing and ambiguous. It is, I put it as days, which is incorrect. So as per the prevailing rules of India, the Minister of Health, it is 6 to 8 weeks, right, for the Covishield vaccine. So at the end of 28th question, who tops the lead? So let us go back to the leaderboard to see it. So Jay Krishnan is still topping, 23,802 points and 22,750. So the lead is substantial between first and second. And second and third is kind of nearby, Himani and Abhijit Nayak. Abhijit is with 22,290 points. Now 29th question, only 2 more questions to go. Herd immunity means what? Immunity conferred by herd of animals immunity achieved through vaccination, indirect immunity, hereditary immunity. Most of you said immunity achieved through vaccination, which is incorrect. That is not herd immunity. The right answer is indirect immunity. You know, indirect immunity means that others in the society are they have achieved the immunity to a certain disease, either by immunity, you know, either by getting exposure to that viral particle or any infectious disease, or by vaccine. You know, so that is what. So scientists are skeptical of the herd immunity working for the life-threatening disease like COVID-19. That is another side of the flip side of the story. But yeah, it is an indirect immunity, not by vaccination or not by you know, exposure to the virus, because other people in your society, the herd, are already immune, so the risk is minimal. That is what the herd immunity means. So at the end of 29th question, who tops the list lead? So we can see that Jay Krishnan VM is still on the top, I guess. Yeah, but now the third position is now with Ria Jana. Congratulations, Ria. I don't know, will you able to maintain the lead? So it is like the last minute flip from Abhijit Nayak to Ria. Yes. So Ria is now number 3. Then comes Himani is number 2, and Jay Krishnan VM is number 1. Now the final question of the day, the 30th question. This will declare the winner. Which among the following vitamin may reduce the severity of the COVID-19? Vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin D. Vitamin D is the right answer. Only a few of you have answered it. Yes, so we have a very good proof that vitamin D is, you know, one of the one of the significant limiting factor for the COVID-19. So it's a part of the standard COVID-19 treatment scenario, the vitamin D, and also the epidemiologists in the West are you know, advising people to take the vitamin D supplements to prevent the infection. You know, the getting this exposing yourself to the COVID-19. Yes, so vitamin D may play a crucial role. We have several high quality data to substantiate this fact. So at the end of 30 questions, so at the end of this quiz, who is the winner of today's quiz? We can see that today's winner is Jay Krishnan VM. With 23,802 points. Congratulations, Jay Krishnan. So, and second is Himani Pant with 22,750. Let me have a, let me note down these points on my diary, so that otherwise I will forget it. Jay Krishnan, 23,802 points. Then Himani Pant, 22,750 points, and then Ria Jana, 22,556 points. So congratulations all the winners, and I'm really happy to have spent time with you all. And we have a problem with one of the questions, so it doesn't matter, all of you get the answer for that, you know. So virtually it is 30 questions. So yeah, one question had the problem, only 29 we could able to get it. But yeah, so the points have been given already. So it's 30 questions. And Jay Krishnan VM, by the way, Jay Krishnan VM also was a topper for the Earth Day quiz. And during the interaction with Jay Krishnan, I came to know that he is an IAS aspirant. You know, congratulations. If you're watching the video through the YouTube, please make sure to contact Dr. Manju with your details. So we will invite you to be part of the concluding session. So you can actually say a few words about how the today's quiz had been for you. Okay, so yeah, over to you, Dr. Manju. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Felix. That was a wonderful session, and I'm hoping that the viewers of the program have learned with respect to specific facts and figures which Dr. Felix tried putting forth in form of a quiz. So let's with that, and I really thank you, Dr. Felix, to put that kind of time and energy, into executing this exciting and learning experience. So moving ahead with the program, we will get into the talk sessions now. We have 3 invited talks, and yeah, I will just inform sir.
Okay, Manju, I'm around.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So here we get into the next section of the event, and we are having 3 enlightening talks, awaiting all of the curious minds out there, and I assure that it will be a great learning experience. Our first speaker of the day is Professor Sunil Arora. He is a professor of immunology in Department of Immunopathology, PGIM at Chandigarh, and he is also carrying the responsibility of professor in charge of HIV Diagnostics and Disease Monitoring Center. Additionally, he is the head Department of Translational and Regenerative Medicine. His area of experts covers the immunopathogenesis of very many infectious diseases, HIV, HCV, leishmaniasis, tuberculosis, and he has also ventured into the area of cancer stem cells and mesenchymal stem cells in context of regenerative potential of these important class of cells. He's an elected member of National Academy of Medical Sciences, and he's the president of Indian Immunology Society, the society which generously supports us for all these knowledge-driven programs. So thanks a lot, sir, for this. And also, he's the vice president of Federation of Immunological Societies of Asia, Oceania, and representing India, at the global platform. He is the recipient of Indo-US Young Investigators Award and Senior Scientist Oration Award. And I would really like to emphasize on the basic education and training he had with masters in biochemistry from Punjab University, PhD in immunopathology from PGIMS Punjab University, again with postdoctoral training in molecular immunology at University of Texas Health Science Center, Texas. And why I'm mentioning getting into the details of education and training, because the whole purpose of this entire program is to motivate the upcoming science aspirants. So it is the basic training, the basic path which all of us take, and then definitely it is on us that how much we can make out of it. So with this, I welcome Professor Sunil Arora, and please, the stage is all yours, sir. And he'll be speaking today on dynamics of coronavirus from start to present day scenario. Yes.
Thank you, Manju. Thank you for this generous introduction. Kindly allow me to share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are my slides visible?
Yes, sir, we can see that. Please go into the
Is it on the slideshow mode now?
presentation. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Manju. I know we are already running late by almost 1 hour, so I'll try to finish up early. And as Manju told you that we are going to talk about the dynamics of coronavirus from start to the present day scenario. I'm happy that Dr. Felix ran a very nice quiz program where most of the questions which I'm going to give you answers during my talk, they have been tackled. And I'm very happy that the audience is very, very learned and aware of most of these things about the coronavirus and specifically the COVID-19, because the questions were designed in such a manner in the quiz that it was really enlightening. I actually ran through a few of them. In between, I had to do some work, but really, really very good quiz. And I congratulate Dr. Felix for designing this program. So let us come to the point today. And I'll just introduce you about this virus and what is happening with this virus. This virus is basically called the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Let me bring out my pointer. Okay. You all know SARS-CoV-2 virus. It is also called 2019 novel coronavirus, nCoV, or human coronavirus 19. And 19 is attached to it because it was first detected in 2019. You all know its name is now severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2. Why it is called 2? Because there has been earlier SARS-CoV, the other SARS-CoV coronavirus which has caused diseases earlier. It causes a disease which is called coronavirus disease or COVID. So let us clearly understand that the virus is SARS-CoV-2 and the disease it causes is COVID, which is a coronavirus disease. So let us not confuse with virus and the disease per se, because the disease was first seen in 2019 in China. So a 19 word is attached to it because coronaviruses, they have been there and they cause diseases. So just not to confuse with other diseases, other coronavirus infections, this disease has been named as coronavirus 19 or COVID-19. All right. Okay. So the WHO declared the outbreak, which was initially seen in Wuhan city of China, a public health emergency international concern. Public health emergency of international concern only on 30th of January, while the cases in China were seen earlier than that, about a couple of months earlier, October, November, they started seeing those cases, while most of the cases were seen in December. But WHO waited for another month to declare it as a public health emergency and waited for another a month and a half before it declared it as a pandemic. And that was the time lost when people kept traveling from Wuhan to other cities and everywhere in the world, and the virus was transmitted everywhere in the world. So I don't know whom to blame, but this is a fact that the virus was there in Wuhan and the traveling was allowed initially and the pandemic was declared very late, and that might have led to the spread of virus all over the world. So what are these coronaviruses? The coronaviruses is a large family of viruses. They have been around for a long time. Many of them can cause a variety of illnesses, from a mild cough to severe respiratory illness. The new coronavirus that causes COVID-19 is one of several known known coronaviruses which infect the humans. It's probably been around for some time in animals. So it is new to the humans, but it was there in the animals. And it, as one of the quiz questions also said, that there are indications, although there are no specific scientific evidence, but there are indications that humans can transmit to the pet animals. But let us not take it that scientifically evidence thing. There are, speculations that we can do it, but this virus now transmits from humans to humans. It was there in animals, then it has been jumped. It has jumped the species from animals to humans, and now this virus is new to the humans. That's why it is called novel coronavirus, although it has been there in the animals. So scientists found that it was making people sick in 2019, so it is called novel coronavirus 2019 or 2019 novel coronavirus. So these are some of the coronaviruses which have been there. This is a coronaviridae family, and we have known these alpha, beta, and gamma type coronaviruses. Just to introduce, I'm not trying to confuse you people because the audience is so mixed up. I've seen in the pie chart which Felix showed that there are so many school students, then they have college students, the master's degree holders, they already know many of these things. Then you also have PhD students and some teachers as well. So I'll just give you a brief about this. There are alpha coronaviruses and there are beta coronaviruses. There are these four of them, the shown in black, have been there for quite some time. And these all are three of them shown in red are the new coronaviruses. Among these, there was an outbreak in 2002 that also started in China, which was called SARS, or now being called SARS-CoV-1 also, to distinguish it from SARS-CoV-2. So that epidemic also traveled to few countries around, and people think that there are many countries in the world they got it, but it has subsided to some extent, and after 2003 very few cases can be seen of that virus. So that epidemic was there of SARS-CoV-2, COVID-1, and it is still there, circulating in those. Then came the Middle East respiratory syndrome, which is called the MERS, and this was first seen in Saudi Arabia in 2012, and then spread to few countries around in Saudi Arabia and Middle East, and some Korean countries. And then you can see that it is also limited to those kind of countries. And the virus epidemic 2012 and 13, it was there. And then came this SARS-CoV-2, which was seen first in 2019, and it is called the SARS-CoV-2 2019. So it is believed that these viruses, they are there in the bats, because bat is many species of bats. They carry this kind of virus, because it's a natural host. They don't die of this virus. They carry this virus. A virus likes to live in that, multiply. And then people think that it jumped from bat to humans, either through some intermediate host or directly. Still not very clear about it, but definitely came from bats. And now the community transmission is occurring between humans to humans. We all know about it. So transmission is occurring through many different ways. This is the coronavirus. It is the diagrammatic representation. It has been to some extent, shown in the quiz program also, that it's an enveloped virus which carries these spike proteins on that, and these are the spike proteins which carry the S protein, and it is a positive single-stranded RNA virus which is there in the capsid. So this is the genome of the virus, which has got about 10 open reading frames, and then it is included with the spike, envelope, membrane, and the nucleocapsid protein. protein. So these all express these proteins, and this virus is expressed, and all the genes are, encoded in this RNA virus. So how does it spread? Most of things are said, but this virus, when it from the infected one, spreads mainly through the respiratory droplets, which are bigger than 5 micron in diameter. So these droplets being bigger, they don't travel very far. So they remain somewhere around 1 meter area of that person who is coughing or sneezing or speaking. These droplets, they carry the virus, and they can directly transmit to the other person through these droplets. They settle down in the lungs and cause infection. Or these droplets, if a person who is coughing touches his nose or mouth, and the droplets, they settle on the hand, and then the hand goes into and is shaken with another person, who then can inhale these virus from the droplets which are transmitted. That's why we say that don't shake hands now. It is the era of namaste, and namaste has come up like from far away. You remain about 1 meter or more than that apart and say hello, hi by a waving hand or a namaste. That is much better than shaking hands. So no shaking hands. And then these droplets can also settle down on, through your hand or anything, on the door handles, on the glass cup which you use to drink, or the cell phones, or the countertops, and all these things when they are indirectly touched. So the major route is this, while these are also through secondarily, but all through these respiratory. But now people have said that it is also spread through aerosol. Aerosols are kind of smaller particles which are less than 5 micron in diameter, and they remain suspended in air for a longer period of time, and they can also travel longer distances, and that is more than 1 meter. So that's why people say that we should be scared, although the evidences are low, but there are some scientific studies which have shown that aerosol also, because in the closed atmosphere, in the buildings where there is a centrally air conditioned buildings and the malls and everything, the aerosol generation is there, which can travel through the air conditioning ducts and can transmit to the others. And those scientific evidences show that even aerosol can carry. But the counter argument is that since the aerosols are very small, they carry very small load of virus. The number of viruses in those aerosols are low, and even if the aerosol goes inside, the quantity of virus which is transmitted to the person is low and may not cause disease in all the times, whereas droplets carry large amounts of virus because they are big. So similarly, there has been indications that it can pass through fecal-oral route also, and that is also through the droplet nuclei. So these are three main routes, whereas main is the droplet, and then aerosol, and then fecal-oral. So when the virus goes inside, as I showed you, it has got the spike proteins on the outside of the envelope. This spike protein carries the receptor binding domain. It's a small area of spike protein which has got propensity to go and bind to a receptor on the human cells, and that receptor is a ACE2 receptor. ACE2 is a angiotensin converting enzyme 2. It is similar to ACE, which is a enzyme which converts angiotensin and angiotensin 2, whereas these angiotensin converting enzyme 2 converts angiotensin 2 into angiotensin, so can reduce the blood pressure also. So it is known for that. So this ACE2 forms the receptor for that receptor binding domain on the spike protein, which binds there. Then it comes very close to it, whereas the TMPRSS is a serine protease which lies very close on the membrane. It can cause the cleavage of this spike protein, which leads to the formation of this fusion on the membrane, and the viral genome, which is the RNA capsid, along with capsid, is transmitted inside. And once that RNA goes inside, it then translates into the polymerase proteins and the viral polymerase, additional replicases, and also RNA replication occurs. And the RNA replication occurs and makes many copies of this RNA. And then this RNA, expresses into many proteins, viral proteins, which are then in the Golgi, through Golgi apparatus, it goes into the assembly of this virus again, and the viral particles are budding up. So this cell which is infected with virus, it uses the machinery of that cell to express proteins through its RNA, which are coded there, and makes more copies and more viral particles, which go and infect many, many other different cells. So this ACE2 receptor, which is important, so that is not only expressed in the lungs, but in many other organs of our body. And that's why once the virus goes inside, it can infect lungs, but then can infect many other organs. And so it can cause many different kinds of manifestations. The major ones are respiratory tract manifestations, which is the sore throat, rhinitis, sinusitis, and lungs disease like cough, dyspnea, and all these. And if it goes further, can cause pneumonia, and then also, acute respiratory distress syndrome. But then there are extra respiratory manifestations also seen, because the expression of ACE and the virus can travel to those areas also and cause neurological, heart, muscular, or digestive kind of symptoms in the people who have the advanced disease of this. So the systemic symptoms are mainly chills, fatigue, malaise, and fever. These are the seen in most of the people. And as said, that most of the people, they basically recover. So this is the clinical spectrum of COVID-19 disease. The virus takes about 5 days to start, appearing in the circulation and settle down. So this is called the incubation period, and the symptoms, they start after about 4 to 5 days. And the people, most of the people, more than 85% of the people, they have only mild to moderate illness, where the symptoms, they appear, go up to some extent, and disappear in about 10 days. So they might have some fever, some sore throat, and some people may remain asymptomatic also. So about 85% of people, they fall in this category. Whereas some people, they get severe disease, who have to be hospitalized because of shortness of breath, and maybe acute respiratory distress syndrome in some of them, not in all. So they may have hypoxia or drop in the oxygen saturation in the blood, and they might need some oxygen therapy also in this. And then some of them, they go into the critical illness, which may have to be admitted to the ICU for ventilator support. So not all of them. So this is only 2-3% of people they need this. But most of the people, they recover by themselves. Some of them, about 10 to 12%, they go into severe illness, and the, few of them, they have the critical illness also. So let us talk about a bit of immunology. I will only touch upon where we have Dr. Amit Awasthi. He will be talking in detail. So as an immunologist, I'll just tell you that we have two major kinds of immune response: the innate immune response and the adaptive immune response. The innate immune response has its own, cellular component, and the adaptive immune response has its own further. But initially, when any pathogen like this red one enters our body, it may be virus, then it is seen by some cells which are called the cells of our phagocytic system, reticuloendothelial system, which may be neutrophils or macrophages or monocytes or dendritic cells. They see this pathogen through pattern recognition receptors, because they can recognize the pathogen associated molecular patterns which are present on the surface of these cells, these pathogens. So once this they get activated and release many cytokines, which causes the inflammatory. So initial inflammation occurs, and an inflammation means that there is some fever and there is some kind of pain or body myalgia and all. And that fever is an indication of activation of immune response. And these cytokines, they cause that. And inflammation is actually very important, and it's an indicator of start of the immune response, because this inflammation basically is also responsible for accumulation of many different immune cells at the site of infection, which all gather together and work to get rid of the virus. So innate immune response sometimes takes care of most of the infections, and that inflammation is very important. But in that process, it also, this cell also processes this and present it to the first cell of the adaptive immune response, which is the T cell, and this resting T cell get activated, and then it further starts producing many soluble factors which are called the cytokines. And these cytokines activate different cells, including B cells, which start making antibodies. And these are the antibodies which we start seeing, and they form, they are also protective or antiviral activity, and they are also very important for diagnostic purposes. And then T cells are also getting activated, which are the killer T cells. They all work together to get rid of this virus, or further coming up. And there are formation of some memory cells which remain there, and they are long-lived cells. They carry the information, and they can basically start activated and can start killing new infections whenever a person gets a reinfection later on in their lives. So this is immune response, and this is how the adaptive immune response starts. So we are going to talk about this. In SARS-CoV-2, the host responses are sometimes amplified and to an overwhelming expression of pro-inflammatory cytokines. We talked about the inflammatory cytokines, and pro-inflammatory cytokines include the IL-1, IL-6, and TNF-alpha. So sometimes in some patients, there is you have heard about the cytokine storm because of the overproduction of these cytokines. Because some amount of production is very much important for our clearance of virus. But if it is overproduced because of over replication of the virus and activation of more inflammatory cells, then it becomes the cytokine storm, which can further activate many different cells, which can bring in more cytokines. And these cytokines basically cause the damage in the lungs and cause the acute respiratory distress, which there is some kind of thick fluid which accumulates in the lungs and makes it difficult for the lungs to function, and then there is a drop in the oxygen saturation. So which causes the hypoxia and bilateral lung infiltration are features of reminiscent severe viral pneumonia, and these they call the ultimate death of the person. So basically the SARS-CoV-2 goes into activation of these cells. Then these cells, they start making cytokines. Some amount of cytokine is good for clearance of virus, but if it is overproduced, it causes the cytokine storm, which leads to more inflammation and tissue damage. And then the TAMPs and DAMPs, they also keep activating and making more cytokines. And then there is a multi-organ, disease. It's not only the lung damage, but you will see that these patients who recover or they go into critical phase and then recover, they have lot of pathology in all other organs, and they can recover very, very late. So cytokine storm will lead to a severe disease, whereas in anti-inflammatory cytokines, they basically lead to a mild or very disease where the recovery is fast. So this is lung pathology, and that's what it happens because of all that. So let us come to the variant. So we know that this virus has come. Now there is a lot of, virus basically is changing, and we are hearing about new variants coming up every day. So I'll just cover a part of it before I close, where the other speakers will take over. So what is a variant? A viruses are always changing. Viruses, they try to survive, and because there is already a immune pressure. So viruses want to, they like to change and then escape that immune response. So they keep changing. That is the cause of new variants. And a variant usually doesn't affect how viruses work, but sometimes they make it really different ways. So scientists around the world are trying to track this, how the viruses are changing, because that's very important. As you see that now there is a concern whether the vaccines will really kill the virus or hold the new variants. So we need to know how the virus is changing and what are those changes occurring, and whether the vaccines which have been made will be effective against the new variants or not. So it is very important to know how the virus is changing and what are those changing which are occurring. So research is helping the experts understand whether certain COVID variants spread faster than the others and how effective different vaccines might be against those variants. So I'll just put in a small word for the young children, school and college, who are not basically molecular lessons. So we all know that this is the central dogma of biology, that the information is coded normally in DNA, transcribed to mRNA, translated to proteins, which are the functional molecules in our system. So DNA also replicates to form more its copies. RNA also replicates to form more copies and make proteins. So this is central dogma. The information is coded in the DNA, which transcribes to mRNA in the form of a sequence of nucleotides. These are the sequence of nucleotides. And we know we have 4 nucleotides, which are repeated or in different sequence, like A, T, G, C. They are the only ones which are there in our DNA. In RNA, we have, instead of T thymidine, we have the uracil. But RNA is similar. It's a copy of this, where each T is replaced by U, but otherwise it's similar, a copy of this. And then this is translated into the protein, because a sequence of 3 nucleotides codes for a amino acid. That's called the genetic code. That was given by the Herman Corona, that genetic code is a triplet codon, 3 nucleotides, they form a protein. So the mutation is like if we have AUG, which codes for methionine, then if G is replaced by C here, then AUC will code for isoleucine. Okay, so there is a change in one nucleotide, and that will cause a change in the amino acid which is expressed, and the protein may change. The proteins, they fold and become functional only because of a specific sequence of these amino acids. And if one amino acid changes with a different amino acid, sometimes the property of the protein changes, and that brings in a new variant. So, but let us talk about something else also. So DNA basically forms RNA, and there is a DNA replication, and the RNA formation is through the RNA polymerase. But then those viruses which have only RNA, so how will they replicate? So either they use RNA dependent DNA polymerase, which is a reverse transcriptase like in HIV, or for RNA copy they make RNA dependent RNA polymerase enzyme instead of DNA polymerase. So this RNA dependent RNA polymerase is the one which is used by the SARS-CoV-2, because it makes its copy. So what happens is that these are the enzymes which have a proofreading capacity, that they will go back and look at the nucleotides which are added, and if there is a mistake, they will proofread it and they will correct it. So you always get most errors removed and we get a corrected copy. But these enzymes, the reverse transcriptase, which is the RNA dependent enzyme, doesn't have this property, proofreading, whereas the RNA dependent RNA polymerase has a very weak property. So it doesn't really correct every error. So the errors, they keep accumulating in these. They are called the mutations, and they can bring in new variants of the virus, and there is a emergence of mutant variants. So what happens is, the more the virus replicates, the more mutant variants are coming up, because of the error prone enzymes they are using for replication. So that's why the coronavirus have all the genetic material as RNA, and when the viruses they infect, they multiply, they create mutations, and it is normal part of what happens in the viruses to multiply and spread. So viruses they keep changing to survive. Most mutations are normally irrelevant. Sometimes they are dud mutations, they don't do anything to the virus, whereas some mutations they really are matter of concern, and the variants will become more common. And these bottom line of is that all the viruses, including coronaviruses, can change over time, and they can at one point of some variants may change enough to change their character. They may become more infectious in nature, or they may even evade the immunity because the immune response is generated, and it is there to kill the virus or stop the virus from replication. But these viruses they change, and then they can basically come out with that kind of character that they evade that immunity, and that's how they survive. So that is the concern nowadays, how whether these mutants, which first is the UK mutant variant and then came from the Brazil and South Africa, these all variants have been of concern, and they are spreading all over the world, and people are trying to look at whether they evade the immunity. And over and above that, we got one from the India, which is called the double variant. It carries 2 mutations instead of 1. And it came from Bombay, and then now it's a matter of concern, and people are thinking about that, what is happening. So there's a lot of study required to actually know whether these viruses, the new variants, will escape the immunity or not. But it is pakka that they are actually spreading very fast. They have changed their character. So that is one of the major causes of this second wave which has come. So these are the variants which are called variants of concern. So these are various mutations which have occurred in various genes, and these are the spike mutations which are mainly very, very important ones. And these are different variants of virus now in circulation. I will not really go into detail because there are non-scientific people around. I don't want to confuse you. But these all, viruses are still in circulation. So how worried we should, that is the question. The mutation in spike gene can make the virus inherently better. Okay, this means that if the virus mutates in a right way, it can reinfect someone who is already recovered from the COVID-19, and that is what is happening. But it is observed that reinfections in these people are mild at the moment, and those who are vaccinated also, they don't get to a disease which is critical and they require hospitalization. So vaccination or people who have recovered, they have already developed some kind of immunity which can stop the replication to some extent. And if the virus can use reinfection to spread, that is the concern we have, then it would be penetrating the herd immunity. So what it will happen is, it will infect you, although you will not go to the hospital, but you can still spread to a person who is vulnerable, who is not vaccinated. So that person may have some comorbid conditions, and that will create a problem. That is creating, because the vaccination program needs to be really made very, very active, so that mass people, they are vaccinated, so that they develop. Only then the herd immunity will come up, and that's where it will set. So this puts the most vulnerable people at risk. So can emergence of variants can be checked? Actually, no, because the virus keep replicating, but the speed of emergence can be slowed down. Method to reduce replication have to be followed. A strong immunity can prevent replication, and the vaccination definitely can generate strong immunity and can suppress the replication and also reduce the emergence of mutant variants. So this is one of the facts which appeared in 24th of April, which shows that, look at, the positivity rate has really gone up, which indicates that the variants of concern are circulating very fast, and the positivity rate in all over India and many states have gone up many fold higher. So questions are, although we are denying these questions, is the second wave in India really because of the variants of concern? Or is it because of lowering of the guard by the people? They go to home, they go to election rallies, they go to all kinds of, malls, and they thought that the coronavirus has gone, and they removed their mask. They started, living like a normal life, and that's what happened. And the virus got the opportunity to come up. It's a combined, to me, it's a combined effect of all these, things. New variants have come up, guard have been lowered, and we really need to know about it. So, but once scientists are working to know what are those reasons, but what we can do as citizens, as individual selves, we can only prevent the infection. And that is the best way today. If you prevent infection, you can save yourself. So what we can do is wear mask properly, keep wearing mask. Even if you are vaccinated, you should not lower the guard. Keep social distancing so that the virus is not transmitted. Wash your hands more frequently so that even if you have touched some surface which carries the virus, can be washed off. Avoid going to crowded places. Please don't go to the parties, don't go to the malls, don't go to the picture cinema halls. Sit at home. Try to live slowly. Let this virus be taken care by the vaccination program. Only then you can open up again. I know everybody is looking forward to that. So it is now that the vaccination is going to open for everyone from May 1st. So we all should get vaccinated whenever we get a chance. Whichever kind of vaccine you receive, please get vaccinated. So thank you very much for your kind attention. I'm available for any kinds of questions if you have. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Sunil Arora. So that was indeed a great attempt at making the talk in alignment with the mixed kind of audience we are having. So I'm sure those who are watching must have learned a little bit more about about the virus and its mutating ability. And as Professor Arora has been working in the area of viruses, HIV, HCV. So down the lane, sir, how do you look at this scenario? The mutations, the co-evolution, we getting, I would say, biologically adjusted to it. So how do you look at the scenario?
Scenario, as on today, it's very precarious. You know that, because if the viruses mutate, the only concern is that will they escape the immunity generated by the vaccine? And if they do that, if there is a variant which escapes the immunity of the vaccine, then definitely we'll have to come up with a new vaccine, that, which is a major, cause of concern. So basically what we need to do is, we need to really follow protocols. We need to stop the, transmission by, our social distancing and masks. We should really get vaccinated whenever we get a chance. These are the only chances we can get rid of this. This virus is not going to go away otherwise. You can't wait for 80% of population to get infected and get, herd immunity. You have to really act fast. So scientifically speaking, it's a very, very major cause of concern. Every scientist is thinking how to tackle this, and they are asking this question. And there are labs where they are working to know the actual behavioral change of this virus, which leads to very specific, facility of, BSL-3 kind of facility where viral cultures can be done, and you can study that behavior.
So looking at the ticking clock, I think we would take one more question and move on to the next talk. So anybody from the audience who are connected with us on Zoom wants to ask?
Can I ask one question?
Sure, sir.
Yes, please. Dr. Singh.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Sir, a very informative talk, sir. Many things we have just revised what we have learned during our post-graduation about the immunology and other things. And also from last 2-3 years, I am also involved in immunology course teaching in zoology department. I am in the zoology department here in Central University of Punjab. Sir, just I have query regarding, in general, students are asked like whether a person who is already been infected with COVID, whether they have been go to vaccination or not. Just what is the biggest difference between the two?
Yes.
How it is better as compared to the who have recovered from the.
Let me answer your question. The scientific evidence says that the person who's get naturally infected develops some immunity, but that immunity is not long lasting. And to have a longer lasting immunity, the vaccination is important. So all people who have recovered, even recovered from previous infection, should go in for a vaccination, and that will really be beneficial. So natural infection develops some kind of immunity, but that immunity is only seen that it wanes off in about 3 months to 6 months time. Whereas vaccine is expected to remain, the immunity generated is expected to remain for longer period of time. So that's why vaccine is important for everyone.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Okay, basically, sir, value of antibody is going to play a role. Okay, ma'am. Just go ahead.
Sorry about it, but we are really running late. Definitely, we can have lots of discussions, fruitful discussions, and learning out of it. Our next speaker is actually on wait, and he has to join some other meeting. So, Professor Arora, let's move ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. Sure.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Amit, you are there with us?
Yes, I do have only 10 minutes. I don't know whether NK Dr. Mehra can go before me because I have another meeting to attend at 11:30.
So when do you think you can join with us again? Sorry about the thing. But
I have this meeting with all this vaccine, very important meeting. Perhaps it will go maybe under 45 minutes.
So maybe we can switch the gears, and I will request Professor Mehra to please, come up with us. Yeah,
that will be great.
Just give me a second, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I heard that Amit has to go somewhere else. So you want me to start?
Yeah, that would be great, sir. And I really appreciate your promptness and looking at the whole scenario, supporting us.
Okay, and Amit will be back, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, okay. Dr. Amit, please go ahead with your meeting, and we are looking forward for you to join back. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
You stop your share screen, and I will share my screen.
Sure, sir. Sir, just a second. Second, sir. So, Dr. Ravindresh, you are there with us? Dr. Ravindresh?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah, maybe you can just take over and moderate this session for us.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
We are having Dr. Ravindresh. He is in Department of Biochemistry and he works in cancer biology, long non-coding RNAs. So please, maybe you can just brief up sir's, heavy CV for those who were not, who didn't join us earlier, like quickly, so that we are okay on time. Yeah. Please,
yes,
Dr. Ravindresh.
Sure, ma'am. So it's a great privilege for me to introduce our next speaker. such eminent speaker. So it's an honor for me actually to introduce him. He's Professor N.K. Mehra, and he has been the honorary emeritus scientist from ICMR, and he has been the former dean and national chair at AIIMS at New Delhi. He has been the pioneer and expert of transplant immunology and clinical immunogenetics, HLA system in medicine and biology. He has been a founder head of Department of Transplant Immunology and Immunogenetics at AIIMS. So this clearly tells us that he has been a pioneer in a number of things that have started in our country. He also established the Asian Indian Donor Marrow Registry Facility, which is benefiting a lot of patients in our country. He has won, I guess, all the important awards that are there in our country, like Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Centenary Award, Excellence in Biomedical Research by ICMR, S.S. Bhatnagar Award for Science and Technology, which is the major award that is given by CSIR Institute. He has been the fellow of multiple national and international academies like FNA, SC, and FNA, FAMS, FTWAS. He has been the elected council member for IUIS. He has been founder secretary general. So he has a lot of credentials to his name, and he's also an avid science writer and communicator. I think that is the need of the hour also to educate the non-scientific community of our country about science and to believe in scientific things, because you see with the coronavirus creating havoc in our country, many people are still not following the scientific writings. They're still believing in all those religious sayings, like they're saying that, go to Kumbh Mela and Ganga Maya will take care of you. So I think it's the need of our that scientists like him, who's also an avid science writer and communicator, the people like him are playing a good role and in educating the our countrymen that they need to develop the scientific temperament. So with those words, I hand over the stage to Professor N.K. Mehra. And sir, we are really honored to be listening to you today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ravindresh. I see your name is wonderful, Ravindresh. You are.
Thank you, sir. I cannot take the credit for that. That goes to my parents.
Not just a Ravinder, but you are a Ravindresh.
Right, sir.
I'm trying to share my slides, and if I'm trying to see if I'm successful. Let me try again. Share screen. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, sir. It's visible. Please go ahead. You can put it in slide mode and like slideshow, and you can start.
Here we go.
Is it yes, sir. Great.
Manju wanted me to talk about the vaccines. As you can see, I spent all my life at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I entered the institute. I'm born and brought up in Amritsar, so I have special liking for your university because I come from this state. And I entered AIIMS in 1969 as a student, and I exited from there. Recently, I was the dean of the institute, which I never thought that I will become the dean of this level of the institution. Now, let me talk about the COVID-19, and I'll begin with showing you very simple slides because I know that the audience is a mix of students, the faculty, and even some school children. And I was told that there are a lot of people joining on the YouTube. By the way, I was fascinated with the quiz that you organized, where Felix did a great job, and probably I will ask people in Delhi University who are also going to organize a system like this day after tomorrow to maybe ask Felix to give his services for that as well. It was a wonderful program. I'm going to talk about the vaccines, and beginning with this landmark month, in COVID-19, December 29, 2019 has been the landmark. The first news of Wuhan seafood wholesale market in China reported several cases detected over there. China officially reported this on January 7, 2020. And the first case outside of China was reported in Thailand on January 13, 2020. The first case in India was reported at the National Institute of Virology on January 30, 2020. January 30 is also the day when WHO declared it as an outbreak of febrile respiratory illness of unknown etiology. And the causative agent was found to be novel coronavirus isolated from the lungs of 3 infected individuals. It actually happens mainly through the droplet infection, driven largely by human-to-human transmission. But now we know that there's some component also of the aerosol route. It also stays in the air. So therefore, the advisory is that you should have a very airy rooms where there is a lot of transmission of the air from one part to the other. Virus causes severe inflammation and damage to the lungs. This is the major component of the virus. It has a mean incubation period of 5.2 days, mean time to symptoms of 5 days, and mean time of death of about 14 days. This is a summary of the initial key events of COVID-19 pandemic in India. This is in my book, and I would send a soft copy of my book to Manju. This is a book published through the Indian National Science Academy, of which I'm a fellow, and they asked me to create a white paper on COVID-19 host immunity and vaccines. This is now published, and I will be happy to send the soft copy of that. But what it says is the first case in India, January 30. In China, it was December 31. First death in India was March 12, 2020. In China, it was January 9. And as I said, that the lockdown in India was started on March 25. And of course, after that, there have been many other lockdowns, and the 50,000 cases in May 7, 2020, 100,000 cases on May 19. And today we have gone much beyond. And you are seeing that we are actually encountering about 350,000 cases a day in this second wave. But I must say that the second wave of any pandemic is known to be very severe. Nothing to worry about. Do not panic, please. This is just infectious. Our death rate is not shooting up at all. We are in the safe zone. All that we have to do is to participate as a good citizen of India and help the government achieve this battle over the virus. But let's take a difference, and I do see that Dr. Sunil Arora has already talked to you about the difference between the SARS-CoV-2 and the COVID-19. The International Committee for Taxonomy of Viruses named this virus as SARS-CoV-2 because we already had one in 2003, but that wasn't named as CoV-1 because we never thought that there could be a CoV-2. Because there's a related of this virus to SARS-CoV, so it's called SARS-CoV-2. The disease is COVID-19, coronavirus disease 19. As of April 25, 21, world has already seen about 147 million cases. There are over 3.1 million deaths. In US, of course, the leads in terms of number of cases, number of deaths, but the case fatality rate in US is about 1.8. In India is only 1.1. Actually, for the whole of first wave, we were maintaining it 1.4. In the second wave, actually, our case fatality rate has actually dropped down to 1.1. Brazil is, of course, 2.7, but the maximum case fatality rate is actually from Mexico. Pandemics over the centuries. This is again in the book over there that it is not something new that has come up. We have had pandemics since the plague of 6th century, 14th century, and the smallpox. In the last century, we had influenza, the H1N1 in 1918. And there in the second wave, there were 50 to 100 million deaths. The second wave is because the first wave was there, people became a little relaxed and they were fed up of staying at home, and they, like we did ourselves in January, February, they also did the same thing, came out as if their life had become normal. And the second wave was so dreadful that there were 50 to 100 million deaths. In 21st century, we have already seen 3 coronavirus infections. One in 2002 started in Guangdong, China. There were a total of 8,400 cases, about 916 deaths, and you can see that the case fatality rate was about 10 to 11%. Then in 2012, we had the MERS outbreak. Again, there were about 2,500 cases and 862 deaths. Here the case fatality rate was even higher. In the current pandemic, we have already seen more than 3 million deaths, and the case fatality rate compared to these two is much less. So please do not blame too much SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2 virus also has to live. Every organism in this world has the right to live in Mother Nature's lap. If you have the right to live, coronavirus also has the right to live, but you have to learn to live together. Now, if we look at the viruses, animals, and the humans, all of these three coronaviruses seem to have originated from bats. So it is a jump species. From bats, it has jumped on to humans, and there is an intermediary species. For example, earlier it was civets, the camels for MERS, and now it seems to be pangolins. But you see, all of them seem to have emerged from bats. So the question that arises, and particularly for biologists like you, how do bats survive coronaviruses as both can coexist for long term? Do bats have a unique and a super immune system? Under stress, however, the balance between the bats and the virus can get disrupted, causing the pathogen to multiply, mutate, and then transmit to humans. And you saw that the first mutation that we had seen was D614G that made the virus more infectious. This is not the only coronavirus that we know for. And now we know there are about at least 7 of them which have been known. Many of them cause only common cold. And we have seen that populations where this kind of common cold coronaviruses have been there the death rate has been lower because they may have some cross-reactive antibodies as well. And I think India is one example on that. So these are about 7 coronaviruses that we know, and their symptoms that they cause, most of them are moderate and mild. It's the SARS-CoV-2, which is really very infectious. This is the scanning electron microscopy picture of a cell, which is a red cell from a patient sample heavily infected with SARS-CoV-2 virus particles. You can see the virus is attached to the lung cell so very tightly. 11 subtypes of this virus are known. Most prevalent is the A2A subtype with this D614G substitution. This is the first mutation that we have seen. This is found in all of them, including the Wuhan original virus over there. Because this gives the ability to the virus to have robust anchoring feature and ability to enter the host cell and gets tightly bound onto the AC2 receptors. I was very glad to see that during the quiz, most of the people know that the angiotensin receptor 2 on which this virus binds, mainly because of this particular substitution, the D614G, aspartic acid becoming glycine. And there's also a very important role of linoleic acid in the RBD of the spike protein there. The cryo-EM shows that the linoleic acid is the most likely molecule to which the virus attaches to enter the human body. Now, this is the architecture of the SARS-CoV-2 transcriptome. I'm sure many of you have already seen this picture from Dr. Sunil Arora's talk. All that I wanted to say was it's a small virus, about 30,000 nucleotides long, not a very large one. There's an ORF1, ORF2, and there's an S, the spike protein there. And that you can see the spike actually emerges out from the virus like the spike. So therefore, it's called the coronavirus. Now, I want to spend a little time on this slide. This is a very important slide. It tells you how does the virus enter the body and you get infected. On the top here is a healthy individual. This is how we breathe in the air. The air that we breathe in, it goes into the alveolus of the lung. This is the alveolar sac or the alveolus, which is wrapped with capillaries where red blood cells release the carbon dioxide that they brought from the blood and pick up the oxygen. There are 2 alveolar cells two types of alveolar cells which facilitate the gases exchanges. Type 1 cells are thin enough and that the oxygen can pass through. Type 2 cells which lie inside, they secrete a substance called surfactant, a substance that lines the alveolus and prevents it from collapsing. But the collapsing occurs when you get infected with the virus. Here is the second situation: you get infected with the virus, and the virus now starts to enter into the body there. And this is a milder form of stage 1 of the infection that we know of. Most people have this, and they recover from that. About 10% of the people develop this moderate form, where the surfactant cells actually start to collapse. So there is no more, fluid on the inside of the alveoli, but then fluid starts to collect. Other cells come out, the macrophages, the cytokines, and you can see this fluid. The fluid becomes even more in the more severe form over there. And here also there is an influx of cytokines. You have heard about the cytokine storm. And then the severe stage where the people then start to die. So we have these 4 stages: mild, moderate, severe. Moderate would need a lot of help in terms of oxygen support. Here you might even oxygen support, or some of them will have to be put on the ventilator there. But about half of them eventually die off because they develop a very severe form of the infection. At the moment, we have no biomarkers to tell us which of these people will develop a milder form or which go on to develop a more moderate form. So the pathology of COVID-19, as you see, there is a quick drop in the white blood cells. There's a leukocytopenia, lymphocytopenia, because unlike other infections, the lymphocyte numbers go down in COVID-19, just like it happens in HIV infection, just like it happens in many other viral infections as well. But patients who are able to recover this number by day 7 to 10 go on to develop a more mild or a moderate disease and eventually recover. So this is a good biomarker. However, those who continue to have a consistent lymphopenia develop more severe disease, often going into critical stage and then fatality. And many of them develop this cytokine storm, and cytokine storm is the one that you find in the more severe form, where you might even need interleukin-6 inhibitors as well. So this is an expression of an exaggerated immune response. The immune response was trying to manage the virus, but the stage comes when the virus are much more than the immune response can manage it. So there's a cytokine storm. It's like a storm that comes up over there. So this is what you see in terms of presentation of the disease. No symptoms. Most people, a mild form, asymptomatic, and they become immune, no deaths, and they recover. You can see then in all of these 4, the first 5 days, each one of these have no symptoms. The virus just enters through the nasal cavity or through the pharynx, stays over there for about 4 to 5 days. So nobody knows, and these symptoms are not there. It's only the milder form, which is, as I said, the moderate form, I would say, that there are mild to moderate symptoms, and from day 5 to day 10 or so, but then all of them recover on their own. They have to be home quarantined. You don't have to go to the hospital. You may not even need for any external oxygen support. All that you need to do is to keep checking your SpO2 levels, the saturated oxygen levels over there through the oximeter that all of you now have at home. And anything beyond 93, 94 is good enough. You don't have to really struggle to make sure that my SpO2 must go to 98 or 99. No need. 94 is good enough. That is good enough for the blood to carry the required amount of oxygen to various organs. So again, there are no deaths over there. People recover on their own. It's the severe form where you do have these severe symptoms from day 5 to day 9 or 10. These are the people who need a hospitalization because their SpO2 levels go down and they need to be hospitalized and they need to be given external oxygen. But many of them become immune, many of them recover and they come home. However, a small number, 15 of these eventually may at least come to the virus. Critical stage is the one which there are very few people, 5% of the total infections that we have. They go to the critical stage. Again, they have this stage of severe symptoms and they have to be put into ICU or into the ventilatory support. Yet again here, half of them eventually die and half of them are very lucky enough to come back home. So this is the staging of the disease as this happens in the body. In this severe COVID-19, as I said, that there is a cytokine storm, particularly influx of macrophages and monocytes. There's interleukin-6, there's IL-6. People then try to have counter for that in the form of a monoclonal antibody called the tocilizumab. And similarly, there are other agents, other monoclonal antibodies that are being used to counter this cytokine storm. Let me mention to you, everybody has heard this word quarantine. What is quarantine? Where does this word come from? The word originates from Italian words quarantana florine. This is meaning 40 days, used in the 14th, 15th century of the Venetian language, suggesting the period the ships were required to be isolated before the passengers or the crew could actually go ashore. They had to stay on the ship for 40 days over there. This was during the Black Death or the plague epidemic. It is like a state of enforced isolation and restriction of movement of goods and people with a view to prevent the spread of the disease or the pest. Quarantine is distinct from medical isolation. This is quarantine. By the way, 40-day has a traditional significance in almost all religions you know of. You have Hanuman Chalisa, you have Jesus Christ spent 40 days in desert, Prophet Muhammad 40 days fasted, Hinduism practice fasting for 40 days. So 40 days is a known sort of thing from the past. Guru Nanak, as you know, spent 40 days with a Sufi saint in Sirsa. So now we are in the 21st century. March 1, 2021, India entered the second wave. We were doing very well in January and February. That is the time when UK and other European countries were not doing that well. The US was also not doing well because they were adding numbers in large numbers over there. And we were thinking that we have now come over the coronavirus and we have come to a normal life. But that's not true. That's not true. Now we have gone second wave. The key for us is to observe the COVID appropriate behavior. And I'm sure each one of you understand the meaning of the word COVID appropriate behavior in that. This is the total number of COVID infections and deaths in the top 10 countries. Again, you can see that the case fatality rate wise, Mexico is right on top, followed by Italy and UK, and India is right at the bottom there. We have the minimal coronavirus deaths anywhere in the world. In terms of total deaths, we are now number 4, but that's largely because of the large size of the country. And infections, of course, we have been playing a up and down game with Brazil, but we have bet them now because the second wave, our numbers have really increased exponentially. Now, I'm sure Amit is going to talk to you about the immune response. I want to, very simple slide, tell you, because each of you are very fond of looking at this T20 game. So I want to take you to the immune response stadium, where rather than 11 players who are on the field, we have only 3 players. The player number 1 is our MSC, or what we can call it the batsman, the major histocompatibility complex, which in man is the HLA there. Our player number 2 is the antigen, or a ball. The ball must make a contact with MSC or the batsman there. So the pathogen is normally very large. It gets broken down into what we call peptides. This is the MSC peptide complex, which is expressed on the surface of the antigen presenting cells. And our third player is then the lymphocytes, our fielders. So depending on the type of the antigen that the body sees, the exogenous antigens are presented to the CD4 T cell. The CD4 T cell will then help the CTL, the cytotoxic T lymphocytes on one hand, to generate the cell-mediated immunity or the B cells on the other to make antibodies over there. So we call this CD4 cell as a headquarters cell, and you have the innate immunity and the adaptive immunity. Don't want to go into the details of that. I'm sure Amit Awasthi will tell you about the importance of innate immunity in COVID-19 and of adaptive immunity over care. What I only wanted to say was that this batsman that we have is very polymorphic in India, because there are millions of pathogens that the humans are exposed to. The MSC or the human HLA system is also very highly polymorphic. And actually, our own studies done in AIMS for many years have shown that the HLA polymorphism in the Indian population is much higher, much more higher than the Caucasian populations over there. And we have the existence of several novel genes and unique haplotypes. So, I want to give you one example of what I exactly mean by the HLA polymorphism being very high there. One of the HLA antigen that we normally match for when we are selecting a donor for transplantation is HLA-A2. A2 occurs in all populations around the world with a frequency of about 35 to 40% in the white population, black population, Mongolites, Indians, and everybody. And there are about 500 molecular subtypes of A2 have become known, largely because of the technology advancement that we have. And the most common subtype in the Caucasians is 201, but you can see in the Jambian population, the black population normally have 201, but there are two more which are specifically found in the black population. And in the Japanese, again, you have the yellow, but you have the two more other subtypes. Now, what happens in India? Because of the high microbial load in India, we have a khichdi here. The diversity of this particular one is so very high that we have our yellow component has gone down. We have those subtypes that occur in other populations. And then we have this novel or the new subtype, the 211, which doesn't occur in the Caucasian population. Only trying to highlight the diversity of the population. This diversity is due to the high microbial load that the Indian subcontinent has been subjected to over centuries and that we know of. And I wrote this first paper for Hindustan Times on 1st April last year, Can India be an outlier in the spread of COVID-19? And I had predicted at the time that, look, the infection numbers and most importantly, the deaths in India or the severity of the disease in India will be much lower than in the Caucasians. And this is what has happened now. And my theory was based on these three components over there, that the Indian population have a broad-based immunity due to the high microbial load, environmental factors and food habits. We take, the Indian food is so very superb in terms of all the masalas and other things that we take. Those are all immunity boosting components of the food that we eat. And then the possible role of genes that control our immune response, and in particular the HLA system. The HLA system is also polymorphic because the extensive diversity of HLA in the Indian population due to this microbial load, and therefore we have a broad-based immunity, and we found all those novel genes and unique haplotypes there. And I'm glad that this kind of a theory is coming up now, looking at the hygiene hypothesis that we talk about. You have seen that parts of the world where the deaths have been more are those where the hygiene has been very, very high. Even in India, the deaths have been more in those communities where the hygiene is very high. Let me now go to the second part of my talk, the major component of my talk, the global COVID-19 vaccine landscape. This is what we have now in terms of the vaccines that we have. This is one disease where the vaccine was discovered and developed in a matter of months. Actually, generally a vaccine takes about at least 10 to 12 years. The minimal vaccine that we have got is the MMR, which still took 4.5 years. Here, the COVID-19 vaccines have come up in a matter of months, about 10 months we had. And there are all those platforms that have been used to create a very good COVID-19 vaccine. And this will come up in further slides. And I want to go through, the number one is the mRNA vaccines. These are the vaccines that came for the first time in the world. We have never seen so far mRNA-based vaccines. Here, there's an encapsulated mRNA vaccine. mRNA encoding for the spike protein is protected in a lipid nanoparticle, and once absorbed, the cell expresses the spike, resulting in an immune response. You sort of give this spike, the mRNA into the human body, and the local cells themselves start making the spike, which is very similar to the virus, and the immune system thinks it's a virus, so that they start making antibodies. And the problem with this mRNA vaccines is that the storage problem. You need to store at least -80 to -60, and of course, similarly is the case with the Pfizer and Moderna both. But until these vaccines came, we were happy with efficacy of a vaccine being just 50% or more. That is the WHO cutoff there. But these vaccines, as you see, that the efficacy levels have gone beyond 90, 94 here, 95 here in Pfizer. I'm very happy to state India is not behind. In India itself, Genoma Biopharmaceuticals in Pune is also making a mRNA-based vaccines. They're a bit late, but I'm sure they will come up in July. And this vaccine will be again as effective as these two. This is named as SHGC019. So India will become just the third country in the world to have the mRNA-based platform for vaccines there. This is the second type of vaccines that you are seeing, the viral vector-based vaccines, the Oxford-Zeneca or the Covishield, as we talk about, that is manufactured in India. The double-stranded DNA encoding for the spike protein is protected in a safe virus. This is like a chimpanzee-derived virus, a virus which causes just common cold in chimpanzees, and the infected cell expresses the spike, and this leads to an immune response. Again, the AstraZeneca or the Covishield made by the Serum Institute of India has a very high efficacy of about 82. Similarly, there is a vaccine made by the Russians, Sputnik V. Sputnik V is also entering the Indian market from May 1 onwards. This is exactly the same as this. However, here, rather than taking only one virus particle there, they've used two. They have the adenovirus 26 and the adenovirus 5, and their efficacy level is even higher than the 91. Similar is the case with the Johnson & Johnson. So these are three very important viral vector-based vaccines that are going to come in the market. Then the third lot is the inactivated virus vaccine. You learned about the viral biotech, the Covaxin there. Here the virus is inactivated by using a chemical called beta propiolactone or other ways, so it cannot replicate, but all the proteins remain intact. Again, this vaccine is very, very good, with a very good efficacy of about 81. And similar is the case with the two vaccines from China, Sinopharm and Sinovac. And Sinovac, of course, the efficacy is only 50 there. The best thing about these vaccines is they can be stored at 2 to 8 degrees, and they can be used extensively. Then there's another vaccine which is on the horizon, Novavax. This is a nanoparticle-based vaccine, synthetic. The nanoparticles are coated with the synthetic spike proteins. Again, it has the efficacy of about 89 to 90. And I'm again very happy to state that this vaccine will also be manufactured in India under the name Covavax by the Serum Institute of India very soon. So if you look at the India's COVID-19 vaccine pipeline, we have several of them. Right on the top, you can see that the Covishield and the Covaxin, and they are now in phase 3. They are now in use. DNA vaccine, Zydus Cadila there. Sputnik V, as I said, is going to come, and they will be then eventually manufactured by the Reddy's laboratories in Hyderabad. And then there is another BCG vaccine going to be made by SIE, and HGC019 that I said is a mRNA-based made by the Genova. By the way, the Novavax will also make its own vaccine under the name Covavax in India. So I feel that in the next 1 or 2 months, maybe by May end, you will have a slush of vaccines here, at least 4 or 5, rather than the only 2 that we have at the moment. What we need to do to defeat the virus at this point of time, we need to jack up our vaccination from the current 2 to 3 million per day to 8 to 9 million, or maybe 10 million a day. This is the experiment that UK did. This is what the USA did, and look at the numbers have plummeted down, and the death rate has gone down. Now let's talk a little bit about the mRNA-based vaccines. What makes them different? Why are we so excited about the mRNA platform there? You know, the conventional vaccines are essentially weakened or inactivated pathogens that, when introduced in the body, provoke immune response. And that's what the Bharat Biotech, the Covaxin, is there. Some people say that they will have more side effects, but that may not be true. mRNA vaccines, on the other hand, work differently. Here, the synthetic mRNA is made in the lab. It contains instructions to make proteins of a particular structure, for example, this spike protein of the SARS-CoV-2. And the host immune system is tricked into making antibodies, believing it to be the real pathogen. This is what the mRNA. And there are several advantages of the mRNA vaccines. There's no need to introduce attenuated pathogen into the body for the supposedly minimal side effects, because sometimes you can go wrong in the virus if it is not properly attenuated. Easy to scale up by simply altering the computer program there, because it's a synthetic one. All that you need to do is to change that ACGU. The generated immune response is generally robust due to the adjuvant effect, because the mRNA also leads to the activation of the adjuvant. So because of the adjuvant effect, the generated immune response is generally robust, and therefore the vaccine efficacy is higher. Can be quickly modified to cover emerging mutations. In fact, Pfizer and Moderna have already started doing that, that all these new mutations that we have, they will be covered. The technology can be easily adapted for other diseases as well. I think after the success of COVID-19, mRNA-based vaccines will emerge for other virus infections like HIV or HCV and all. But then there are possible challenges for using the mRNA-based vaccines, because the mechanism of immunogenicity of these vaccines is not fully well known. Could it trigger an unwanted immune response? That we don't know. I think the time only will tell until we follow up for a long period of time. Stability of issues of the mRNA inside of the cell. How long will the immunity generated last? That we don't know. As you have heard that Pfizer has already started saying that we will need to have a third shot as well, another jab. And then there are refrigeration and transportation issues that you have. The other platform that is being tried is the non-injectable investigational vaccines, what we call the inhaled vaccines over there. Intranasal COVID-19 vaccines. This is going to be a real improvement on the vaccine, and Bharat Biotech is also working on that score. You just have to take a shot, a nasal shot there into the nose. It's a single dose, and the preclinical results already show stimulation of antigen-specific CD4 in the CD8 T cells in mildly affected lungs as early as 10 days. And the IgA antibody that will be generated will be very helpful. Similarly, the University of Oxford and the other Imperial College of London, all of them are trying these non-injectable routes of inhaled vaccines there. You saw this particular slide coming up in several newspapers, particularly in 20th April 2021 in HT. The total vaccinated people in India with Covaxin is about 1.1 crore, with Covishield is about 11.6 crores. And this is the number of people who have already received the first dose, more than 10 crores. Today, India has reached almost 15 crores of vaccines. The positive who after the first dose, you are also hearing the news. A lot of people after taking the vaccine are still developing infection. And that is quite possible because the vaccines are not more than 80% effective. There will be a lot of people who will not. But what is more important is that the kind of disease that they develop is very mild type. I haven't seen anybody who gets the infection after receiving both the doses of the vaccine has gone to the hospital. They can be treated at home itself. The issue is that they have to be very careful. Number two, total 21,353 out of the nearly 11 crore people have developed the reinfection after the vaccine. So that comes out to be 0.019. So the percentage of people who develop infection following vaccination very few. So therefore, vaccination prevents reinfection. Vaccination saves from hospitalization and fatality. So the key to defeat the virus is vaccination, vaccination, and vaccination. Now let's talk about a little bit of the virus variants in the vaccines. You have heard these three words: the virus of interest, virus of concern, and virus under investigation. Of course, we are bothered with the virus of concern. Until April 7, 2021, nearly 10 lakh complete genome sequences have been generated around the world, but very few in India. The first variant that was identified from the wild type Wuhan virus was, as I said, the D614G, which helps the virus to bind effectively to the AC2 receptors on the lung cells. December 2020, we saw the first time the UK variant there, which was called B1.1.7, which turned from virus of interest to virus of concern because it increased the transmissibility by 70% there. Then came the news about the South African variant, which is B.1.351, which is E484K, and then the Brazilian variant there. We had the news about the development of this occurrence of double mutant, which was named as the B.1.617. It has the 484K like in the South African and the L452 like it is also found in other strains. But mind it, double mutation is not a double trouble. And don't be scared of the double mutation. The virus would keep on developing mutation. All that it does is it makes the virus more infectious, more transmissibility there. And currently, 70% of the genome sequences that have been reported to GISAID, this is the global database of this particular strain, are from India, but they are also followed by those from UK and Singapore and Australia. So at the moment, we know that this double strain, this double mutation strain has already entered at least 8 countries over there. We also hear of the third, another mutation there, the B.1.618, which is triple mutation and coming mostly from Calcutta, and we call it the Bengal strain. So we don't know much about that as yet. I think what we need to do is to do more number of sequences and then learn from there. So the Indian SARS-CoV-2 consortium has already been made on consortium on genomics in SARS-CoV. There are about 10 labs already entered in that. We need more, and I would want one lab to be established like that in your university there, because we need to jack up our ability to do more and more of sequencing. So you need that next generation sequencing ability to be established in your university, and try and then sequence all of those new and find all those new strains that come up. Now, this is the news which came up on April 15. India on the brink of 200,000 daily cases. Mind it, March 1, we were doing very well. We were only having 12,000 cases a day. April 4 was the one when we first time crossed the 100,000 mark, the 1 lakh mark. And within a matter of just 6 days, we went to 1.5 lakhs. And within a matter of, again, about a week or maybe 3 to 4 days, we reached 2 lakhs, and now we are crossing regularly 3 lakhs every day. A record high. The number of active cases in the country has also increased. The growing variants, as you can see, the variants are growing all over the world. It's not just in India. The variants will come. Most of the variants of the viruses that we have are inconsequential. But don't be scared of the variants. But what we need to do is how significant is this new double mutant variant that we see in India, which we feel is responsible for heightened infections numbers that we have seen now. It was first detected on December 7, 2020, 2 mutations there, one which is very similar to South Africa, and the other that is found in other coronaviruses, so far already known in 8 countries. But most mutations in the virus are inconsequential. Some studies also indicate that the 452R that we now have in this one could actually be associated with the immune evading ability of the virus. The virus might evade, but more and more studies need to be done to sort of confirm that particular point. How about the vaccine efficacy against the virus? I think this is the most important point that a lot of people are asking. The answer is the most variants respond to current vaccines. However, there could be reduced efficacy to some variants there, particularly those by Pfizer, Moderna, and Novavax. And Pfizer had already actually done a lot of the vaccination in the US. So they have not done the human studies, but they've done the lab-based studies. The lab-based studies indicate that this vaccine is about 6-fold lower efficacious to the new variants there. But yet the neutralizing antibodies that we still have is good enough to take care of those new variants there. The other big news that comes up, and I need to understand this a bit more, because some papers have come up saying that the B.1.617 doesn't have any deletions. Others are known to have deletions. And if there are no deletions, according to those biologists, it might auto-correct itself and not last long. So that could be a good news for India actually, but we don't know. Now, COVID-19 vaccines and variants, determining how much of immunity is enough, as I talked to you. There's a very good paper which came up in JAMA on April 6, 2021, and I would want the scientists in this group and the audience to read this paper. Virus variants always continue to evolve with potential to evade vaccine immunity. Why? Because relatively few people globally have been vaccinated so far. If you look at the population of the world as a whole, or even the population of India as a whole, the number of those that have been vaccinated is very low. The more the virus replicates, the more mutants it generates. Do vaccines have to be updated each time? This is a good question. Other than the seasonal flu, and seasonal flu, you already know that has to be updated annually because it changes its shape every year, and the new sort of the vaccine comes up because of changes in the virus. HBV, for example, on the other hand, there are vaccine escape mutants there, but they pose no health risk. So it varies from one virus to the other. Are the current COVID-19 vaccines efficacious against mutations? And I did talk about a little bit. Much data is now available on mRNA-based vaccines efficacy, and the data shows that Pfizer and Moderna had lower levels of neutralizing antibodies against the SARS-CoV-2 variants, maybe 6-fold lower. However, it was still sufficient against the severe COVID-19. You would still be protected from developing severe COVID-19. Trials of AstraZeneca vaccine have shown against the same thing, particularly in South Africa. In South Africa, for somehow, this particular strain is not detected by the AZ vaccine. Trials of Novavax and Janssen both show lower efficacy, but still good enough. How about the Indian double mutant? Initial data favors protection, but with reduction there. So all that I'm trying to highlight, vaccination holds the key because it reduces infections, it reduces the transmission, and greatly reduces hospitalization or development of a severe disease and death. So please encourage everybody else, including yourself, to go and take the vaccine, whichever comes away. This has already been shown. The positivity rate in our second wave is jumping. Delhi from 1.1 to nearly 30, or maybe at some point in account to 35. And this is a cause of concern for all of us, that in India, whereas our positivity rate was well below 5, and if we maintain a positivity rate or a rate well below 5, we are in the safe zone. At the moment, we are nearly 20% or so. So all of us have to work together as a team with the government. Don't keep on blaming the government all the time. Blame yourself, blame everybody, because the second wave has come because of the behavior change. Behavior change in two things. Behavior change in the virus changes with the behavior, but there's also a behavior change in us. We have become laxed. We have become like a normal lifestyle. So we have added 2 million new cases within a week, and this is a cause of concern for us. I want to end by showing you some slides where India did very well, and I think you as Indians should be proud of it. What happened when the COVID-19 came? Take yourself back to March 2020. As I said, in May 2000, on 19th May, we had 100,000 cases, 9.9 million on December 15, April 10, 13.3. India scaled up its testing ability from one molecular testing lab in January 2020 to now more than 3,000 labs. We now have 3,000 labs in the country who are doing testing. We were only on January 13, we were just doing 10 tests a day. Today, we are doing 12 million or more tests a day. That's the challenge that the COVID-19 gave us, and the government of India and the scientists in India, thanks to them, that they took up this challenge and sort of upscaled their activity. Now we have, with the Make in India incentive, PPE kits made here, ventilators, oxygen supply, and all of those things. The ICMR validated thousands of diagnostic commodities for COVID-19 at its 30 validation centers. 552 test kits were approved, and this is as of, I think, October last year. Due to availability of the indigenous kits under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, the cost of RT-PCR test has been reduced drastically from the original 4,200 rupees to just 500 rupees. So I think this is all a matter of pride for us. The isolation of SARS-CoV-2 virus was done by the National Institute of Virology in India, and that paved the way for creating our own indigenous vaccine. The Bharat Biotech took that particular strain from them and actually got those. And then we have, this has opened up many other opportunities, the hyperimmune horse sera, the indigenously developed ELISA-based diagnostic kits, the screening antivirals, the raising and monoclonal antibodies, the R&D being done and all. So I think India has latched on to this challenge and created this into opportunity. I mentioned to you about the book, The Host Immunity in Vaccines, COVID-19. I wrote this book. This is already now out. Thanks to the Indian National Science Academy, they asked me to do that. And I would pass on the soft copy of the book to Dr. Manju Jain, and she can then, anybody can take from her or maybe write to me directly. But towards the end, I want to highlight this particular point. Look at what we were doing on April 7, 2020. Just about a few days ago, many people were moving around without masks. How the guard has slipped. Look at the bus stands, the Sector 65 in Gurgaon, the Khansa Mandi in Gurgaon, Sadar Bazaar. Nobody is wearing a mask. And India then experienced the second wave and all that, record numbers and all that. Please make sure that this doesn't happen. And I think young audience in this group have the extra responsibility to make sure that you request everybody around you to please wear the mask. And yesterday, the new sort of norm that has been advisory that has come up is that while you are home, even in your homes, you try and wear masks and don't let anybody from outside to come to your home. So this is my last slide, the reflections and perspectives. What have we learned so far? COVID-19 will be with us for some time. Please do not be under the impression that COVID-19 will go away very soon. There would be more mutations and strains, however, not necessarily more harmful. They may be more infectious, but take it from me, they will not be more harmful. If needed, modified vaccines or booster dosages should take care of them. T-cell, we have all been talking only about the antibodies and antibodies, but T-cell, the CTLs and the memory T-cells responses may be more important than antibodies in determining the course of the COVID-19 disease. These will be effective against various mutant strains. Besides vaccines, it is important to give equal attention to developing novel therapeutic options through genomic approaches. This is something that we have not done so far. We have all been only running after developing vaccines, but we have not put as much attention to developing more therapy options and all that, more drugs, for example. So the immune and hyperimmune immunoglobulins, the monospecific and the monoclonal antibodies and small molecules antiviral agents will be made, I'm sure will be made, and some are already being made and may be effective in modifying the course of the disease. We should have, and this is a sort of happy note that I want to end with, we would have herd immunity, but we need to have 70 to 80% people by the vaccination or by natural infection. So if we all target by the end of July, at least 60 crore population of India can get vaccination there, then we will be entering the safe zone. So by 2022, we may have a glut of vaccines globally and certainly in India. So to achieve that, to achieve our win over the virus, face masks and preventing the transmission of COVID-19 is the key, because you know countries where masks were not recommended saw a 55% weekly increase in coronavirus deaths per capita after their first case was seen, compared to 7% in countries with cultures or with strict guidelines supporting mask wearing. Key is to adopt COVID appropriate behavior, and we should continue to wear masks, practice good hygiene, at least for several months, even after vaccination, avoid crowds. This is a part of the COVID appropriate behavior. And I want to end my talk with this particular slide with the message, even if you are vaccinated, continue to follow the COVID appropriate behavior, and therefore, namaste. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enlightening talk. And more importantly, for allaying the fears of the listeners that India is not faring as bad as the media would like us to believe. And also for telling us about the book, I will request Dr. Manju Jain to get the book from you and also circulate among all the participants the soft copy, and they can give it a read. So thank you so much, sir. And I have also been informed by Dr. Manju that Dr. Amit Awasthi will take some time for us to join. So we have some time for questions. So sir, if you allow us, can we have a few questions?
Yes, of course.
All right. So
I encourage everybody to ask anything that they want.
Right. So this goes out to all the participants who have joined us on Zoom, and also the participants who are watching us on YouTube, to please key in their questions. And we have such eminent personality, and you can have any kind of basic question also which you have about coronavirus, and he will be happy to answer your questions. Right. So let's take the first question, sir. So okay, Aryandra wants to ask the question.
Yes,
directly.
sir. I would like to question one thing. If the basic principle of vaccine is to provide an peptide amino acid sequence protein to immune system, so why there is so much variation within the same same vaccine which are using the same spike protein? Just because one is mRNA based, so one is whole polypeptide based. Why does the same protein gives rise to different variation in vaccine efficacies.
Yeah, that would actually mRNA-based vaccines have entered us for the first time. We had never known these in the past, and therefore the WHO always kept 50% as the efficacious point over there. Any vaccine which is more than that would be found to be good. And you know that most of the vaccines that we use, particularly the flu vaccine and all that, there the efficacy is only that much. So I do know that last year when the Covaxin or the Covishield was being made, and by the time Pfizer and Moderna came up with their efficacy of 94 or so, people thought, oh, we are going to have a second class of that vaccine. That's not true. 80% efficacy is as good. So regarding the efficacy of a vaccine that varies from one platform to the other, that would be, of course, true. It will also be true from individual to individual. There are 10 people who take the vaccine, same vaccine. Somebody makes a vaccine, the antibody titer is very high, others don't. It's not the titer alone. What we are looking for is that the patient must develop, or the individual must develop, the neutralizing antibodies, which have the ability to neutralize the virus. And no vaccine, nowhere in the world could be 100% there. So you have to have those kind of ranges there, even though it's the same as the spike, because is the platform, is the way that the vaccine, the carrier, for example, the AstraZeneca, the chimpanzee virus is being used as a vehicle for it to carry. Novavax has made this nanoparticle over there. So there would be variation. This is the beginning stage of our learning, actually. And I think hats off to the scientists who have made those vaccines for COVID-19 in a matter of just 8 to 10 months. If you see the history of vaccines, you would see that mostly it takes about 10 to 20 years. And the minimum was 4.5 years of MMR. So you don't have to be worried about the variability of the vaccine efficacy. If the efficacy is around 70% or above, good enough. Yes, Sunil.
Yeah, I was there and I am really so happy. It was such an elaborate talk by you. You brought out some very important points about vaccine. There was so much of apprehension, sir, about vaccine, whether they'll be successful, whether they are actually vaccines or not. There are people talking about, I had argument with many people like that. Some of them are immunologists also, that these are not vaccines because they don't create immunity. They don't create any kind of memory. But look at it. The data you have shown shows that it is not that it is only saving you from a severe infection or critical disease, but also the positivity rate is much, much lower in these people. You have shown the slide and data that those people who are vaccinated, those who got infection are minuscule, 0.015% you showed. They got infection. So I think it is a great achievement by the scientific community to have developed these vaccines so quickly, and then they are working also. So it was foolish on part of those people who did not take vaccine when it was offered on platter. And Government of India and many people were like, calling them all the time healthcare workers even, sir. Most of, in our PGI, I know there are doctors and even other healthcare workers, technicians who are exposed to virus every day. They were so apprehensive, only 30% of those they got vaccine. So unfortunate lot, and now they are all saying that we are standing in queues to get a vaccine because there is a vaccine shortage and it is to be paid for and everything. So I think it's a great lecture by you, and you have brought out very pertinent points which are very important from the all masses point of view. They need to know the importance of vaccination, and that's what I said, concluded my lecture also by saying that vaccine is the only thing which can actually bring down the pandemic sometime. Otherwise, we cannot really think.
One is that those people, people think vaccine is something that should prevent infection totally. Because you've seen that people take polio vaccine or MMR or this and that, and the smallpox. I think smallpox is the only example that we know of that has given 100% protection. Others have not. And even so, they actually go by the vaccine terminology as such. And they say, oh, this vaccine is not protecting you from infection. But you said it right, that the vaccine is protecting you from developing severe infection. That is good enough. I have known in my own family people 92-year-old, 94-year-old who got both the shots of the vaccine, but because of the fact that they are dependent on servants and all that, somebody brought the infection over there. He has got the COVID-19 infection, and the CT value is about 16 there. This 92-year-old man is healthy, absolutely fine. Of course, we have quarantined him, isolated him, no problem, no fever, or fever comes and goes, very few. It doesn't need to be hospitalized. That's the key. The key today is you take a vaccine, and the people who have taken both shots of the vaccine, the possibility for them to getting hospitalized is almost nil. I haven't known anybody so far, and I've been talking to a lot of my colleagues in AIMS. They said, no, sir, nobody who has got both the vaccine shots have come to us for hospitalization. And that's a great achievement. And therefore,
so it is the burden on the hospital. You know, there is so much of burden now on our healthcare system because of so many people wants to be hospitalized, need to be hospitalized. So if we have less people who need to be hospitalized, so the burden on hospital system or healthcare system reduces a lot. So that's
now we have learned so much over the year from 2020 now of how to manage a patient of COVID-19. It's so easy now to manage, but people are still giving all kinds of drugs that are not required. You listen to those talks from the director of AIMS and all. They're so good actually to tell you don't need ivermectin, you don't need any antibiotics and all that. Please, in a milder stage, you control the fever at home. Make sure that you have the oxygen saturation beyond 94. You don't have to. There are a lot of people who call me, they say, sir, my oxygen saturation 93, 94, how do I make it 98? अरे भाई मैंने कहा तुमको 94 से ज़्यादा नहीं चाहिए. Oh, they're running after the oxygen cylinder and oxygen and want to go to the hospital. That's the issue. The people who do not need to go to hospital, they are going, and they're denying those who actually need to go to the hospital.
Yes.
I think perhaps the reason people were a little apprehensive of taking the vaccines were because I think it was in the record time the vaccine was created. And that probably created a myth in the minds of the professionals, like Sir said, Professor Arora mentioned about that immunologists also were not believing in the vaccines.
But the other problem is our political parties and all that. You have heard, I don't want to name those. And
right.
Just want to, for the sake of opposition, they sort of talk about all kinds of things. So that brought in that element, that number of months we have gone through hesitancy. The vaccination started in January, but there was so much of hesitancy. And today you will see from May 1 onward, there will be queues. Everybody now wants to get the vaccine.
Right.
The second wave has taught them.
Yeah. I agree with you, sir. And since, we have such great people on the panel and we could, listen to both of you all day long. And there are so many questions that people want to ask, but I think because of the paucity of time, we have to move to our next speaker who has joined us again. So Dr. Awasthi is with us, and I'll pass on the stage to Dr. Manju Jain, who can introduce him, and we can go on to the next speaker. But thank you so much, Professor Mehra, for sparing your valuable time with us, and for guiding all the young listeners that what they need to do in these times, and for encouraging everyone to go and take the vaccines. Thank you so much, sir. And over to you, Dr. Jain.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindresh, for moderating this session, and thanks a lot, Professor Mehra. Maybe he's too tired since morning. So, Professor Sunil Arora, wonderful talk. Sir is back with us. So, I have one last question, sir. So, the way COVID vaccine has gone up, on the time scale, for very many other diseases, we say, the vaccine is still not there. This is the problem, potential candidates and all that. So basically, just comparing the stature as to it is the need of the hour that is just pushing the system, or it is just the sheer difficulty in handling one group of organism over others. And also with respect to, like, people are talking on this coalition for epidemic preparedness innovation, they are telling to go ahead with vaccines that can give a better protection. I mean, in terms of developing the existing vaccines which are giving a generalized, protection, to go ahead with further improvement. So talking of pan-corona vaccine and all that. So maybe you can just, wind up with your
So
comment.
Dr. Mehra is still there, so he can answer this question better, I think.
The question is, this is a novel coronavirus. Human host has seen it for a very short time. I think a typical biologist will argue that there is a very little time so far between the virus and the human host to adjust to themselves. So ideally, what you're saying is you should create a pan-coronavirus vaccines there, that can cover all of them. But, the other coronaviruses that we have known so far, I showed you the list of at least 7. At least four of them have not been known to be causing any disease. They just come and go. And you and me would have also been infected by those. And we have never, it's been known. It's only those 3 of them, of which the SARS-CoV-1 and the MERS have already gone. So one of the reasons that the mRNA-based vaccine could be made easily and in a record period of 8 to 10 months by Pfizer and Moderna was that they had already started working on that at that time. In 2003, they had already started working in the sense of creating a vaccine for coronavirus. But, this virus infection lasted for a very short time. So they then left it. But the efficacy was there, but the ability was there to jack it up. So that's how. I don't know whether you can have a pan-coronavirus vaccine, because you want a vaccine which is actually directed to one variant over there. The one variant which is very common, which is common to all of them, is the D614G. So all of these, the mRNA-based or the viral vector-based vaccines are actually directed on that. And I know the Indian make one, the Genova vaccine, which is going to be made and which will probably come in June, July. Dr. Sanjay Singh is the owner of that company, and I'm in touch with him regularly. He's actually classically targeting D614G. D614G is the one which makes the virus efficacious, which makes the virus to attach to the AC2 receptor there. So the vaccines had to be unidirectional. The vaccine had to be specific to the particular point which generates or which makes the virus possible to sort of attach to the lung cells and generates some kind of immunity there. If you make a broad one, then your antibodies will be actually a waste.
Yeah, I was also going to say the same thing, like they are going to look at a more conserved region on that receptor binding domain, which is present in all 3, and PAN, if you talk about the PAN, because that's the one which helps in entry of the virus or attachment or the fusion of the membrane, gets the entry of capsid protein along with the RNA. So that conserved region, if it is common among, there are common, these kind of regions among all 3 viruses, all these pan-coronavirus vaccine can be generated. I think they are working on that. I read an article some time back. They are working on some kind of that conserved region which is present in all coronaviruses, and that can stop that vaccine will be kind of pan-coronavirus vaccine.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. And with this, I think we would get on with the next talk. Our speaker is there with us, so I will just. Okay.
Is Amit already there?
Yeah, he's there, sir.
Yes, sir.
Amit, just I'll give a brief introduction.
मैं तुम्हारी शक्ल देखना चाहता हूँ, उसके बाद मैं चले जाना चाहता हूँ, कुछ और नहीं।
My video is on, sir. My video is on. Can you see me?
तुम्हारी शक्ल देखने के लिए तो बैठा हूँ ना, तो मैं जाना चाहता था कहीं और।
Well, thank you so much. I really love to see you, and you look much more younger than. I think pandemic is giving you some extra vitamins.
Well, I want to introduce this young man. I'm very impressed with him. He's not only the secretary of the Indian Immunology Society, but I think kind of science that he does is very translational. And he could be a role model for many of our youngsters in the audience here. Please be attentive to him. He's going to tell you some very useful things about immunology of the COVID-19.
Thank you, sir.
As Professor Mehra has already mentioned, Dr. Arvasti is doing some great job with respect to the primary data he has generated in his laboratory under the pandemic's time, where almost all of us are having second thoughts about the science and the logistics and the system. So with a brief introduction of his, he is Associate Professor at the Immunobiology Laboratory, Translational Health Science and Technology Institute, Faridabad. And his prime area of research is basic and translational T-cell immunobiology, centered on inflammatory diseases, cancers, and now with the COVID infections. So he's for corona disease, we are really talking a lot about the antibodies being able or not able to neutralize the newer mutants or the older ones, and then the convalescent plasma therapy. But then he's somebody who's into T cells, right? The T cell immunity. So he has generated a good amount of preclinical and clinical data set with respect to SARS-CoV-2 biology, immunobiology, and the things coming out from his lab are really being utilized in multiple vaccine platforms that he will elaborate. Briefly, he started back in India as a Ramalingam with a Ramalingam fellowship. He's a DBT Wellcome Trust intermediate fellow. He has some 10,000 plus citations. For the viewers who are from schools and all, I would just simplify the citations. It's a report card basically. So he's doing a great job with respect to his report card, I would say. And recently, 2021, he has been conferred with G.N. Ramachandran National Bioscience Award for the career development in the area of T-cell differentiation, effector biology in context of inflammatory diseases. And he's a young scientist, Platinum Jubilee awardee as well, National Academy of Sciences of India, and GP Talwar Mid-Career Scientist Award, Indian Immunological Society. It's a privilege that today's all the three speakers we could have from Indian Immunological Society per se. And he's doing a great job in context of pulling in the young investigators and young minds together and generating beautiful meaningful collaborative projects. He's a council member of Federation of Immunological Societies at the Asian level. I do need to talk about his basic education and training, because that is what the school kids and college students can relate. They'll be able to better relate with him and maybe possibly feel freer, to ask specific questions. So he's a BSc Biology, Master's Biotechnology from Jivaji University, Gwalior, PhD in Immunology. I think he worked around like leishmaniasis. So that way he has work experience in the area of infectious diseases. His postdoctoral training is at Harvard Medical School. So with this, Dr. Avasti, let us go into your talk, and he'll be really touching on the benchside part of the coronavirus, immunology, what we know, and maybe, a little glimpses of how things go in a lab for our audience. Yes, please, Dr. Avasti.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Do I have an option to share? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
So, So basically, I would like to thank you, Dr. Manju, for organizing this virtual session on the day of. I think we are just celebrating Immunology Day, which is going to be on 29th. So this is fine. We can celebrate whole week. That's perfectly fine, and particularly at the time of pandemic, the immunology research need to go to the grassroots level so that everybody understand the importance of this field. Uh, we had really great speakers before me. I mean, Professor Arora, I really big admirer of him. He's really great scientist, and he's my mentor, as well as he's also president of Indian Immunology Society, and I have really great opportunity to work with him as a secretary of Indian Immunology Society, and we together did some really remarkable changes the way the society was functioning, and now the society is kind of again uh, uh, came back to its really normal full form, and we are really doing different kind of programs to, I mean, every student can get actually benefited from the society. Professor Mehra is a father figure. I really learned a lot from him. At the time I came back to India, and he was at that time dean in AIMS. So a lot of discussion, conversation about science and immunology altogether. So basically, I will like to go into the details about the immune system. The talk will not be too long because everybody's waiting for the lunch. So I'm going to talk about the complexity of the immune response in COVID-19. And when we talk about the immune system or immune response, I think it's very important, and this is in the interest of the general audience. We need to know what exactly is the immune system and how this immune system actually together works to take care of us from various infection. And right now, the context of COVID-19, so the same immune system is really remarkably protecting us from the disease, but at the same time, when our immune system actually overtly reacting to the virus or to eliminate the virus, and due to this overt or excessive reactions, we also develop the immunopathology, and as a result, you see a lot of a problem in the patient, whether it's a problem of oxygen and all those things. This is all related to immune pathology, which is actually generated by our own immune system. So basically, when we are talking about COVID-19, it's very important to understand the immune system. And when you know the immune system, you know at what time point we need to check the immune system in order to control the excessive immunopathology, which is being generated to eliminate the virus. So it's the kind of collateral damage. You try to kill the enemy somewhere, and you know if enemy is living in kind of situation where is a dense population is also living around that area, then obviously some collateral damage happens. So our idea to actually minimize that collateral damage, and that can only happen if we understand the enemy well as our own citizen. So that's what the differentiation between the enemy and the citizen is essentially required to control this immunopathology. This is kind of I just gave you kind of analogy. I mean, this is, so basically what defense against microbes, that our immune system is primarily developed and evolved, particularly in the mammalian or higher mammalians, to defend ourselves from the microbes, as we know that we are actually living with the microbes all the time. So basically, whether we are inhaling the air, that air could be polluted air, it could be infected airs, which is happening right now in case of COVID-19, or it happens in case of influenza virus, or it happens in many airborne diseases like Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So basically, what I'm trying to say, that microbes are everywhere in the air, in the food we eat. There's a lot of infection, foodborne infection, and there's one example which is actually create a lot of problem for the country like us, a developing country, and which is like typhoid, which is actually happens by the bacteria which is called Salmonella typhi, and that goes through the food. Then you have oral fecal routes, then you have blood-borne infection, hepatitis. So basically, we can imagine ourselves in a situation that we are always having tons of pathogens to take care, and that's what we are evolved with, a very unique system, and which is we call immune system. The immune system, when we are living healthy life and we are not having any infection, but sometime due to mutations in our somatic mutations in the cells, or through the chemicals, chemical spillage, or some various mutations induced by the chemicals, as well as the age-related mutations, and causes the cancer. And these cancers actually are the cells, our own body cells, that actually grow, multiply, grow in a manner which is not supposed to be in a normal cell. So therefore, these cells, the tumor cells, need to be controlled or contained, and therefore the role of immune system, which is primarily there to control the non-self, which is the pathogens, can also control the self cells, because these self cells can become altered cells because of the mutation, and because of the alteration of our self cells, our immune system recognize them as a non-self. So basically, immune system can control both infection as well as our own tissue. I mean the tumors. In addition to these two examples, there are other inflammatory conditions or diseases like autoimmune diseases, which is really not a tumor or not infection, but they are the self antigens which actually causes our immune system to react. And in certain individuals, when you have the kind of environment, the proper environment, you have different kind of, the antigen which is being expressed, and your immune system start recognizing them. So all these things, when become favorable, the person develop an autoimmune disease, and this disease is actually primarily immune mediated disease, and therefore to control this disease you have to manage the disease, and therefore you have to control or check the immune system. And that's what people uses various inhibitors of immune system, particularly steroids, and as well as other cytokine based therapy. So for example, if you don't have any of these conditions, which is a microbes or pathogens or tumor or autoimmune diseases, and we are living perfectly healthy life, so what is the role of immune system when we are living very healthy life? The role of immune system also to maintain immune homeostasis in the healthier situation. So basically, destruction of the dead cells. So because we are actually continuously evolving, we are developing, we are growing, and one of the things when we grow, that our cellular what do you call turnover time, we generate a lot of new cells, and a lot of cells are dying at the same time. So it's a very similar process what is happening around the world, that people born and they become adult, and they become old and they die. So when they become when they are died, they have to be cleared from our surroundings, because we cannot have the dead bodies floating around in our surroundings. So therefore there's a mechanism to clear these bodies, either through the cremation or through the other methods. So very similarly, our immune system also does the same thing within the body, and therefore they clears or control these dead cells. And one of the examples you can just relate, that blood cells, which is having very short lives, and they born every day in our bone marrow, and then they comes to the circulation as a blood cells, and therefore they play a major role in actually exchanging the oxygen from the lung to the various tissues in the body. So therefore, since they have a shorter half-life, they have to quickly do their function and die. And when they're dying, then they have to be cleared by some places, and therefore the immune system plays a major role. And spleen cells, spleen is one of the major organs where all these dead RBCs are being cleared through a mechanism which is being recognized by the macrophages, which is called splenic macrophages. And these splenic macrophages recognize a particular ligand on these dead cells, And then as a result, these macrophages actually phagocytose them. And once the macrophage phagocytosing these RBCs, they are being chopped off into small pieces, and then these nutritions and other proteins of the cells actually comes back into the system, and it's kind of very similar way we are actually providing the supply to our normal cells. So when we talk about the immune system is primarily can be categorized into three different categories. One is the organ, which is the bigger in size than the cells, which is smaller than the organs, and the organ is consists of the cells. And then cells, there's a molecules. These molecules are within the cells or on the surface of the cells. So you can see the smallest is the molecule, the cell is bigger than the molecules, and actually organ is bigger than the cell. So all these different components is really crucial for the immune system. And when we talk about the organs of the immune system, and I'm just giving you these examples because I think we have the mixed audience. So some of the people who are not really very familiar with the immune system, therefore I'm just trying to really educate them what exactly is the immune system. So when we talk about the organs, we have these variety of organs, and I will not really go into each of these details. I will focus on really two different kind of organs here. One is the primary lymphoid organs, which is thymus and the bone marrow. So bone marrow and the thymus, as you can see here, are the primary lymphoid organs. And why we call them primary lymphoid organs? Because this is the place where most of the immune cells either generated, which is the case of bone marrow, or mature, which is the case of the thymus, because bone marrow generating all the precursors, precursor of the immune cells, and we call them hematopoietic stem cells. And these hematopoietic stem cells are being generated, and using the different cytokines or the factors, they convert, either become macrophages or eosinophils or basophils or T cells or B cells. And then T cells from the bone marrow migrate from bone marrow to the thymus, where they get actually mature. And within the thymus, we have this process called positive and negative selections. And all the cells which is self-reactive, reacting to our own body, are actually being negatively eliminated or through the process of negative selection, and the cells which are not reacting to our own tissue or the antigens are actually positively selected. And these positively selected cells called mature T cells, they become either CD4 positive T cells or CD8 positive T cells comes into the periphery, and therefore they actually populate the secondary lymphoid organs, which are the spleen, which are the lymph nodes, pious patches, tonsils. So these are the places where the T cells and the B cells come out as a mature and populate these secondary lymphoid organs. And therefore, these T cells particularly, they live a kind of very short life, maybe 7 days, until they see an antigen. If they don't see the antigen, these T cells actually die. But if they see an antigen, like in case of COVID-19, if they see a viral or viral protein, these T cells start actually recognizing and proliferating. And once these T cells proliferate, they convert into the effector cells to control the virus. Or once the virus is gone, then these effector cells actually shrink and become memory cells for future to control the same antigens. So when we talk about the cells, these cells are primarily generated in the primary lymphoid organs and actually resides in the secondary lymphoid organs, what I mentioned to you. And when we talk about the cells, we have a variety of cells. One is a lymphocyte. These lymphocytes are actually three kinds. One is the T cells, but second is the B cells. B cells, obviously, when they produce antibodies, become plasma cells. And then you have the natural killer cells, which is a kind of hybrid of T cells and the innate cells, right? Which is very quickly to react to anything, particularly virus or bacteria. These are the first cells to very fast releasing the cytokine, particularly interferon gamma. And natural killer cells is very crucial for eliminating the tumors. When we talk about the innate cells, these are the cells which is a macrophage and the monocytes, as well as the granulocytes. These are the part of the innate immune system, and these are the very crucial for activating the toll-like receptor pathway on the surface of these cells, and therefore they produce tons of cytokines like pro-inflammatory cytokine, and these cytokines eventually lead to the activation of T lymphocytes. So when we talk about the molecules, which are the molecules which are very crucial to play a role in case of vaccine development or elimination of the pathogens, and these are obviously the antibodies, which is primarily produced by the plasma cells, and these antibodies are the molecules which is a kind of high in the molecular weight, 150 kilodalton, and these are the protein molecules, which is a bisafe. This is a bisafe, so they actually circulate in our blood, and then they try to bind to the protein. In case of COVID-19, they will bind to the spike protein, which is on the surface of the coronavirus, and try to suppress the viral entry into the cells. Then you have the complement system, which is again in part of the innate immune system, and actually try to fix these bacteria and other pathogens which is actually entering our body. Cytokines and interleukins and interferon, they are all produced by the innate cells as well as the activated T cells, and as a result to further boost the clearance of the pathogens. So when we talk about coronavirus, let's say in context of coronavirus, the slide I have taken from the online, and you can see some of the it looks like a German, but you can also see the what do you call the English in there. So I can just brief you about that. So basically, this is like coronavirus, and you can see the coronavirus contains the nucleic acid, which is red in color, and then you have this flower-like structure. This is a spike protein, so this is a kind of crown of the virus, so therefore it's called coronavirus. And so basically, when we talk about the virus is being interacted with the host cells, and this is the host cells, and the interaction of the virus is primarily driven by a receptor which is known AC2 receptor. This is this primarily expressed on the epithelial cells, that could be the epithelial cells of the upper and the lower respiratory tract, as well as this is also being expressed in the intestine and other tissue as well. So basically, when the infection happens in the lung through the respiratory route, the virus is actually interacting with this, the green and the blue is called attachment. And once the virus really get attached, then you have the another host protein, which is expressed on the surface of the cells, is called TMPRSS2. This is a protease which actually cleave the virus, and then virus goes inside the cells. And once the virus gets inside the cells, is actually quickly make the similar particle by reassemble itself and replicating its nucleic acid and other component, and reassemble itself and come out of the cells, because cells become rupture, and then it actually infect the other surrounding cells in the vicinity. When the virus become really systemic, initially it will remain in the lung, but at some point of time it becomes systemic, and through the blood route it can goes to various organs, and therefore the virus can then again now start infecting to the places where they find this green protein. This is AC2, and therefore the virus can also infect the epithelial cells of the intestine and can cause some pathology in the intestine of infected individuals. So now we know this machinery, how the virus is being infecting the cells or getting inside the cells to cause the disease. We know that two checkpoints: either we can block the virus by blocking its interaction to the blue and the green point. So therefore, either we can generate the antivirals. So these antivirals can actually stop the interaction between the green and the blue. And this is the very similar way the antibodies which are being generated either through the natural infection or through the vaccination. These antibodies are going to be bind to the blue flower or this blue spike protein, and therefore the spike protein is not anymore free to interact with the green one. Therefore, the viral entry is suppressed. If the viral entry is suppressed longer time, therefore the virus really cannot really survive itself in the blood, and eventually it will be out, it will become inactivated. So in order to virus to survive, it has to go inside the cells to replicate itself. So this is how the entry of the virus can be stopped, either through the natural vaccination or through the vaccination or through the antiviral responses, antiviral drugs. So when we talk about this virus are being sensed by the epithelial cells, during this sensing, the innate pathway as well as the acquired immune system are being activated. So here what is happening in this slide, the virus is being attached to this ACE2, and during this time it is also being sensed by this other receptor on the host cells, and as a result the innate mechanism are being started to come into the picture to control the virus. And one of the major innate cytokine in this case is type 1 interferon, which I'm going to talk about in my couple of slides later. So now we are talking about two types of immune system. One is the innate, and this is the first line of immune response, which relies on the mechanism that exists before the infection. So that the beauty of the innate immune system, that we are there always, it's already there. We are born with this system. So therefore it does not really need to assembled at the time of infection. So we are there with the all full preparations, right? So that's there. But the acquired immune system, which is a very specific immune system, because we cannot really rely on the innate immune system because there is no antigen specificity in the innate immune system, the first thing. The second thing is the innate immune system cannot really generate the long-lasting memory cells. So therefore, innate immune system is really good to initiate something. It's like, when you are starting a car, it requires more energy. It requires more petrol or the gas to initiate the car. But when car is start going, you don't need that energy. So I think innate immune system is a kind of initiating point because it has all the component already there, right? And once this is started, then innate immune system slowly transfer the things to the acquired immune system, and therefore always there's a link between innate and acquired immunity. So acquired immune system become very antigen specific, and the capability of acquired immune system that it can really identify maybe billions of antigens. So you can imagine n number of antigen on the planet, and our acquired immune system has a capacity to recognize them. And the second really important thing about the acquired immune system, it generates long-lasting memory cells for B cells as well as the T cells. So this is how it actually happens. So now we talk about some of these cases which is really happening in case of SARS coronavirus. And this is an example. For example, when the virus is being exposed, and that is red in color, if some of us being exposed by the virus through the intranasal route, the innate immune system immediately gets activated because we are already having all the component of the innate immune system to react. So innate immune system is the first one to get activated, and then you can see it actually peaks. And during this peak, you will also see the viral load is also being increased. So you have the viral load, then you have the innate immune system, they are kind of working together. And when the innate immune system is going down, and this is the time between 7 days onward, you have this acquired immune system come into the play, and particularly the T cell response, and therefore you have this acquired immune system is now taking off. And when the acquired immune system is really taking off, this is the time when the virus is being killed antigen specifically through the CD8 cells. So all the virally infected cells are being recognized by the CD8 cells, and these virally infected cells are being eliminated by the process called perforin and granzyme. At the same time, the B cells are also part of the acquired immune system, are also activated and producing antibodies. And these antibodies are actually neutralizing the virus. So therefore, the viral load being down because the virus is not getting inside the cells because antibody is neutralizing it. At the same time, the CD8 cells and the CD4 cells are also killing it. So now you have kind of everything working together to control the virus. And therefore, the viral peak goes down and the acquired immune system remains up. And when the viral antigen are totally out of the system, then the acquired immune system also slows down and actually shrink and contract and actually convert into the memory cells. So now we also might be hearing about some cases like, I'm giving you some example, the mild cases as well as the severe cases. The mild cases, when you have an exposure, and this mild cases could be attributed for many things, that, if somebody is really healthy, there is no comorbid situation, somebody is really healthy person, they can really control the virus, and their immune system is also kind of wired up in a way that they can control it. So the viral load does not really reach to a threshold that it becomes severe. The viral load goes up, and when the viral load goes up, you see some degree of symptoms in these individuals, and very quickly the viral load goes down because our immune system is able to control, and therefore you just see the milder cases in which you don't need to get any oxygen, you don't need to really take steroid and other kind of intervention. It actually clears itself. But in case of severe cases where this has been shown with a lot of comorbidity, for example, if somebody is having the diabetes or cardiovascular problems or other comorbid situation where immune system is also kind of not in a very good state, the viral load really very quickly goes up, and as a result you have very severe symptoms, and therefore you have this ARDS kind of situation where the lungs start collapsing, and the person needs really close monitoring by the clinicians, as well as they need to put on the oxygen in the first cases, and if it's not really controlled, then they have to really go on to the ventilators. So now the situation, now we know how the virus are being taken care in case of a milder as well as a severe infection. So therefore we can really see here the innate immune system, obviously even in the case of mild cases, the viral load goes up, and there are symptoms, and adaptive immune system goes up, and it can control. But since there is a lesser viral load in case of mild cases, there is a viral load is less, so immune system is kind of very simple, particularly when we talk about T cells and the B cells. It is very simple. As much as antigen they will see, they will have more response. If they see lesser quantity of the antigen, the lesser number of T cell response and the B cell response will be there. So antigen is a food for the T and the B cells. So now in case of milder response, you have the lesser antigen, therefore lesser adaptive immune response and lesser innate immune response, right? In case of severe infection, you have the very high viral load, and that actually translates to very severe innate immune reaction, as well as very severe adaptive immune response, because innate as well as adaptive, they are linked through the various cytokines. So if the innate immune response are activated very much, they will produce a lot of pro-inflammatory cytokines like type 1 interferons or IL-6 and IL-12, and all those various cytokines are produced by the innate immune cells, and these cytokines actually translate into the more severe or more activated phenotype of the T cells, and as a result, in this particular case, the high viral load lead to the higher innate and adaptive immune response, lead to the immune pathology, and this is what the collateral damage start happening in the patient, and patient actually shrink their capacity to inhale because of the immune pathology. So now I'm going to really talk about these two ways of how we can control. So now if you have the viral infection, the first thing you have to really do, control the viral load, and this is how you can control by taking antiviral treatment. So antiviral treatment people are not doing in India, particularly the remdesivir, which is not really meant for the coronavirus COVID-19, but it has been done for some other viral infection, perhaps Zika, if I'm not wrong, and this is showing some effect on COVID-19. So therefore, people are taking a lot of remdesivir in this case. And when you take these antivirals, you can actually stop viral replication, because what it does, it actually suppress viral replication, and the new viral particle will not be generated, and as a result, you have the less antigen, and you have this less immune pathology. But when you are talking about immunopathology, when you know the viral load is high, you can actually do, you can control the immunopathology by controlling the innate as well as the adaptive immune response. And this can be easily done by the dexamethasone, which is actually shown really remarkable effect in the clinical trial. It has been done in case of the trial has been successfully done in UK. And now even the India, I mean, most of the physicians are prescribing these drugs. I mean, the dexamethasone or Madrol, which is the oral steroid, and the function of the steroid is to control or to suppress the immune system. Basically, the steroid is also being taken when you have the autoimmune diseases. So this is kind of steroid is some of the things which is really a kind of Brahmastra, I could say. It's a Brahmastra for many of these immunopathological conditions. But the problem, taking steroid too long actually also put you at the risk of other bacterial infection. So if somebody is living in a country like India where we have a lot of other bacterial infection, and the steroid continuation of the steroid is actually very dangerous, because then bacteria will start growing. So therefore, there could be a prescription under the guidance of the clinician always when we talk about the steroid therapy. So now I'm going to really talk about this type 1 interferon. This is one of the first molecule which is being actually produced by the innate immune cells, and particularly not innate immune cells. This is by the epithelial cells they can produce. So for example, or the dendritic cells. So SARS-CoV-2, when it actually goes in the lung, and as you can see, the mild to moderate COVID-19, you have these dendritic cells that produce type 1 interferon, which is red in color, and this molecules is actually goes and start killing the virus. It is having antiviral property. And this is actually very, very good example that coronavirus is actually jumped from the bats to the human. And most of these viruses are actually reservoir. Bats are the reservoir for most of these viruses, and bats don't get sick and they don't die, because bats are actually maintain these viruses there in a kind of very low quantity, because they produce tons of type 1 interferon. As a result, the higher viral load will not be there and the virus will survive within the bats. So now this is being killed by the type 1 interferon, and therefore there is also kind of crosstalk between pro-inflammatory cytokines and the type 1 interferon, and as a result you have the disease which is milder disease and can be controlled. But in case of severe to critical COVID-19 infection, what happens that impaired type 1 interferon production, right? So what has been found in some of the very good publications has been shown in last 6 months, that people who are actually ending to having a severe disease, they are actually impaired to produce type 1 interferon. And as a result, when you don't have the type 1 interferon, there is a full-blown antiviral immune response are not really there. So what the full-blown means, that type 1 interferon can directly kill the virus, as well as type 1 interferon is important to activate the adaptive as well as innate immune system. So if there is a less type 1 interferon, the whole immune system, the full-blown antiviral immune system is not, immune response is not really there. And as a result, the people get actually into ARDS, multi-organ failure, and actually death. So this is a very nice publication, came out last year, particularly about the type 1 interferon. And what you have the two kind of scenario. When you have the SARS-CoV-2 infection, you have the asymptomatic people who are having milder disease, and you have the life-threatening or severe disease in the people who are kind of symptomatic. So basically, it has been shown that the type 1 interferon, the response to type 1 interferon in case of asymptomatic or milder disease is really good, and this is causing the antiviral immune response by activating TLR3, TLR7, and then inducing the interferon receptor 1 and 2, then phosphostats, all the signaling pathway, and then you get like antiviral immune response, or antiviral factors are being produced, and therefore the virus is being controlled. But in case of life-threatening disease, what has been shown, at least in 10% of people, and this is the time when perhaps this is in October. Now this number 10% actually increased to 40%, and perhaps this paper is already out. If not, it's going to be out very soon. The 40% people now actually coming with a severe disease is because they are actually generating antibody against the type 1 interferon. So basically type 1 interferon is a self molecule, and some people is having the capacity to produce the molecule, to produce the antibody against the self molecules. And you have example SLE, which is a systemic lupus, this is a lupus disease in which the antibodies are produced against the self DNA, right? So this is a very similar way the antibodies are produced against the self molecule, which is a type 1 interferon. And if the virus is being infected, the virus is trying to produce the type 1 interferon, but the type 1 interferon are being neutralized by this antibody. And as a result, the type 1 interferon will not be able to bind to its receptor, and this whole signaling cascade, which is an antiviral signaling cascade, will be suppressed. And as a result, the virus will multiply, and that lead to the severity and death. So now, as I mentioned to you, the type 1 interferon is also important to actually generate full-blown immune response, which is innate immune response as well as adaptive immune response. And as you can see, that type 1 interferon is very early is produced at the time when the virus. So basically, if you see the peaks with the blue and the red, which is the viral load, they go hand to hand. And then the moment the viral load is going down, and actually the type 1 interferon is actually also is less. But the point is, this is the triggering point when the T cell response start picking up, because these two factors, the antigens to activate the T and the B cells are coming from the red zone, and the cytokines, which is type 1 interferon, is coming from this blue zone, and both are important to activate the T cells. And now the T cell getting activated and further takes care of the virus. So this is how the type 1 interferon is really important for this. And the other thing is, so basically you have these different dendritic cells, you have CDC, you have PDCs, and you have macrophages. These are the innate immune cells. When you have the high viral load, they produce type 1 interferons early on, and the peak of the type 1 interferon goes down, and then basically beneficial effect, antivirals, innate immune cell activation, adaptive immune cell activation, it is being done by the type 1 interferon. The detrimental effect of type 1 interferon, and this is very, very important, therefore the balance is required to have the balance. The chronic immune activation, increase IL-10 and PD-L1 expression, and T cell get exhausted. So when you have too much type 1 interferon around the system, what it does, it actually enhances anti-inflammatory cytokines to also produced by the T cells, which is IL-10 in this case. And also the molecule, which is called PD-L1, is also being produced, the ligand, and therefore the T cell get exhausted, and this anti-inflammatory cytokine control and suppress the effector T cells. The very idea of having this IL-10 in the system just to control the collateral damage. But at the same time, when you have some bacterial infection in you, and particularly Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the IL-10 will actually help Mycobacterium tuberculosis to grow within you. So basically you have COVID-19 and you have a situation where you're actually infected with Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which could be not active TB, it could be a TB which is residing in a small numbers. But when you have this kind of situation, this TB get reactivated, and then you have a problem of virus and as well as the TB. The other thing of type 1 interferon is actually help in the reactivation of the tuberculosis. So therefore, too much type 1 interferon in a situation like India, where a lot of people are infected with the tuberculosis, will have the detrimental effect of suddenly the TB will be reactivated. So, these are the things we really need to keep in mind when we are prescribing some of these drugs, and particularly when somebody's coming to the clinic having COVID-19 and also having tuberculosis, we need to have drugs which can control both of them. So now I'm going to really very quickly talk about this adaptive immune system. So when you have the virus which is coming inside us and actually making dendritic cells, and these dendritic cells are being presenting the antigen, and these dendritic cells can present antigen to both CD4 cells as well as the CD8 cells. because dendritic cells can express both class 1 and the class 2. So the exogenous pathway which lead to class 2 presentation to the CD4 cells, and these CD4 cells now become clonally expand. This is the quality of the adaptive immune system, that one cell become two, two become four. So a lot of, suddenly you have tons of cells are being identifying the same viral antigen. And these T cells actually help B cells to produce antibodies, because without T cells, without CD4 help, the B cell will not produce high affinity antibodies. It will remain like, IgM producer and all those kind of things. But when we are trying to neutralize the virus, you really need very high affinity antibodies because here there is a competition. There's a competition between the antibody which is going to bind to virus and the competition of the viral spike protein to bind to the ACE2. So now if somebody is having high affinity, that will bind to the first. So if you have the high affinity antibody, that antibody will bind to the spike protein first and not letting spike protein free to bind to the ACE2. So therefore, the high affinity antibody is the key for any vaccination drive. And therefore, the CD4 help is very, very important for this outcome. When we talk about the dendritic cells presenting the antigen to the CD8 cells, and the CD8 cells are important for clearing the virally infected epithelial cells or virally infected cells, because antibody cannot really go inside the cells, because antibody molecule is 150 kilodalton. It cannot really penetrate in the cells, right? So therefore, the virus which is residing within the cells need to be controlled, and that cannot be controlled by the antibody. So therefore, you need to have the CD8 cells which can now see the viral antigen on the infected cells. And once the CD8 cells see the viral antigen, they will actually produce a perforin which create the pore within the infected cells. And as a result, the perforin and then granzyme, which is the proteases, are released within the cells. And this granzyme, which is a protease, is now going to digest all the protein, because cells are consist of protein molecules. So therefore, eventually cell will die because the protein is actually lysed. So now, I will quickly actually take you to a couple of slides which has been doing in my lab, and actually this is important to important contribution, because the animal models is very important to really control, to test antivirals, vaccines, and many other molecules. And this is the thing, when we have generated this model almost 1 year ago to cater various national and international companies and academic partner to test their molecule and the vaccine, so that they can show this data, preclinical data, to the regulatory bodies in the New Delhi, and therefore the further clearance can be given for their vaccine candidates as well as the antiviral drugs. So basically what we have done very quickly last year, that we have generated this model. This is a hamster model in which the virus is being infected through the intranasal route into the hamster, and then these hamsters are infected in the BSL-3 facility with all proper trained people. And then we try to see what are the different places the immunopathology or damage are being done. Obviously, lung was the primary site. Then we have to also see spleen, heart, and the intestine. And we can clearly see there is a kind of problem in the heart in the model, in the animals which are being infected with the virus. And that actually remind us that once the COVID is off, once the virus is gone, once the vaccine is very effective, maybe people who are infected with the virus might have some post COVID complication, and that particularly goes to the heart complications. So therefore, this model is very important to generate some new ideas about research ideas, as well as testing the molecules or the drugs against long COVID or post COVID post-COVID disease. So just very briefly, we want to give you an idea that when we infect the hamster, we have infected the hamster with 2 different doses, and the green is uninfected. When we infected with 2 different doses, one is the red one and one is the blue one, and these doses were like 10 to the power 4 PFU and 10 to the power 5 PFU, and both of these doses are remarkably showing the sign and kind of symptoms in these hamsters. And there's a kind of reduction at day 4. We see the 10% body weight loss in these hamsters. And the beauty of this model, these animals don't die as compared to the ACE2 transgenic. These these animals survive and they recover like humans. So at 14 days, the viral load goes down, and as you can see, there's a clear-cut lung injury and inflammation in the lung. And at day 2, you have a lot of virus in the lung at higher dose. Day 7, you can see clear lung injury, and at day 14, the lung injury is actually much lower than the previous days. And that is also being reflected by the spleen size, which is we call splenomegaly. At early, at early time points, there is a high, the size of the spleen is very, very large, and it becomes further large at day 4, and day 7, it starts shrinking. That means the virus is being cleared, and at day 14, it becomes very, very similar to the uninfected. So that means most of the viral antigens are gone, and as a result, the B cells and the T cells, which primarily reside in the spleen, are now contracting because there is no viruses there. Now then, after that, we sacrifice these animals and we titrate the viral load, and you can see at day 2, very high viral load in the lung, and at day 14, the viral load is actually very much actually less. And this has actually also shown in a different assays. This is happening. We also check the RBD, spike, and NP. These are the 3 different components of the virus. RBD is the receptor binding domain, which is a part of the spike protein, and there's a nucleoprotein. So we could really see at around 7 days onward, we could really see very high antibody titers of RBD, spike, and nucleoprotein. And this is showing that, you know, the antibodies are being generated, and this could be one of the reasons that you have antibodies, and as a result, the viral load goes down because antibodies neutralizing the virus to infect new cells or healthy cells. In addition to this, we have also done the immunohistopathology, and we could really see histopathological changes in the lung. We could really see a lot of lung injury at day 2 and day 4, and this injury actually subsided at day 14. We clearly see one of the kind of interesting thing, the mast cells accumulation in the lung, which is maybe perhaps showing this is maybe doing a lot of tissue damage by releasing a lot of histamine. As we know, the mast cells has a lot of granules, and these histamine granules, and these histamines are being released as a result of IgE actually making them to degranulate, because IgE is actually cross-linked these mast cells, and as a result this happens, and that actually creates a problem in the constriction or inhalation. And it's a very similar analogy you can see with the asthmatic patient. So basically this is what we think perhaps maybe should be tested, that if somebody is having the severe disease, obviously steroid is important to take care of the lung or pathology, but maybe antihistamine can also work very well, because if you control the histamine, you have the better breathing thing. In addition to this, we also did lung injury marker, and most of the lung injury marker are upregulated at early time points, like eotaxin, you have surfactant protein B, and various other mucin, and all those things are actually being upregulated in this model. So basically, this model is actually creating and pave the ways to actually help in this national crisis to various academic as well as non-academic partner. And I really thankful to my team and the people like Dr. Jagam Abbas and Dr. Rajdeep, who's a PhD student, Srikant Sadhu is also a PhD student. They have worked day and night in the last year to establish this model during the lockdown. And now we continue to actually support various vaccine companies, and our team is really tirelessly working on helping and supporting the various partners at the time of national crisis. So with this acknowledgement note, I really would like to thank you everyone, and I will be happy to answer the question. I really thank Dr. Manju Jain for giving me this opportunity and the platform to interact all of you and provide my point of view and my thought process about COVID-19, and with some known literature, some emerging literature. So thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer the question. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Avasti. That was really a very lucid talk, starting with, the basic conceptual understanding and moving on, to the specific area of COVID with respect to the lab work based on a animal model you have shown up. So I would ask the, joinee in the Zoom if they have any questions. They've all gone for lunch or what? I don't know.
I think that's fine. People are maybe hungry, but I think any question, if anybody has, you can email me and I will be happy to answer. That's not a problem.
So, just one query I have. Just good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Very informative talk, sir. Lots of things we have learned from your slides. Just one query I generally students have asked me regarding like a person who is asymptomatic and he's not gone through the corona positive, but he's asymptomatic and is somehow showing the symptoms in relate to COVID positive. If that person is going to take a vaccine, in that case, they are going for cytokine storm or not. They are saying about there is a possibility of cytokine storm in those individuals which are asymptomatic and they have taken the vaccine.
Yeah, so when somebody is asymptomatic or symptomatic, it doesn't matter. So basically, both of these category will have virus inside, and that means the virus, the antigen will be exposed to the T cells and the B cells. So basically, if you put the vaccine again on top of the whatever they have, it will give them a lot of antigen, and that will cause very high production of cytokines, and that will also lead to the activation induced cell death of these lymphocytes. So basically your vaccine will not be very effective, because if you are giving too much antigen, these T cells are hyperactivated and they will have activation induced cell death, and as a result the purpose of the vaccine will not be solved, because the purpose of the vaccine is to generate memory cells. But most of these cells, if you are going to kill them by activation induced cell death, the memory cell will not be generated. So therefore, if somebody is having infection, let that infection subside. If somebody is having asymptomatic infection, let them complete the normal routine 14 days or 21 days, and later on they can have the vaccine shot.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Any more questions from any of the joining in the Zoom?
Hello, sir.
Hi. Yes.
Yes, sir. Your lecture was informative, sir. Really informative. My question is that as you have done the study on the animals, do we have find out any animal variant virus, sir? Like they are transmitting in that animals?
So, I mean, this is a very, very interesting and important question. And the reason we are on the way to generate the animal model, I think the animal will be the same. Only thing we will be trying various variant, which is UK variant, South African variant, as well as Indian double or triple mutant. So this is the work is ongoing. But based on my knowledge, particularly in case of human, the variants are actually able to replicate faster, because the variant is actually somehow changing its affinity by creating the mutation, the spike protein, and therefore the spike protein bind to ACE2 in a higher affinity as compared to the original Wuhan strain. And when the binding is more, the virus gets inside the cells more, and as a result you have the high viral load as compared to the wild type virus. And this is one of the reason that the infection is being spread very fast. So for example, if somebody is having the Wuhan virus and that original virus, and that person maybe by talking releasing 100 virus particle, but the person who is infected with the variants are releasing 1,000 virus particles. So now there's a clear difference that 1,000 virus particle will infect 1,000 people as compared to the 100. So I mean, this is a very interesting question, and the animal model will be generated, and various partners are asking the same thing because they also want to test their vaccine and antiviral in the situation where we have the mutation or mutant or the variant. Yes.
So one question.
Yes.
So since it's a novel virus and it introduced us since last time something similar happened in Spanish flu like 100 years ago. So how does it put us immunologists or particularly vaccinologists, which was position that in future we can expect similar more viruses, different viruses, but similar epidemics can happen. So where does this put us for us immunologists as in preparation mode? What kind of challenges we have, or what kind of how can we change our current perspective of research for future challenges which might emerge? And I think there will definitely will emerge. More different viruses will emerge.
So I think we have to, as a human being as well as the immunologist, there are two perspectives to this question. The first perspective is we should stop evading the natural habitats, and this is the right way that nobody should really get into the natural habitats, or they should not really eat the animals they are not supposed to eat, like people eat various animals, particularly in other countries. So that fashion trend should be stopped, because I have seen some of the pictures where some of the big companies CEO from US and other places are posting a picture eating some of the animals which is not supposed to be eaten, and because this is how the virus are being jumped from one species to other species. And so we should stop evading the natural habitats of other animals, the first thing. The second thing is, as a scientist or as an immunologist, now we have to think about generating the vaccine for multi-epitope vaccines. Or what I mean to say, that for example, now we are actually having the COVID-19. So let's say we have a panel of we have a panel of coronavirus, right? And from this panel of coronavirus, now we have to really identify what are the conserved epitope between all these coronavirus. First, identify these conserved epitopes. Or maybe if there is no such conserved epitope, then we have to stitch various epitopes to generate the next level of next generation of the vaccine. So now you have the COVID-19 epitope, which is, we know which one is that. Then you have the other coronavirus epitopes, right? Then you actually stitch them together, either in the protein vaccine or in the mRNA vaccine, which is now easy to do because people have shown it. And that is perhaps going to take care of us future pandemic for similar diseases. So therefore, every viral diseases, particularly the airborne disease, now we have to, as a scientist, we have to categorize the risk of the diseases. For example, the respiratory viruses are at the high risk because it's easy to spread compared to the blood-borne viruses, right? Compared to the oral fecal route viruses, right? So then we have to have different categories, and within each of these categories, we need to identify what are the possible mutations can happen, what are the possibility of finding the conserved reason, and therefore we can generate a kind of pan vaccine, which now scientists are talking about.
I think what you meant is we can integrate immunoinformatics, bioinformatics dealing with immunology.
Yes.
So for identification of epitopes, regions, and making of multi-epitope cocktail vaccines.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, Dr. Avasthi, if you allow, I will have few questions from my side.
Yeah, sure, please.
Like you told, like in the hamster model, the recovery is there, right?
Right.
The animal doesn't die.
Right.
And I'm trying to link it with the human, infection, the way, people come up with post-COVID, that fibrosis and all, even when they are recovered, right? And in the new strains and all, these mutants, people are complaining it's, the diagnosis per se. When, the situation is not good to go by, the scans and all that. So in the recovery phase, in this fibrosis thing, you want to correlate in context of, what patients are complaining or what is, being talked about by experts. like chest X-ray and all that has come into, you know?
I think what is really required now, we are coming out from this critical time, which is right now is happening, and perhaps the way things are happening. First of all, this to me it looks like it become the Corona season, and I believe that next year the same time from the March onward we will have again this third wave. I mean, whatever the wave, it's going to be yearly now. It's not going to go away, first of all. So therefore, the policymakers, the scientists, and our honorable Prime Minister, there should be a task force, should be developed. They should not become complacent, because the Corona, it looks like it's become Corona season. And I can tell you, like last year, when the cases started in the March itself is peaking up, and we were having lockdown. So therefore the cases were not really that much high because of the strict lockdown in the country, which did not happen this year. And as a result, we have many cases more than the last year. The second thing is, if you really see that curve last year, the virus starts spreading from March, and then it actually peaked, and then suddenly in October end it actually goes down, and we were having around 97,000 cases, perhaps at the peak. I mean, in one of those days, 97,000 cases. So I think this time also the virus will be continuing to spread through this season, and perhaps by September or October it will remain like this, and then you have 3 months window, like November, December, January, or February, 4 months window, where the virus will be lesser like it was last year. So this is the first thing. So basically our policymaker as well as the healthcare team, healthcare infrastructure need to take this into the note that, you know, this will come back. One thing. However, the critical time what we are going through is going to pass now. But what is going to happen after this? There will be post-COVID-19 things will emerge. Post-COVID-19 sequelae will emerge, and that will create extra burden, which is like cardiovascular people. So somebody is having cardiovascular problem, and on top of it they get the infection, then they will have a problem again, cardiovascular problem. Somebody having diabetes, they have a problem. So now we have to categorize the people who are having COVID. Now we have to some way at the district level or in various hospitals, there should be a questionnaire, and that questionnaire should be asked that, okay, you have a COVID-19 infection, and what are the other comorbidity you had, right? So now you categorize those people into different comorbidity, and now the COVID is gone, then we have to take care of those comorbidity, because those comorbidity will increase further. So I think there will be extra vigilance, extra cautiousness is required by our healthcare system. This is going to happen, and this may last longer, because, you know, sometimes these affect what you see, because every severe person is having cytokine storm, and this cytokine storm will be subsided, but its long-lasting effect, its kind of ripple effect, will come later. So therefore, I think we have to be extra vigilant, and we have to remain, you know, ready for such kind of post-COVID waves.
Yes. So another thing I was wondering, like, annual experiments, keeping in mind the the transmissibility of this virus, maintaining groups, maintaining, say, a group of 4 to 5 of a particular time point. It itself is a challenge. I mean, I'm just wondering how.
Yeah, I think it was very challenging, because each of these experiment has to be done in the strict BSL-3 environment, which is a negative pressure. So first of all, somebody who goes and sit there for 4 hours, having a kind of different effect on their physique, right, because of the negative pressure. The second thing is there is a transmission. It's like one infected hamster can really spread the infection to the healthy one. So therefore, we have to also take care of this proper distance between one cages which is infected, and we are comparing them with the control which is non-infected, and comparing them with the by the antiviral. So each of these things has to be taken care in the mind before we design and set up the experiment. And therefore there is a certain load we can take, because if we take care of the space, then we have to really do all these things in a manner that, we can't really do too many things at the same time. So it's very, very challenging, but we are trying to do whatever we can do in this time.
Yeah, great. So the last thing I think I would ask you to just give us a snapshot of the human part, the clinical correlates, maybe a little bit. And as you are in a very constructive way involved into the vaccine platforms and all, so is there any blind spot you yourself would like to talk about? I mean, on a scientific platform, I would say, right?
Yeah, so I think there are the two major correlates, protection correlates, what people talk about, and this is kind of universally accepted. The one is antibody response, the humoral immune response. And I think before COVID-19, most of the respiratory viruses, particularly influenza virus, people did not really care about cellular immune response or the T-cell immune response. People always cared about the protection correlate in terms of antibody production against influenza. But when this COVID-19 happens, and then suddenly you see a kind of different result in which some people who are asymptomatic, some people who are actually having virus, but they are not having antibodies, right? Some people are having the virus, but they have antibodies, but these antibodies are not long lasting, but still people are protected. So therefore, a lot of literature has been generated around to solve this paradox by bringing in the cellular component into it, and therefore the T cell, the role of T cells has been shown in this particular virus, and therefore every regulatory agencies, whether it's FDA or DCGI in India, asked the various vaccine companies to actually measure the T cell response together with the humoral response. And therefore my lab came into the picture, because my expertise and my lab expertise is the understanding the T cell response, as this is what I have done during my postdoc in USA. So now when we talk about the humoral immune response, which is actually being done by the neutralization assay in the BSL-3 facility, and where the virus is being neutralized by the antibodies. But now what happens, the mutant virus, particularly South African variants, is not being neutralized, one of the vaccine which is now in the market. So that is already reported that some of the vaccines are not able to neutralize some of these variants. So therefore, however, even there is no neutralization of antibodies not able to neutralize, these vaccinees are having less severe disease. So therefore, people thought maybe the T cell response may be playing the role. And therefore, when somebody has tested the T cell response against this mutants, they found that T cell response is really, really good. There is no problem. So basically, if somebody who is vaccinated, and if that vaccine is not able to protect through the antibodies, these mutant or variants, still the person will be taken care by the T cell response, and as a result, the severity of the disease will not be there. So that is, I think, good part of this. So now I come to the protection correlates, specifically the T cell protection correlates. People are now trying to only focus on the couple of cytokines. One is the interferon gamma, and the second one is interleukin 2. So these are the two major cytokines which are being tested against the vaccinees. So you take this blood samples from the vaccinees, and we have done the work for one of the vaccines, which is now given the clearance. So basically, when you take this PBMC from these vaccinees, and then you activate these PBMC, particularly the T cells, through the recombinant RBD protein, which is a virus antigen, and we could clearly see the proliferation of the T cells, And the cytokine, when the T cell proliferate, obviously they produce cytokines, which is interferon gamma, which is one of the major cytokines as people try to measure, and we did it, as well as the IL-2, because when T cell proliferate, the IL-2 will be increased, because IL-2 is the growth factor for T cell to proliferate. So these are the major markers one should really look into it. T cell proliferation by the FACS, we have done it, and interferon gamma by the cytokine B-luminex, or as well as the IL-2 production from these vaccines. And we see very clear difference, very clear difference.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amit. We have with us Professor Selva Pandian. Sir, you would like to ask any question?
Yeah, so maybe a simple question. How about targeting ACE2 protein by inhibitors as drugs? Will it work? Will it be a viable approach? Anything happens around the world?
Yeah, so targeting AC2 is people have shown, and they published what they have done. They have actually taken the AC2 and they have fused this AC2 with the FC portion of the antibodies, and then they injected into the animal, and they found that soluble AC2, which is bind to this, which is having the FC antibody portion, because it makes this receptor stable in the blood. And as a result, there's a clear difference in case of viral load, and it's a kind of protection. But the problem is AC2 is also very, very important for normal physiology in the human body. So therefore, because it's just directly linked to hypertension and blood pressure, so therefore targeting AC2 may not be that really good idea. However, we can definitely try to target AC2 not bind to spike protein. Right? So therefore, you can find a pocket, the pocket which is binding to the AC2, and if you have some antiviral drug, a small molecule actually sitting in that pocket, and therefore the interaction is actually minimized. That is actually people are trying, and actually some people are successful. Hopefully, we will get some drug in the market soon.
Thank you. Appreciate good work. Yeah.
Thank
you. Good talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amit. I have a long list of questions, right?
Actually, ma'am, just
on and on.
Yeah,
so
we can
interact off this platform, and somehow I feel you can just tell me what the way it is. It's a difficult one, but let's try. So people are having apprehensions about Covaxin versus Covishield. What's your take on that? The last one from my.
I think this is a very political question, and as a scientist,
but most, I mean, from a layman to a university fraternity is confused in this. I see that all.
I think at this public platform it's been very difficult for me to answer which one is good.
So maybe, I mean, if you don't feel it's fine, we can discuss later.
No, so I can only tell that Covaxin or Covishield, this is a time you can actually get whatever you can get to protect yourself first. And however, some people in the past created panic, and there was a lot of talk happened that Covaxin is bad. And I really don't expect this from the leaders in the country. They should not really talk about when we are in the crisis. I think we should say what is the reality. So for me, the Covishield is actually adenovirus. I'm talking about the scientific term. It's an adenovirus, and this is a chimpanzee adenovirus. So therefore, in the population, the immunity against chimpanzee adenovirus does not exist. Okay. But what is going to happen in the longer term, if I get a 2 shot of the Covishield, okay, and maybe in the future, maybe next year, if I get some more, because these antibodies still, the work need to be done. How the immunity last long? I mean, how long the immunity lasts against the Covishield and the Covaxin? That has to be done, because there is not enough days has been passed after the vaccination, right? So that has to come. But if the immune response is not really long lasting, and which people are talking about that you have to take the shot every once in a while, then I cannot really take the same adenovirus for which now I am now exposed. So now I'm taking the adenovirus, which is expressing the coronavirus protein, and this will be killed by my own cells, because now I'm actually having adenovirus positivity, right? However, you might be also seeing the safest way or the easiest way to produce virus vaccine in the past, when we were not having very hi-fi technology, is inactivated virus, right? Just inactivate the virus, take the virus, and that's what being done by the Covaxin. And there is, I don't think any of these vaccine, for example, Covishield or Sputnik, which is adenovirus based vaccine, are not have any shown that they are not going to integrate in any of our genome. There is a very rare possibility, right? But maybe there's a possibility. I am not really sure. The data has to come out. I mean, but the inactivated vaccine is kind of, to me, it looks like safe. However, the problem with the inactivated vaccine is that the production is limited. You cannot really produce the vaccine for the masses like country like India, 1.3 billion, right? Because this vaccine need to be produced by infecting the Indian isolate, putting into the cell culture in the mammalian cell. So you have to imagine how much liter of media you have to do, and then isolated the virus from the supernatant, and then you have to inactivate them. So therefore the production cannot really meet in the shorter period of time. This is one of the drawback of the the inactivated vaccine. The second drawback of the inactivated vaccine, the limitation of the antigen load, because you are actually injecting a vaccine which is actually killed vaccine. It is not replicating inside, right? So the antigen load is limited, and therefore this antigen load need to be done by 2 dose or 3 dose. Now initially Covaxin said we will be doing 2-dose trial, right? Now they are actually going to the regulator and asking we should do the 3rd dose, because, and I think that the logic is same, because the antigen is not enough to mount robust immunity. Therefore, you need the 3rd booster dose, right? So these are the limitation of the inactivated vaccine. There is a limitation of subunit vaccine, which is now mainly on the spike, right? And there is a limitation of the mRNA vaccine, which is now first time is happening in the world and being utilized, like Moderna has done it. One of the thing is the toxicity, because when you are injecting the RNA vaccine, you will be generating a lot of CD8 T cell response, very much, because the RNA is getting inside the cell and it actually going to the MSC class 1 pathway, because it's an endogenous pathway, and therefore you are actually generating a lot of CD8 T cell response. So therefore there will be a toxicity in case of mRNA vaccine. So every vaccine is having advantages and the disadvantages. Therefore people should not really advocate one on the other in the time of crisis. I think we also take the vaccine, whatever you are going to get in your hospital or in your area. I think this is the must.
With that positive note, we
yes,
would
ma'am. If you give me time, just I can ask one question.
We have poster and the other
idea. Just last question. Just I want to ask.
Okay.
Actually,
yeah.
Actually, sir, I have just asked tell about this interleukin like interferon gamma he have discussed, and regarding that is the major part that we have to look after, and also he have discussed about interleukin 2 that is going to play a role in the T cell proliferation. Sir, just my query is how whether, because alveolar macrophage is there which is fighting with the virus, we have already gone through in the immunology where we found that this alveolar macrophage is going to secrete interleukin 12, which is going to play a role in activation of a T naive to T helper. Means we can say conversion of T naive to T helper 1, which is going to secrete the interferon gamma to further increase the phagocytic activity of the macrophage. Means we can say that interleukin 12 is also playing role, which is going to play a role between the bridge between our macrophage and the T naive cell. So if we are looking after only interferon gamma and interleukin 2, which is going to directly link with the T helper, so it is major. Also, I think interleukin 12 is also one of the major concern, because T naive conversion to T helper, which is going to take part in interferon gamma, interleukin 12 is also going to be a major player. We have to look also parallelly whether the interleukin 12 is secreted by the macrophage or not. So what is your view regarding this?
I think when we have a situation when we see the COVID infection in the lung, there is a cytokine storm, and we have also seen in our animal model most of the cytokines are upregulated. Therefore, it is very difficult to dissect which one is actually playing a role, right? Number two, the alveolar macrophages are always there in the lung, right? These are the sentinel cells which is actually there to really clear a lot of debris. So macrophages are essentially part of every single tissue, like it's a brain, or it's a liver, or it's a lung, or it's a spleen. The name of the macrophages changes. For the brain is microglia, for the liver is Kupffer cells, for the lung is alveolar macrophages. The virus, when virus is actually interacting, the virus interaction is happening to the multiple cells. It is in the first interaction is happening to the epithelial cells where the virus is causing the damage. And these epithelial cells are releasing factors which is influencing the macrophages. But at the same time, macrophages also trying to engulf any free virus which is outside of the cells through the process of phagocytosis. And perhaps some of the virus sensing to the macrophage through various pathways, whether it's a toll-like receptor or the nod-like receptor, may be activating the macrophage to produce interleukin 12. And that is ultimately also leading to naive T cells or activated T cells in the lung to produce more interferon gamma, and that further help to clearing the virus. However, I mean this need to be defined in a kind of setting in which we can control addition or deletion of macrophages and see what happens if you remove macrophages, what happens to the infection. That is not being done in case of human diseases, which is impossible to do. But yes, animal work need to be done to understand the mechanistic aspect of this. Yeah, so that is something is not done yet.
So I think, yes, we can wind up here. Thanks. A big round of applause to your efforts on behalf of all the participants. And we move on to the next session, which is basically showcasing, some poster making and idea hunt from the students. And we have some really good participation and some good ideas. Actually, the way we have tall text and all, I was really impressed. Tall text, stoppage, and also they talk of, COVID stops.
Right.
So that's a really, so those kind of stuff are there. So you think you have time, that kind of time to be with us for, feel free. Accordingly, we can proceed. Professor Sunil, I think he won't be able to join. Professor Mehra, yeah, he is quite interested.
So I will try to rejoin after some time, after maybe having my lunch or something. Then maybe
sure.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much, and thank you for organizing this wonderful.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Awasthi. Yeah. Thank you. So, Dr. Vinay, yeah, we can go ahead with the poster thing, and maybe we can try to have the judges later on for the ident, or the other way around. Let me tell. So let us just flash the posters. I will share. So you are sharing, or I shall share the slides? Yes, Dr. Vinay, you are muted.
Okay, now?
Yeah, now it's
fine. Okay? Okay.
Yes.
Can you see this PPT?
Just, no, right now we can't see.
Share the camera.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it's there.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Dr. Manju.
Get into the full screen mode, Dr. Vinay.
Full screen mode. Okay, now.
And Dr. Sunil and Dr. Nasir, you are with us?
Yes, we are. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Manju. Myself, Dr. Vinay Kumarbari, and I'm working in the Department of Biochemistry. And as part of this departmental activity, I would like to thank Dr. Manju to organize this immunology day and invited area expert to share his excellent knowledge and view on COVID-19. So as a part of in increasing the interest of the participant and awareness about COVID-19, we have invited the posters on coronavirus immunology. So the theme is coronavirus immunology, and we have received, I think, 38 total entries, 38, and out of that we have pre-screened 12 entries. So we are going to show this 12 pre-screening entries, and that will be going to be judges by Professor Narendra Misra and Professor Sunil Arora and Dr. Amit Awasthi and Dr. Sunil Singh and Dr. Nasir Salim. So out of 10, we have to mark each posters. So this is the first one, that is by Sania Shah. That is by Sania Shah from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Bhatinda. So this is one of that. You can mark this slide out of 10. So the theme is.
This is the second one, sir. Maybe.
Second one.
We can see the second one actually. Maybe.
This one.
Yep. You please check the name.
So name is.
We can see Sumir
this one.
Raut.
Okay, this is Krishna Harsat Chauhan.
Hanji.
This is Krishna Harsat Chauhan from the Xavier's High School, Maharashtra. Next, or we have to wait?
Yeah.
2 minutes. Okay.
Maybe Professor Mehra will be joining us soon, and we have Dr. Nasir and Dr. Sunil with us. So you can please mark like against each entry out of 10, and then we can accordingly go ahead. I think Professor Sunil and Professor Dr. Amit won't be joining with us. So we have three judges with us.
Okay.
And Professor Narendra Mehra will be soon joining us.
Okay.
Let us wait for a minute or two, or we can proceed.
I think we have shared this Excel for marking these poster entry with the judges. Okay.
Yeah, it is shared. But I'm not sure whether sir is there or not.
Dr. Sunil and
yes,
Dr.
sir.
Nasir, please you can mark in the Excel itself.
So directly we have.
Directly, yes. That will be shared in the morning.
It's all right if we can fill the slides later. I mean, fill the Excel file later. Right now, I'm marking on a paper sheet, and then
okay. But make sure to write the name. This is from Krishna Harsat Chauhan.
Yeah. We can see the slides, and we can see.
Okay. Thank you.
You can, I think, move forward to the next slide.
Okay. This is by
Sumir
Raut. Yeah. Okay, this is by Sumir Raut from the Kendriya Vidyalaya, Sangathan, Odisha.
You can move forward. Dr. Sunil, have you looked at it? I think we should move forward.
Yes, sir, you can change.
Okay.
Go to the next slide.
The next slide is from Ayush Kumar Jha, DAV Public School, Jharkhand. Ayush. Next.
Yes.
Next.
Okay. So this one is from Kuhu Silva Pandian, class 8, DPS RK Puram, New Delhi. So because our theme is Corona immunology, so he just prepared this detail about this immunology and all.
Dr. Vinay, important is like she's a 8th standard kid.
Yeah, exact. 8th standard. And this is only student having 8th standard, rest is 10th and 12th. Okay. Next.
Next.
Okay. So this is by Baljinder Singh, Meritorious School, Bhatinda. Doctors. Next.
Just wait.
Okay.
Just. Yes, sir. Next.
Okay. So this is by Shivam Kundu, Kendri Vidyalaya 5, Bhatinda. KB5. Here it is showing exchange in the alveoli, I think. Yeah, this is alveoli cells. And this is lungs or what? Lungs. Okay. Next.
Next.
This is by Khusiwar Mura, Central University of Punjab.
So Dr. Bari, it seems Professor Mehra also won't be able to join us. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can send this PPT and then get the marks.
We need to declare the results.
Okay.
Maybe in the next session, I would request you to please be one of the judges for the idea hunt.
Next.
Okay. And next is by Jaspreet Kaur, Meritorious School, Bhatinda. Next is by Deep Kaur, Meritorious School, Bhatinda. Deep Kaur. Next is by Karina, Government Senior Secondary School, Sirmaur, Himachal. Coronavirus prevention poster. Stay home. Beat the pandemic. Next is by Manpreet Kaur, Meritorious School, Batinda. So we have 12 entries total.
Okay.
Not 10, we have 12. So I think we need to check the name. We'll see.
This is 11th one, no?
This is 11th one, yes.
Next.
Then next is Sania Shah, Kendriya Vidyalaya, Batinda. And this is all we have.
Okay. Can we go through the slides once again, just quickly, without stopping at them?
Okay, okay. So this is first one. Krishna Arsad Chauhan. This is second one, Sumir Raut. This is third one, Ayush Kumar Jha. This is fourth, Kehu Selva Pandian. This is fifth, Baljinder Singh. And then this is Shibam Kundu. And this is Khusiwar Mura. And then this is by Jaspreet Kaur. And this one is by Deep Kaur. And this one is by Karina. And this one is by Manpreet Kaur. Then this is Sania Shah. Okay. So result will be announced after the idea hunt.
Yes, better.
After the idea hunt. Okay, conclusive season. Okay. Okay.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Vinay
Okay.
Bali, and I would request you to please be
Okay.
the judge in the idea hunt, and we can proceed. Dr. Ravi, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank
So when we are going to meet again for an idea hunt?
We are starting with the idea hunt right now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad that you guys are still here after wonderful talks and the quiz. And now we have come to the final event of today's day. And Dr. Vinay, can you stop sharing your screen now?
Okay.
And in this, we are going to have three judges, Dr. Nasir Aslam, Dr. Sunil Singh, and I would also request Dr. Vinay Bari to be the judge for this particular event. And Dr. Vinay, can you also put yourself on mute? All right, so the event that we had is Idea Hunt on Coronavirus, the Way Forward. And we had a number of entries for this event, and it was screened at the departmental level. So multiple faculties were involved. And we have screened a final of 12 entries to participate in the final competition. So the idea is that now we are going to call upon these 12 participants who are going to present their idea for a couple of minutes. And based on that, the judges will make a decision. And as has been intimated to all the judges, you have been provided with the Google Excel sheet, which has been shared with you. So you are supposed to, put in your marks there out of 10. And then based on the average consensus, we will declare the winners. Right. So with that introduction, I would call upon the first participant of the idea hunt, which is Divya Jindal. So Divya Jindal, can you come online and can you share your idea with the judges?
Yes, so I'm just sharing my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Divya, you can go ahead. You have a couple of minutes to explain your idea, okay?
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. This is Divya from JP Institute of Information Technology. And today I would like to discuss with you about my topic that is a phytotherapeutic approach towards COVID-19 and leading prostate cancer. So the recent pandemic of COVID-19 virus caused a global crisis as a result of absence of vaccine or drugs. Several natural approaches have been devised, including herbal and Ayurvedic medicines that have shown efficacy since many centuries now. The research initiated, my research initiated with an in silico study of herbal medicines with respect to COVID-19's receptor proteins. So the main receptor proteins for the which are responsible for the virus entry are ACE2, and which is followed by TMPRSS2, which are the key targets that needs to be characterized. In the present study, these proteins are being docked by various phytocompounds of Piperlongum and Osmium sanctum, and we have used anthroglycosides, chlorogenic acid, eugenol, gallic acid, isoorientine, isoproterenol, piperine, streptozotocin, and vicinin. They all have shown antiviral properties. That's why we have chosen them. And the in silico.
Divya, you have only a couple of minutes, right? You have already taken 1 minute and your slides are not moving forward. I'm not sure whether that's...
I'm briefing the...
But you have only 2 minutes, right? So don't take too much time. This is also for all the participants. You're only provided with 2 minutes. So you have to explain your idea and that's it.
Okay, sir. Okay. So we have taken these two targets, ACE2 and TMPRSS2, and as we can see from this table that ACE2 and TMPRSS2 are showing a good binding affinity with anthroglycosides, and we have checked using Swiss ADME for the drug likeliness, and here we can see that anthroglycosides is like following all the 5 rules of Lipinski rule. So anthroglycosides can be a probable drug target. And as we were studying, we got to know that TMPRSS2 is also involved in prostate cancer. And if we target TMPRSS2, we are eventually going to target 2 diseases at a time. So in future time, I would be working in vitro on these compounds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Divya. So that was Divya from JP Institute of Information Technology. Now we move on to the next participant. I'm not sure whether she is there. I cannot see her in the participants list. Is Ruchi Jain from Yale University. Is Ruchi here? Okay, I don't see her. So we move on to the next participant, who is Arun Kumar, who's a student at ICGEB. Arun, are you here? Okay, so maybe we'll come back to the participants who are not here at the moment and we move on to the next one. So next is Sandra Jose from Wells University, Kerala. Sandra,
Yes,
are you here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Sandra, you can go ahead and present your idea.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so mine is just 2 slides, so I'll not take much time. It's basically one of the same principle which Divya just explained. But here the novelty is that we have come up with a Perl script that can screen the entire drug banks, like whether it be PubChem or so. We all are familiar with a lot of drug banks like PubChem or SyncDB or any such drug banks which provides us with the 3D coordinates of all the compounds. So the last few months, I was working on a Perl script which could screen the entire drug bank within a limited time, like 6 hours or 7 hours time. We can screen up to thousands or even lakhs of compounds. That is screening in the sense I'm talking about molecular docking. So molecular docking gets over in 1 or 2 days time, and then that is using a Perl script. And then we have which we can utilize using admin or just to screen the results, and then in order select the best compound from it and then carry out molecular dynamic simulation, so that we can reduce the in vitro and in vivo assays. The time that we might spend for it can be highly reduced using this approach. So now, since we already have a Perl script for all the compounds, I am looking forward to developing a Perl script for the entire set of proteins which are known as the key targets for causing the COVID-19 disease, like all the structural and non-structural proteins. So that is my aim. Next is to develop a Perl script which can do multiple protein docking with multiple ligands. So right now we have it for multiple ligands, but me and as well as my team, we are looking forward for a Perl script for multiple proteins as well. So this will be this is a very basic protocol which we already published a paper in JBST. So this will be this was a starting, and now we are looking forward to many other things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. We move on to our next participant, who is A.R. Rajesh Agrawal from MIT University, Madhya Pradesh. So Rajesh,
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I'm not a biologist. That's why I have not prepared any slides. Actually, I tried to solve this problem by giving an idea of wearing mask, human mask, and self-sanitizing gloves, actually. See, if we want to control this disease, then we must have to understand its chronology. It spreads most often through sneezing and by touching hands. So we have to adopt such measures so that we can rectify it in both ways simultaneously. See, we all have seen that even after wearing N95 masks and using a lot of sanitizers, things couldn't be in good control. Because even after adopting such measures, chances always prevails and spreading this virus due to any negligence. Now, the central idea is that to eradicate this virus, first we must think of the line of action that one must have to stop at its own very source. That is, we have to eradicate it in the mask and wearing gloves itself. Okay, so now how it can be done? The best way to control this disease is to wear human masks, because this virus requires certain humidity versus temperature ratio to develop. Such masks can be developed with some sort of humidifying agents in it or arrangements doing in it in a very simple manner, not very complicated or mechanical manner. One can control by himself or herself or just seeing by some of the indications in it. Sneezing can also be controlled to spread up to short distance due to humidity. This thus chances of spreading the virus reduces to great extent. And sanitizing gloves can be developed which contains sanitizing agents in it, by which contamination from one to others can be eradicated. Because when such gloves, there are very minimal chances for the spread of this virus through touching anything by the contaminated person. And if any person get in touch with any sort of contamination, he or she gets automatically sanitized without having fear of touching anything. And one more benefit of this, that we have to less sanitize the things individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. We are glad that, as a non-biologist, also you're thinking of the ideas. That was the whole idea of conducting such an event. Because we also want to encourage the non-biologists to develop the scientific temperament. So we are glad that you participated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. So now we move on to our next participant, who is Panchal Dhruvansh Loesh Kumar. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. So are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Panchal Dhruvansh from Anand, Gujarat. Today, for the idea and event, I am going to present my idea about coronavirus disease, control the path forward. As we know that coronavirus spread very rapidly on society, as we are observing since last year, it is very necessary to control the spread of coronavirus by taking a preventive and measured steps. For this, I have an idea of making a kiosk which is having automatic hand sanitization unit and also ultraviolet sanitization unit to sanitize gadgets like smartphone, purse, wristwatch, keys, leather belt, or any other carry-out gadgets. It measures the temperature of human and save data on the mobile devices on a cloud platform which we can monitor and review it. These kiosks also consist of oxygen and pulse measurement unit to measure the SpO2 of the person and save data in the cloud. Person found low level of oxygen, then this kiosk gives facility of supplying oxygen for immediate treatment. This gives immediate treatment to the infected person. So it can be placed in schools, colleges, hotels, near airports, railway stations, colleges, or any other large public areas where number of people gathers. Also, I have started collecting some components required and I am working on this project. I am sure enough that this project is going to help control the coronavirus disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Panchal. That was very informative, and I'm glad. And which class do you study?
Ninth.
Oh, right. That's great that at ninth standard also you're very passionate about developing this idea, which is wonderful. And thank you for participating. We're really glad that you're here. Okay, thank you, Panchal. Now we move on to our next participant, who is Mishka Dang, also a school student from DAV Centenary Public School, Jawahar Nagar, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh. So Mishka, are you here with us? Mishka, I can see your name in the participant list.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yeah, Mishka, please go ahead and present your idea.
Yes, sir, of course. Just wait.
And also tell us which class do you study in?
Sir, I study in 9th standard. I have not made slides, but I have made drawings.
Yeah, please go ahead and present them.
So, I have thought of making a mask. As we know, the diameter of COVID-19, it is about 60 to 140 nanometers. So we will develop a mask which would have a space in it, which would be about 145 nanometers. And there would be on the back side of that mask, it would be a shield that would be a sanitizing shield plus light sensitive chip. If whenever COVID-19 touches the this shield, it would become red as it is a light sensitive shield. So whenever it is detected, it would have a auto releasement of the sanitizer. So it will release the sanitizer and will make it it negative in nature. So as soon as the coronavirus is killed, so it will again the shield will be activated and the COVID-19 will be killed, and the person who was having the mask having the COVID-19 would be safe.
Thank you, Mishka. That was a wonderful idea. I'm really glad that so many school students have participated with their ideas and they're coming up with interesting ideas. So thank you, Mishka, for participating. And we move on to the next participant, who is Abhijit Naik from our own university, Central University of Punjab. So Abhijit, are you here with us? Abhijit, can you hear me? I can see you in the participants list, Abhijit. So it seems that you have not activated your audio component. So probably that's why you're not able to you're not audible to us. So anyways, Abhijit, will get back to you. You can figure it out later, and we will go on to our next participant, who is Sakshi Singh from Amity Institute of Microbial Technology, Uttar Pradesh. So Sakshi, are you here with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Sakshi, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sakshi, and my idea towards the control measure of coronavirus is that we should undergo proper diagnostics, and then we should undergo proper unique testing, and we should work on the efficiency, improving efficiency of RT-PCR. Particularly, virus culture tests to diagnose the person should have unique symptoms of COVID or PCR under 20 cycles. Only then the person should be regarded as positive. As we can see, doctors in hospitals are using various different methods of diagnosis, such as CT scan, interleukins, fibrinogen, ferritin. So these methods are not particularly specific towards the COVID-19 virus. As we know, influenza virus is also very near to it. The symptoms are very near to it. So if the diagnostic is improved, this would lead to less number of false reports, and proper diagnostic would lead to proper treatment. And my next idea is that since India is probably spending only 1.3% on healthcare, so there is a probability that a very less number of as according to me, the population of India is very large. So depending on that, this 1.3% is very less. So every individual needs to practice undergoing home treatment. That is, they need to be there in their home, and they should treat themselves on their own. And how they can do it? They can do it by practicing proper isolation, monitoring themselves regularly, and then hydrating their body and taking proper drugs upon doctor's advice only. The next point is that we need to promote vaccination, as vaccination cannot control the present scenario, but it can probably control the future scenario which would occur after few months. So vaccination patent should be paved off so that all the vaccines can be produced globally at a much larger level, and every individual in the country can get vaccine at a much faster rate. And my next point is that since there is lack of oxygen cylinders, there can be alternative to oxygen cylinders in a way, using molecular hydrogen and practicing methods like prone ventilation, in which we lay down on bed facing our chest on the bed, and then we breathe heavily, which particularly increases our oxygen in the body. So at the end, I want to say that we can overcome this pandemic together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi. Covered a lot of points there. So thank you. The next candidate, who is Nilotam Rana, who is again from Central University of Punjab. So Nilotam, if you can hear me. Nilotam, I see you in the participants list. Nilotam, your microphone is on mute, so you'll have to unmute yourself. All right. Okay, Nilotam.
Good afternoon, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yes, screen is visible. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes to present your idea.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to the International Day of Immunology. My idea for the idea hunt is the use of monoclonal antibodies in the treatment of COVID-19. So as we can see, these are the spike proteins of the coronavirus that interact with the our ACE2 protein of lungs and cause the infection. So why I've chosen this topic is that the role of antibodies is easily understandable when we are watching the fight of COVID-19 patients to arrange plasma for their dear ones or themselves for the covalent plasma therapy. But they are not getting enough of it. There is a huge scarcity because of various psychological, social reasons like fear of reinfection, different strains having havoc, and claims that the virus is airborne, scarcity of medical oxygen. So people are in fear, and also since the vaccination program is going to increase, then there will be more scare of. So antibody production is an alternative I would like to suggest. So this is the S1 subunit of the spike protein. This subunit mainly interacts with the infection part or the interaction part. We'll learn further about this in the slides. So this is the two protein here in there, and the COVID-19 spike protein being interacted with S1 subunit, and this particular part of the S1 is the receptor binding domain that we will also see in next slides.
Yeah, Nilottam, is something wrong? We cannot hear you. Yeah, Nilottam, you're not audible. Maybe you're having some connectivity issue. Yeah, Nilottam, we are not able to hear you.
I'm too stuck.
So Nilottam, we can come back to you later. I mean, I don't know what to do here. Yeah, Nilottam, can you hear me? Okay, so Nilottam, what you can do is you can just stop sharing the screen, and maybe we can get back to you after we are done with the other participants, right? Because we don't have too much. We have already, gone way past the end time of the event. So you can just stop sharing your screen. We can get back to you later. All right. And now we move on to our next participant, who is Sukhchan Kaur from Central University of Punjab. Sukhchan, can you hear me?
Sir.
Yeah, Sukhchan, you can please go ahead and present your idea. You have a couple of minutes to do that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, my presentation is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Please
Hello?
start. Yes, it is visible, Sukhchan.
Hello?
Yeah, Sukhchan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is
Sir,
visible. Yeah, it is visible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, my idea is to prevent COVID infection is like to aware people like how we can increase our oxygen naturally. See, India is already facing a second wave of COVID, which is a waking up call for us. And in this second wave, the morbidity rate is very high because we are facing a shortage of oxygen as well as lack of essential health services. So the every age group is prone to COVID-19 infection, and we all know the chief target of COVID-19 infection is lungs, where this virus get multiply and causes oxygen deficient environment inside the lungs. So the idea is that the persons who are healthy can increase their oxygen consumption naturally. So these I would like to share 3-4 points which persons can increase their oxygen supply naturally. The first idea is taking more and more antioxidant, because it is proved that there is a strong relationship between respiratory and digestive systems. As we take more antioxidants, the rate of consumption of oxygen increases. So taking more and more oxidants is good to quench with COVID infection. And doing more and more physical activity, like 30 minutes physical activity for a day is very quite efficient to enhance person's circulatory system, and it is scientifically proven also. And the next is changing breathing. Like it is proved that patients having breathing issues, they use their upper chest, and so that if they use their upper chest, the intake of oxygen is less, and intake of more air is high. So changing a breathing issue, we can quench this infection. Stay hydrated, because lung needs more and more water. And the last one is cleans your surrounding air. Like using bee wax candles, we can clear our surrounding environment without creating any pollution. And I just want to say, just follow respiratory etiquettes, and thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sukhchen, for your idea. Yeah, thank you, Sukhchen. You can stop sharing your screen now. And
Yes,
we
sir.
move on to our next participant, who is Dr. Harish Chandra Anand Ram from Shri Krishna Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. So, Dr. Harish Chandra Anand Ram, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, I don't see him in the participants list right now. So what I can do is let's just quickly go over to the participants who have not presented their idea yet. So Ruchi is not here. Ruchi Jain, Arun Kumar, Abhijit Nayak. Abhijit, can you hear me?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, Abhijit. Abhijit, you're audible. So please go ahead and present your idea. You have a couple of minutes to do that.
Yes, sir. Just I'm opening my presentation. So is the screen visible?
No, Abhijit, maybe it'll come up. Just give it a minute. No, it's not coming on. If it is possible for you to present your idea without the slides, I think that'll be great.
Yeah. So basically, my idea was to discuss about how we will see a scarcity in the plasma in the coming days. That is, I have through epidemiological and various news and all those things, I have estimated two things that in the upcoming till till June, till May, mid to June, we will see the peak, and then the second peak will go down. But since the cases will be keep on increasing, but since from 1st May, the government has allowed the vaccination for for all the youth. So the problem we will face is that there will be a scarcity of plasma because there are very rules and regulations for to take a plasma from a person to give it to a infected person. So the thing would be.
Oh, I think he got disconnected. So Ruchi Jain is not here. Arun Kumar is not here. Harish Chandra Anand Ram is also not here. And Nilottam also had the connectivity issue. So
I have joined it.
Yeah, Nilottam, you can just finish off your idea. Maybe just quickly do that. All right,
Yes.
and then we'll stop. Yeah.
So is my screen visible with the slide?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir. So I've left here that the spike protein is being attaching with the H2 protein of our lungs through this research binding domain of subunit 1. And so yes, this is the research binding domain from amino acid number 332 to 527 that must be targeted by making the monoclonal antibodies against the spike proteins. This is the amino acid sequence of the mentioned above. So there is a natural antibody, neutralizing antibody CR3022 that has been obtained from the recovered patients of COVID-19 through the convalescent COVID patient, convalescent methods. So there, as we can see that in the silver color here, or in the right color in the on the right side in the red color, it is the receptor binding domain, and this is the antibody CR3022 that is attached to the same sequence that from 323 to 527 and block its motion against the ACA2 receptor of our lungs and save the infection. So around the world, we can see that this is already being in use. Like FDA of the United States has issued emergency authorization to Eli Lilly company for this bamlanivimab and atezolizumab neutralizing antibodies. Also, Israel Institute of Biological Research has also claimed to have identified and isolated the anti-COVID-19 antibodies. Also, scientists are in the way to make antibody cocktails that are mixture of various subunits to have a more powerful anti-infection strategy. So there are these are the some of the benefits of making having the antibodies handy in such time of pandemic, that it can reduce the seriousness and fatality. Also, it will avoid the problems associated with the plasma collection and management and its administration. And also, in case someone wants to have a drug administration in the infected tissues, then it can be very precise attack. That can be through the antibody drug conjugates.
Okay, thank you, Nilotam. Just Abhijit, if you want to just wind it up, because you're the last participant, that's it. After that, we will just wind up with this event. So Abhijit, do you want to go again?
So, yes,
yeah, go ahead if you can. I mean, you have. Okay, seems like Abhijit won't be able to join us. I think some issue with his internet connectivity. So with that, that's it. We have come to the end of our idea hunt on coronavirus disease. And Dr. Manju, do you want to add to it about the results? Or Dr. Manju, you're on mute. So can you unmute yourself?
So yes, with this successful, execution of I think a great extent, we were able to implement what we had planned. And yeah, just a second, I want to share. Just a second, please. So I will just like to conclude the session and call upon Dr. Felix to declare the results. Meanwhile, I'll just take a minute, for a flashback. In the meantime, like the International Immunology Day, which we celebrated in 2019, where, physically we were all together. So meanwhile, I request Dr. Ravindresh and the judges to please finalize the result. So it will give you another a minute or two to do so.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ravindresh, to coordinate the entire idea and event. I really appreciate and thank you for coordinating it so well.
Thank you, Dr. Manju, for actually organizing this event. I think we had a lot of participation, not only from the bachelor's and the master's students, but also from the school students, which was really heartening, and they come from different states of our country. So hats off to you and Dr. Felix also for organizing this wonderful quiz. I think everyone was appreciative of that, including the speakers that we had, such renowned people. They were all appreciative of the quiz that we have had the day earlier. And then again, those three eminent speakers that we had. So I think it was overall a wonderful success, and hats off to you guys for organizing this event. Right. So I'll finalize the results and I'll get back to you, ma'am.
So it's definitely a teamwork. It's a contribution from all the team members that, it could be done to this extent. And I would just like to, flash back into the time just, 1.5 years back or so, 2019, when we had sort of organized this International Day of Immunology, and a school, meritorious school from Bhatinda was called on. Around 50 students were there, and actually we could, execute some workshop, some posters, some lectures, and yeah, it was a wonderful experience. So on that note, I would really thank Meritorious School Bhatinda again to show up, this time, as I was trying to, interact and get the students on with it. And specifically, I would like to thank the principal ma'am, Dr. Ruby Bansal, Meenakshi madam, and yes, of course, Mrs. Japneet Kaur, who was the nodal officer for the entire, poster thing. She coordinated this time and last time also. So thanks a lot. And I would now request Dr. Felix to take up, the result section and declare the results.
Hi, Dr. Manju. Thanks a lot. I was actually looking at this idea hunt. It's a fantastic, I mean, very interesting, the entries that we got, and also the posters. So very interesting posters, especially the school students. I'm really happy, and I completely agree with all of you that, we had tremendous amount of participants from school students, and yeah, really interesting. And yeah, my all appreciation to your department, Dr. Manju, all your colleagues, and your fervor, your enthusiasm with this, International Day of Immunology. And the results, there is nothing to declare. We already know that it was a live, the morning session was live, and we all know that who is the topper. And let me read out once again. It is Jay Krishnan VM. He's the one with, I have no idea who the participant is. The participants will be sending you the claim directly to Dr. Manju. So Jay Krishnan VM gets the point 23,802. And second is Himani Pand with 22,750 points. And the third is Ria Jana, 22,556 points. So congratulations everybody. And yeah, I'm really happy to be part of this, especially from Young Academy of India. So because of this Academy volunteers, that this particular thing has got lots of coverage. I mean, many people could able to participate. Thanks a lot, and I'm really happy, and I'm looking forward for further engagements with your department as well as with the Immunological Society. Yes. Thanks, Dr. Manju.
Okay.
Dr. Manju, if everything is over and if no further comments are required, then maybe we can conclude the session with the national anthem.
Yeah, we still have the results to be announced for the idea hunt, and so I was just waiting for Dr. Manju. I think she was on the phone. So
Please go ahead.
I just want to clarify, ma'am, that we need to have 3 winners in both the contests, the idea hunt
For
as
idea hunt, we have a single one. If you think there is some tussle going on, we can tie up or something like that.
And in
so
in the idea hunt we have to have 1 winner. And what about the poster making?
Posters we have 3.
Okay, so in the idea hunt, I think there is a clear winner that we have, which is the school student from I.B. Patel English School, which is Panchal Dhruvansh Loesh Kumar. He got the highest number of marks, and
big round of applause for him.
And
wonderful idea.
So Loesh, can you just come online and let us know that you're there and you've got the news, Loesh?
Yeah, he was so confident and and wonderful idea.
And he had a wonderful idea. I think he had the best idea of the lot. And also the other participants came up with the great ideas. But I think Loesh, considering that he is a student, I think the judges really liked the idea that he presented. All right. So I don't think he's coming on, but congratulations. Okay, Loesh, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we move on to the winners in the poster making. So in the poster making, we have actually the top spot, we have a tie. So the first and second position, I think these guys can share. The first is Kuhu Selva Pandian from DPS RK Puram, New Delhi. So he got the maximum marks, and he's tied with Krishna Harshad Chauhan from St. Xavier's High School, Maharashtra. So we have Maharashtra and New Delhi taking up the top honors. So they are both tied at the same points. And the third winner is Sania Shah from KV5 Bathinda. Yeah, so those are our winners for the poster making. So congratulations to all the winners. And now over to you, Dr. Manju Jain.
Dr. Ravindresh, would you please clarify? It is like we have one position and then we have 2. So
No,
total,
ma'am.
right?
The top position is a tie basically between.
Then we have another two actually.
So we have to give like you want to take out 4 winners,
So
because we have the first.
the same amount will be distributed, or I mean, how it is?
What I would suggest is that the first 2, because they are tied at first, so the
Okay.
first 2 positions we can you distribute the prize money of the first 2 ranks to both these guys, and the third position goes to Sanyasa.
Okay, okay, we
Yeah.
can do that. Yeah, sure, sure.
So
Yeah.
congratulations to the winners. And I would also like to thank the judges, Dr. Nasir Salam, Dr. Sunil, and Dr. Vinay Kumar Bari, who also acted as a judge. So thank you to all of you, and over to you, Dr. Jain.
Yeah, thank you so much. Without a team, we are nothing. So I would like to really extend my sincere, thanks to Dr. Felix, Dr. Ravindresh, Dr. Vinay Bari, our judges, Dr. Nasir, Dr. Sunil, whom I called at the last moment, and they were, I think, more than ready to do it. And we had definitely our HOD. He's really busy, in lots of meetings. And Dr. Shashank couldn't join us as he is not doing well on health. And with this, I think we would keep going with the same spirit. And for Dr. Felix, I'm already having cause. It was for you. People want, that mantra of quiz, and they want to have you for them. So the word is open for you.
Come again? What did you say? I didn't get it.
So I have some associates who will be organizing it at other places, and they want your help actually.
Yeah, definitely.
So I told, you have to talk with him. I mean, he's the one who can,
Yeah.
So wonderful show, and thanks a lot again for the, the team spirit. And we couldn't offer a, formal vote of thanks to our speakers and all the audience who gave, their precious time. It is 3 actually. So yeah, thanks. I really thank all of you to make it a success. I guess we did a pretty good job. With this, I think let us go for the national anthem, Dr. Felix.
All right, so I'm just sharing the national anthem song. Please.
And the participation certificates, the citations will be coordinated in a day or 2. All the participants, the winners, they will get to know. Right?
All right. Yeah, please raise from your seat. I will play the national anthem. Please chorus along with this. Okay, so let me start.